Are you ready?
Clear.
It's time for a live stream.
You are privileged AF.
It's important to remember that.
It's okay to cry.
And it's also common to experience
deep belly laughs.
Hi, I'm Kia.
Why does this sound cold every second?
If you like jokes about scams, spirituality, and toxic positivity,
It's so quantum.
This is actually legit.
it's time to tune into.
The mango frequency.
Wait, what?
So let's dive right in.
Got my celery juice right here.
I am not emotionally stable.
Hello? My God, look how bad this is. Look how good my setup is. How come it changes every time I stream? And how come I don't do anything about it? Leave your solution. Oh God, leave your solutions below. Hi everyone. I'm gonna just duck down here. This is real. This is a real studio. This is my real office. It is noon. It's noon sun time. Okay, don't question it. All right, we did it. We made it to another week. I gotta tell you, this has been a crazy busy week for me. Just in terms of working, deadlines, things coming up, work functions that I had to drive out to, birthday parties I had to attend that just needed my constant attention and wooing, support. You know, my friend's she turned 36. Woo! She needed me there the whole time, the whole weekend. So it's not my fault that I've been MIA and not streaming every minute of my life. It's everyone else's fault. So welcome to the show. Obviously, since last time that we talked about this topic specifically, huge update, that Jessie Lee Ward, aka Boss Lee, who we've talked about several times now, both mostly about her Columbia retreat nightmare, of a corporate work retreat. And then again, when she was diagnosed with cancer, and now, if you haven't heard the news, obviously she has passed away. And it's sort of in line with her original prognosis, which was she would pass by October, was what her doctors had told her originally. And that's what she was telling the public. And she died at the end of, or middle of September. So yeah, a lot of feelings, a lot of emotions, similar to when Dave Hollis died. Definitely not as much shock, because there was warnings and there was sort of like this, you know, people were on Reddit saying, oh, well, they've heard that, you know, they've seen the downline in the hospital, or everyone seems to be flying to Dallas. And, you know, Jessie's story sort of was, you could see, unless a miracle, crazy plot twist happened, people knew sort of that, okay, this seems like, you know, the disease is taking over, as doctors had originally said. Now, there's a caveat to that Jessie Lee herself, and we watched it 2 streams ago, I believe, or maybe even last stream when we did the eyeglass healer, the eyesight healer. At the end of that stream, we watched her short version of a video where she basically said that all of her holistic natural healings were working, and that the cancer was shrinking, and that she wasn't fully cured yet, but that, you know, the doctor told her she's got 6 months to go and do a scan, and that she felt that was a positive sign. And then I think within a week of her making that video, or posting that video at least, she had passed away. So I think I mentioned during that stream that there was something off about it to me. And I felt like she was either lying about what the doctor said, or she was not understanding what the doctor was saying, or I just felt like her personality is so much, she was very over the top, kind of like she wasn't afraid to say like, ha, you suck. And we talked about that during the Columbia retreat videos many times. She has a very bold personality, and maybe cancer changed her and made her softer and whatever. But I feel like, and my thought was, if she had truly holistically beaten her cancer, she would be like, F you guys, I was right, suck it. Like, hey, I'm doing so good compared to sort of the video that she put out. And that's why I felt like this doesn't seem like her. This doesn't seem real. So my thought was something's off. And then, within a week, she had passed. A lot of, not confusion. There's not much confusion. It's the wrong word. There's a lot of conflicting, I'll say, stories online about, did she actually die of cancer because she claimed to have cured her cancer? Did she die from something else? Like, some random thing. It seems like no. And we'll talk about that and who said what and whatever. There's a lot of posting from people on her team, posting from the hospital, posting her hand, which I find always weird to me. Like if you take a picture of holding someone like your grandma's hand in the hospital just because you want to have that memory or something, like, okay. But I always find it odd when people post like someone who's passed like body parts. Like, I don't know. It's just weird to me. But people are posting that like on Instagram. I just find it to be in poor taste. Like, just let this woman rest, please. Like, why are you making it about you already? Anyways, so that was going on. Then we got a bunch of like, Jessie Lee is speaking through me. And she's telling me to, buy ketones from heaven. It's like, oh God, like the bizarreness of this whole industry, the MLM industry, people who are involved in like, controlling other people and mindset training and all of that. The stuff they come up with in times of crisis will never cease to shock me. So anyways, we're gonna talk about it all. We're gonna talk about Ed Mylett a lot. I have major issues with Ed Mylett. He sucks, in my opinion. And apparently, Jessie was paying him a hefty amount, thousands of dollars to support her. And I felt like his interview with her, the podcast, was exploitative of her. It was probably traumatizing to her by bringing up 25 times in the interview. How do you feel about dying? How do you feel about, like, how does it feel to die? I just am curious, how do you feel that you're going to die soon? Like, get a grip, man. Like, this is a human being that, is obviously sort of looking up to you for some God's awful reason. Maybe you should like lay off a little bit on the confronting questions. So it's like shocking for your audience and so you can make a lot of money. I don't know. Just like, he's a skeevy guy to me. And he of course, he already made a podcast episode about it. So I have not watched it. I was waiting to watch it with everybody, so we'll watch that. I also wanted to watch her last two videos on YouTube where she goes into much more detail than she originally did about her diagnosis, the symptoms she was facing before, why she chose the route she chose, which is the holistic route. And that's another thing that's semi-interesting. There's this other guy who apparently also has stage 4 colon cancer who started a brand for drinks or something, like some sort of like kombucha or something. And he's like claiming that the doctors did something wrong and they should have treated her and they should have forced her to do something. And she was going to get chemo at the end, but the doctors screwed it up. It's like hearing Jessie Lee tell the story on YouTube about having her options and what she chose. It's extremely clear that she was aware of her decisions on purpose. So I feel like anyone who says, oh, doctors misled her and didn't tell her how serious this diagnosis was, from her own words, that's not true. Okay, so that's the roundup. Okay, let me go to your comments. Sorry. I'm going on a tangent on a roll already. And I have one more thing to say about the anti-MLM reaction. I know there's been a lot of people talking about that, so I wanted to address that as well. JLB Nerdy. Thank you, JLB Nerdy. JLB Nerdy says, before we get all super depressed, yes, just want to say thanks for internet laughing, LOL, at my dumb jokes in DMs. That's all. Well, I appreciate your dumb jokes via DM, JLB Nerdy. I don't think they're dumb. I like them. And for that, I say...
Poverty mindset.
Poverty mindset. You should be monetizing your jokes by now, okay? And also...
Take off your glasses and go drive a vehicle.
Yes, go drive on a winding road, JLB Nerdy. God. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pick like the meanest sound bites I have, but there you go. And thank you, anyone else. I didn't see it come up, so I will thank you all for subscribing and doing it, whatever else you did, because it popped up and I did not read it. So I apologize. Okay, so I wanted to talk about, just for a second, the anti-MLM response, because on Reddit, you know me, I'm always on Reddit. I'm a Reddit queen. No, I don't know. I go on Reddit and then I stop going on Reddit because I feel like it's not good for my mental health, and I go back on Reddit and it's a cycle. You know, we all experience that, right? Anyway, so on Reddit, on the Jessie Lee Ward Reddit page, you know, a lot of people were discussing that, like, where is everybody? Where are all the anti-MLM creators talking about? Why are they not talking about this? Jessie Lee's past. It's obviously very relevant to the timeline, to the content, to the whole thing. And I will say, I have no issue making this video or making any other video. I would have made this sooner if I was not like in the midst of 20 other projects right now that, you know, I will be fired for if I don't complete. So I don't think there's any ethical reason as to why, you know, we shouldn't be talking about it. But I will say, you know, everyone's got their lines. I sort of went through this with Dave Hollis and like had to have my, you know, real serious think about my actions and like how I contributed to, you know, was I being helpful? Was I being hurtful? Was I being completely a bully to him? Does he deserve some level of critique and that it's okay? And where's the line? And I sort of had my whole thought about that. And I sort of landed on like, let's take a break, a step back from everything. And then now I speak about Dave Hollis, like, you know, in past tense, and it's okay. So I think those people that have covered her, Jessie Lee, quite a bit, will probably come back at some point and cover her again. I don't understand, and I'm not in that camp that thinks like that I or anyone should demonetize their videos about it, because it doesn't make sense to me. Like it's already been monetized, so I don't know. Oh, and also Jessie Lee was a big proponent of hustle culture, making money, you know, succeeding in business. And, you know, for a lot of these creators, myself included, this is at least partially a business. So I don't think it's out of line or offensive to me to talk about what happened. And it seems like the obvious step, you know, the last final step is to talk about it and kind of put it to rest, I guess. But I understand. I'm not like judging anybody. I just don't think that we should be treating this any differently than anything else. Oh, okay. And everyone's going to die, you know, at some point, unfortunately. So I don't think like, oh, well, because I would never cover anybody then, you know? And it's ironic or interesting. I started my channel talking about people who were claiming that they were going to die soon and they needed GoFundMe money. All of those people that I originally started this channel in 2021 talking about, they are still alive. And two people I never thought in a million years would die anytime soon, Dave Hollis and Jessie Lee, have passed. It's so weird. So you can't plan for this stuff. You can't. And I think it just is what it is. And so I'm hoping that there's more videos being made in a respectful manner at some point when everyone's ready to come back and talk about this very serious topic. Also, I will say, I personally don't care about Jessie Lee's boyfriend. Don't care. I don't know. Don't care. Seems like drama to me, not related necessarily to my coverage or interest. And I don't care about any of her family stuff, really, other than like what she's discussed. Yeah, I care about, and I don't think, okay, here's my hot take. This is just to get this all off the top. So, and then we're going to go into some reviews. I don't think that she, towards the end, Jessie Lee did not, okay, now everyone's getting mad at me. I feel like she didn't influence people the way I think some people have accused her of doing. Like she was saying, this is, you know, I'm curing my cancer. She did say all that stuff, but obviously the outcome was the outcome. So I feel like if someone, one of her viewers, one of her followers is still believing that Jessie Lee's course of action that she took was the right one, then there's no changing your mind at this point. So I do feel like some credit should be due to Jessie. Maybe not in the beginning, because I know she said like the chemo pimps and all of that stuff, and I just wasn't following it that closely at that time. But the coverage that I've seen that she was doing podcasts and whatever, she said, this is my story. This is what I'm choosing to do. No one has to do it my way. And I do think that's important and needed to be said. And so, you know, it wasn't misinformation, but there's so much misinformation out there that like, you got to put it on a spectrum. Like she was on the spectrum, but everyone is crazy on the internet these days. So was she worse than every other person that I've seen that makes up bullshit? No, not necessarily, personally. Okay. And thank you to A Console. Thank you, A Console. A Console says, thank you for talking about this. I appreciate that you don't shy away from talking about the hard. The hard. Oh yeah. Also, by the way, related to the hard, Heidi Powell is back and the same. So in case you were wondering, where's Heidi? Has she changed? No, she's back and she's totally the same. You're a nuanced queen and we are here for it. Thank you, A Console. Thank you. I appreciate that. I try. And I know that, you know, sometimes I don't do the right thing or say the right thing, but I try to be honest and then maybe it changes.
Oh, okay. Colts.
But we'll see. For that I say,
you probably have parasites.
I'm just going to insult everyone who sends me super chats today. Okay. Everyone's going to get slammed tonight, right?
Somebody ought to smack you.
This is called bullying hour. All right.
It's bad because it's stupid and you're normal.
There you go. Thank you, A Console. I appreciate that. Okay, let me go through. Let's see. Okay, that's all I see so far. So let me know if I've missed anything. And onwards and upwards. Okay, so that's my 17 caveats, my hypothesis statement. So first of all, I need to just get this done with so we can move forward with like the main content. But one of the people that were on the Columbia trip, I believe she was there. Her name is Kelsey Ray, and she's on, you know, the downline. Right after her death, Jessie Lee's death, she was posting some crazy stuff. She was posting some weird stuff. And hey, look, you're grieving, I get it. But then she's posting like something about like, oh, and we'll watch it in a second, but you know, oh, Jessie Lee said that her grandma had to die for her to be a leader. So I guess like Jessie had to die so I could be a leader. I'm like, take a break from the internet. How about that, Kelsey Ray? Cause that is out of pocket. That is like the craziest thing I've ever said. I didn't say it. I've heard someone say about a friend, coworker, anything after they've passed away tragically at 34 years old, that, oh, well, you know, at least I can be a leader now. What? Everyone get a grip. Like, get a grip. What are you doing? Okay. God, this box. Look at this. Look at this nightmare that I've created. Oh, wait, hold on. Can I zoom past it? Yay! Okay, it worked. Sorry. All right. So this is Kelsey Ray. I think she's in the hospital. Okay. So this is only to bring up how insane everyone in the entire world that makes social media content has become, especially MLMers who have something to sell. They do not take a second. It's an influencer world. They do not take a second to reflect. They do not take a second to breathe, to, you know, check in with themselves, with their children. They just turn the camera on, react, and think, yeah, this is normal. This is good. This is really good. And I just need to play this. Okay, so just imagine setting up the camera on the mirror or whatever she's doing on her tripod, for God's sakes. Then going like this. Okay, camera, record. Okay, record. Like, this is not, there's a camera here. Like, what did you, do people think that this is just like, there's just cameras everywhere in every bathroom and they just happen to catch you and they're like, hey, can I get that footage? Like, you just held the tears in just until you were ready to record? So bizarre to me.
Thank you for everything, every text and message.
Okay, not to be nitpicky, but I don't see a tear coming out. That it needed to be, same thing with Ed Mylett when he was crying. Why can't these people cry? Take an acting class or something, at least. They'll do it. They'll pretend. They'll get their eyes all watery, but not. Then they just touch it a million times to like, I'm keeping it in. It's like, if you are really hysterical, I don't know. I just don't understand the theatrics in posting it.
I'm not sure when I'm even going to be able to show up and post content anymore or post content because, like, how do you just go back to normal after something like this?
She posted, she never took a break.
The prayers were not for nothing. She's in a better place, or she's not in pain anymore.
Okay. And then that says, you were the first person to ever believe in me so much that I actually started believing in myself. I'll never forget you, and I love you more than I ever got to express. I'm so sorry you didn't make it long enough to see all of your efforts put into me pay off. God. This reminds me again of, there's definitely similarities to Dave Hollis's passing, with like Mel Robbins saying like, you know, Dave Hollis died. I am going to be delivering his eulogy. Here's an essay about me and my thoughts and why my life's important. It's like, this is what Jessie Lee was here for on earth, to, if only she could last longer to see your success in life. Like, I just find it to be completely self-centered. Like, and then they also tag. Why do people still Heidi still tags Dave Hollis's Instagram? Like, what is the protocol, I guess? What is the why are we posting someone who's passed away's Instagram handle just to show what their username was? Or can we like, what's the point? Do they need followers now? In heaven there's like a new follower campaign going on. Like, what's going on? I don't get it. What's the point of this? Okay. And then posting old footage. I hope you're dead. So it's not fair with them dancing around. Okay. And then like, what WTF? Now this is at her. Now she's showing inside of Jessie Lee's condo that she lived in. Okay, and now this is for on the patio. Dragonflies can be a symbol of self that comes with maturity. They can symbolize going past self-centered illusions that limit our growth and ability to change. The dragonfly has been a symbol of happiness, new beginnings, and change for many. But here's also a picture of my legs with, lace leggings, because it's very important to the message. And here's a small picture of this dragonfly. Like, I don't know. It's like, this all takes time and effort. Like the amount of time that it takes me to make this post myself, it would not be worth it in a crisis moment. I don't get it. I don't get it. And she's like, I need to take a break from making content. Okay. It's been 20 seconds and you're already back. So where is that break that you promised us? We all need a break, I think, actually, because this is insane. Okay. Asari Shepherd, thank you so much. Asari Shepherd says, being dead does not a grifter unmake. Yes, I agree. I think it's important to keep in mind. It's like, to me, I feel awkward talking about someone who's passed as like, they are destructive and horrible. It's like, okay, they might have learned the lesson, but there's nothing that they can learn any longer. They can't change. And I do honestly, this is another hot take. The only person that I don't think, there's two people I've covered on my channel, maybe three, that I don't think could change or will ever change. Rachel Hollis, number one. I don't think she has the capability or interest in changing ever, or seeing anyone else's perspective ever. And Chronically Raw. And maybe Amarissa. I think those three people who I've discussed on my channel have no possibility of changing. Dave Hollis was one I thought could see the light one day and go, this is all a grift and bullshit. Jessie Lee was another one. And I say that because she changed her mind a bunch during this time. And even with the Colombia trip, she seemed to double down in certain ways, but then change her tune in certain ways. So the fact that she heard criticism, reacted to it, and did slightly change her tone, I always feel like there's an opening there to maybe one day we'll see and change. So it's disappointing that these two tragedies, I'm saying Dave Hollis and Jessie Lee's passing, that they didn't have a chance to change. Because that's my hope for everybody, honestly. I mean, I hope Rachel Hollis could change one day, but I don't kind of hold that illusion. But there's certain ways, like, I don't know, I feel connected to these people some ways sometimes because I watch their stuff so much. And sometimes there's like a little glimmer. I'm like, ooh, that was insightful. Or, ooh, yeah, like, okay, they seem to understand this concept. Maybe there's hope. And it just sucks when it's cut short. You know, it's just confusing as a person watching. It's like, oh, my hopes are now dashed by this. And Rainy Cannon, thank you so much, Rainy Cannon. Rainy Cannon says, if my best friend is posting stories like these approximately 3 hours after my death, I'm coming back as a ghost and smacking them. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And also, sorry, I'm going to play you a soundbite as well. Yeah. It's so cringe. I don't know. I get, like, you could also say, like, listen, like, everyone grieves differently, which is true, but it's still cringe. Come on, get a grip. That's going to be the theme of today's thing. Get a grip, everyone. This is also maybe an offensive soundbite, but here we go.
Call the police. Call the psych ward.
Someone starts posting this about me. Call the police and the psych ward. And also,
What's the one thing that your optometrist doesn't want you to know about?
glasses exist. And also,
You can choose to stay blind.
there you go. There's my bullying for the moment. Okay, so here we go. Moving on. Okay, now she's going to be sitting on the balcony. So she's in the same outfit. She's like, I don't know when I'm going to be starting or coming back to post anymore, you guys. And it's definitely going to be within this day because I'm not going to even change my clothes before I come back. Here we go. Oh, wait. I can't hear. Oh, I turned it down. That's fine. So she's on the balcony.
So I'm sitting on Jessie Lee's balcony. For those of you who do not know or follow her, this is her penthouse. And sitting up, and I look up and there's a dragonfly. I'm like, I wonder what that stands for.
These people want to find symbolism and everything, but it's like, I don't know. They'll be told something directly. They're like, no, that is not relevant to this at all. And they're like, I saw a dragonfly yesterday. I wonder what that's telling me. Okay. They're going to make it what it's made, they want to symbolize anyways. Okay. It says, it's not fair, but I know she's pain-free now and she gets to watch her legacy live on through us all. Okay. So setting the groundwork for her legacy is our business succeeding. So, you know, if you want to honor Jessie Lee, honor her by buying ketones from us, which, you know, is interesting. So watch me really make her proud. Okay. It's not about you, girlfriend. Okay. Here we go. This is another setup shot of her ass. I'm sorry. Her looking out, over the penthouse view. It says, I really want to go home to my babies, but I never want to leave her house because then it's really real and it doesn't feel it doesn't feel real right now. Okay. She's just admiring Texas. Okay. There's the Jessie Lee's dogs.
Oh, okay.
And now she's going to say, I haven't posted anything in like 1 minute. This has been really hard for me today. I only posted 1,200 times, and usually I post 1,300 times.
Oh, okay. Cool.
And thank you, Maria. And also, I'm gonna open up the chat. Hold on the other computer. Stand by on the other monitor. I mean, so I can see any member stuff. Let's see. Sorry. Okay. Harper, they them member for 7 months. Does it say? Okay, you're saying that you're they them. Okay, sorry. Harper, thank you so much. Mango Frequency for 7 months. Hey, well, for that, we must play the Mango Frequency.
The Mango Frequency.
For you. You are so close to 1 whole year. 7 months. That's lucky. And for that, I say, Isn't 7 months so lucky? Thank you. Thank you to Harper, they them. And also thank you to Leave Me Alone. I'm also reading. Here's a book that you would probably be surprised that I'm reading that actually was a recommendation by Camellia I will teach you to be rich. It's actually very interesting, and I recommend this book. It's not going to make you rich, but it will help you put your money in a HSA account. I like it so far. Thank you for joining the membership. And also Maria, thank you, Maria. Maria says, this is giving my celebrity friend is dead. Yeah. It's a weird world, man. It's a weird world, the MLM space, and it's only going to get worse. Just wait till you see the bikini one I'm about to play in a second with her in her house talking about, well, this is my moment to step up. If you're offended by this stuff, just you wait. And for that, I say, Maria.
Yeah, baby, let's do this.
Yeah, baby, let's do this. And Rebecca Romana. Why did I read it like that? So weird. Thank you so much. Rebecca Romana says, Dave at least seemed like he cared. I think Dave got caught up in it all. Rachel and JLW know what they're doing. Not vindicating Dave at all. Maybe he got me too, but I related to his troubles. Yeah. I like I said, I think it's so weird to be a hater in this space, because even though I am harshly criticizing everybody that I talk about for the most part, just the FaceTime alone, and like, I don't know them face to face, but listening for hours and hours and hours of their content, you can't help to feel like that parasocial, I know them in some way. I've heard about their family. I've heard about their kids. I've heard about their dogs and whatever. So I think it's natural to want to root for somebody or to think like they're a lost cause. And yeah, for some reason, Jessie Lee leaned in my way on that side of things. Heidi too. Heidi's another one that I'm like, she could get there, but you know, it's like, how much hope do you want to hold on to before you get disappointed? But, yeah, it's weird. I understand what you're saying. And for that, I say, let's play a Dave clip. Speaking of Dave.
You want to tell Tony to shove it up Tony's ass.
See, stuff like that I was like, hey, he's got some hope here. And, Sorry Shepherd. Thank you again. Thank you. Sorry says, that sound, did Jessie live above a highway? Yeah, okay, here's something else I want to say, just to talk about like my thoughts. I was a little surprised by Jessie's condo, and it made me feel like, and I don't have enough information to make a determination, but for someone who claimed to make like $20 million a year, that the condo seemed like something attainable for someone like me in a couple years, maybe, like that view was kind of normal. Frisco, Texas is sort of a normal place. It's not like Malibu, like Ed Mylett's Malibu giant ass mansion. Like, I believe he's got money. I wonder if Jessie Lee had as much money as she claimed, or maybe she was investing it because she was so young that like she wasn't buying a ton of like things, a bunch of expenses. Maybe she was investing. I don't know, but looking around the house and seeing like all these her friends' videos, it just seemed very normal. And someone said that her Lamborghini was leased, which makes me feel like, okay, maybe it was like a sales pitch type thing. Maybe she didn't have as much money as she claimed. I don't know. That's my thoughts. I'm not sure. Some people said like when I brought that up on Reddit that like, well, no, there's confirmation that she owns certain things, but then it seemed like she was an investor in certain things. Like some people said, oh, she owns a car dealership. But then someone else said, well, no, she's an investor in a car dealership. It's like, okay, well, that's very different things, two different things. So I don't know. I wouldn't be shocked if she actually didn't have the money, because I will say the way that she talked about her cancer diagnosis was very much like wanting to believe the best, wanting to put it out in the universe as like, I'm healed, I'm healing myself, I'm whatever. So I wonder if she's like, I'm a millionaire was more wishful thinking than actuality. I don't know. I mean, you never know with these people. Sometimes you're like, this guy's a millionaire, this person's a millionaire, and then they go bankrupt. You're like, how? It's like, well, because they had $1 million at one point, but they didn't have consistent income and they blew it on like, crap. So you never know. I think that's interesting. And for that, I say,
the knife stabbing pain in my eyes went away.
There you go. All right, let's go back. Let's finish this. So she hasn't posted anything. That's not true, Kelsey. We just watched a bunch of stuff you posted.
I haven't posted anything. The only thing I've posted is...
And in her hand, you will see her MLM powder, ketone bullshit, whatever. Prove it, branded. So they're making sure not to take any time away from, marketing.
on my stories, and that just because that gives me some kind of outlet. And Lindy and I were talking a minute ago. Eric and I were talking about it too. I was raised up. Yeah. Hold on. I'll tell you this. I've literally can't even think straight.
Was that necessary to post? Couldn't you just delete that one for us, girl? Thanks.
So we were talking, and we've been raised up to believe, not to believe, but when someone in our family would die, which no one has ever died to me that was this close to me ever. This is the first time I've ever closely experienced death. And a lot of people here have been celebrating her life and celebrating her and telling stories about her and laughing and just having a good time in each other's company and celebrating her life. And I'm over here crying because this is the first time I've experienced this, but also I just can't get past being sad. But I like the idea of celebrating her life because that feels like that's what she would want. And one more thing. If you are on my social media or anybody's social media and you did not personally know Jessie Lee and you are making comments about her or about the way we're grieving or about us posting, or you're talking to me in my comments about how I shouldn't be posting, who the fuck are you, number one? And get the off my social media. I'm literally talking to you, commenting on my shit, telling me I should not be grieving the way I'm grieving. I've heard it so many times before, I never understood, but it's not linear. And it's not. I think some people forget too that social media has become my life. And it's not just my life because I get paid by it, but because it's an outlet for me. Also, to everyone sending me messages and text, I see them. And I'm so excited to read them tomorrow and feel your love.
I always think, oh, sorry. God, maybe it's my headphones that are crazy. Okay, how is the video now? I've adjusted myself. And now lowered the video. But I think because she was I don't know, near a refrigerator or something. It was the worst audio in the world. To me, a text message is so much more intimate because you know the person, hopefully, and they're texting you. And if I was going through something like this, I feel like that's where I would stay, is in the text. But the fact that people are I cannot respond to text, but I'm going to post about myself and record and open a ketone and all this. To me, it's such a weird choice. And to make a public proclamation that hey, I'm on my phone, as you can see. I'm going to apologize for it, but I'm going to just say, I'd rather be doing this and then respond to you.
So, thank you.
She's really trying to push that tear out so bad this whole time.
Thank you. Yeah. And to answer anybody's questions, yes, sometimes it still feels weird to cry to my phone.
Good.
But I don't care. She taught me to not give a fuck what people have to say and to be my authentic self. And that's what I'm gonna do.
Your authentic self is crying into a camera? Why? And it says, no, because the way you always allowed us to be ourselves is what made us love you. And there's a picture of all of them dancing, being their authentic selves. How is, it's all fine. It reminds me of being a sorority. How is this related to being a business person? Oh, I can dance with my coworkers. Cool. It's what I see in these boss babe women, conferences. It's all dancing, twerking in the aisles. I'm like, is this going to help my P&L? Like, is this, what about profit? Like, are profits up? Why am I twerking for this video? Well, like that, it just makes a mockery to me of business, women in business. Okay, this is the one that I was like, okay. This is like 2 days later after those other videos we just watched. Just listen to this insane series of thoughts here that she's got, okay? And then how she chooses to, post about it. And I guess she's got an OnlyFans or something, people were saying, so I guess that's why she's in a bikini and just like acting this way, but I don't know. It seems a little bizarre to me. Like, have some respect for your friend. And I guess someone also said on Reddit that Jessie Lee sort of did not approve of the OnlyFans lifestyle. So for her to kind of like be combining the OnlyFans stuff with a Jessie Lee tribute post, it's a little odd too. Okay, here we go.
I just listened to a podcast from Jessie Lee. She said, because I don't know if you guys know this, but her Nana died. And like that was like her everything. And in this podcast, she said, as it sounds, she needed to die so that I could step into my leadership and become the woman that I'm supposed to become. And every day it passes.
She goes on and talks about like other stuff that's unrelated, but like that specific part, I'm like, okay, so what I'm hearing from this is, well, Jessie Lee said her grandma, who was probably, I'm assuming, an elderly woman, I'm guessing, probably at the youngest, like in her 50s, I would imagine if she was a grandmother. I don't know, I'm assuming. She had to die for her to step into her leadership. Okay, so what are you saying, Kelsey? That Jessie Lee at 34 had to die so you could step into your, prove it, top downline success? Like, I just can't, I don't know. Like, no shame, I guess. There is just no shame. Like, it's not all about you, baby girl. The universe does not revolve around your ass. I'm sorry. Or mine. Or any of ours, to be fair. So just like people who think to the contrary, I'm just like, what is your deal? How do you function? Like, does it benefit you or does it not benefit you? I'm curious. I guess it would be beneficial, like just to think like everything revolves around you. Everything you do is the right thing. Every decision you make is because you are righteous and no notes from anyone ever. I guess that would make your life easier. Okay, so let's take a poll. Can I make a poll here? Yeah, I think I can. So we have some options. I want to listen to Ed Mylett's podcast about grieving, and that one is 31 minutes. I have the option of watching, here, I'll show you this video. It's also 33 minutes. It's part 1 of 2. At the end of part 2, she talks about, this one, it gets a little graphic. That's the only thing. She starts showing stuff and talking about her symptoms. But I don't know. Do you feel like we're just rehashing stuff that doesn't need to be rehashed? Or is it important to look back and see like what the actual narrative was? Because it changed over time. And now that we know the outcome, I think it's more clarifying to see like where her head was at, her decisions and things. And also, I'm pissed off at all the doctors, the holistic people that she was interacting with that told her she had a chance. Because it seemed like maybe definitely that's what she wanted to hear, that she had hope. And I get that. But for them to take her money, presumably thousands of dollars of her money, to give her false hope when doctors were being realistic with her and said what they believed the prognosis was and her outcome and all that. And then for her to get so angry at them and publicly, shame them about their way of being, but then supporting these grifters, it just, hate it. I hate it. Okay. Oops, sorry. Let me get rid of these. So what are you thinking? Do we want to watch Ed Mylett? Time to drag Ed. Both, really. Wait, everyone's mad at MLM creators, not to cancer. I want to hear about cancer. I'm confused. Retrospective, good idea. Doctors, Ed Mylett. See. Okay. And also, apparently, this is not her birthday. Let's watch Ed Mylett first, and then we'll go back and we'll watch Jessie Lee. How about that? I think we'll get into this, and then we'll go and watch Jessie, and then we'll call it a night. This is dedicated to my good friend, Jessie Lee, who, again, good friend, apparently she was paying him $30,000 per hour or something insane. And maybe that's a lie. Maybe that's another thing of like, oh, this is just what they all say to boost their egos or something. Cause like Mel Robbins, I make $100,000 an hour. And that's her whole claim to fame. Maybe it's all bullshit. Who knows? But yeah, apparently her birthday was not October 12th and not 1987. So good work, sir. God, like, first of all, you're getting paid by this woman. You use her for content, clickbait content. Then she dies. And also, he was having life coaching calls with her from the hospital. And he was like, that's awesome. This is so great. She's so impressive that, she has life coaching calls with me from the hospital. And then she said that she wanted to take a break after being diagnosed and like relax. And he was like, no, you gotta like, document and put it into a book so that when you survive, you can make money. And it's like, good advice, bro, I guess, if you were like a psychopath like he is. And the whole thing about the video we watched before, he was like, this is, really good for me to hear that you're dying and it's changing your perspective. That's good for me because I'm a winner and I like to win. So I need to like be humbled. And this is humbling me. It's like, okay, everyone is insane. So anyways, okay, apparently it's not her birthday. So good work, Ed Mylett. Here we go. Let me know about the sound because it's the hardest part.
Many of you probably already know from my social media, but about 48 hours ago, my beautiful, dear friend who you heard on our show just several weeks ago, Jessie Lee Ward, she passed away of stage 4 cancer. When Jessie Lee died, she had problems and worries and concerns like you do right now. My dad had made mistakes in his life. So did Jessie Lee. So have I. We're not our mistakes. We're not our sins. So if we're none of those things, you can't take your accumulations with you. You can't take your body.
Why'd you gotta bring that up immediately? He's like, yeah, she didn't always do the right thing. It's like, yeah, no shit. My dad also did not do the right thing. It's like, relevant? Excuse me, how is this relevant? Oh, you also make mistakes? Okay, what are you preemptively setting this up for? Interesting.
With you. You can't take your problems with you. You can't take your worries and fears and emotions with you. So what do you actually leave here? Because you can leave something here. You do leave something here. There's a little part of my dad in me now. That life force, that spirit, that soul is within me. There's a little bit of Jessie Lee that's within me. I carry her dreams. I carry her heart. I carry part of her spirit. I carry part of her love. We are the accumulation of these people that we love.
The whole thing is though, like, okay, he's now going to go down this road, I'm assuming. Again, I haven't watched this yet. He's going to go down this road of like, worries, but you're going to die anyway. So you might as well play full out. That's what I'm assuming. Play full out. Buy my book. Hustle harder because you can't bring your stuff with you. So you might as well just like affect as many people's lives as you possibly can. Okay, roll my eyes. Like, if you really want to affect more lives, like, don't charge for $1,000 million for coaching or whatever. Jesus, but okay. That's what I think he's going to say here. But what happened to the old message of positive mindset? Mindset is everything. Mindset is everything. She had one of the strongest mindsets to literally the grave about, being positive and fighting it holistically. And if she was going to heal her inner child, she could heal her body. And like, I don't think it was fake. I think she really believed it as much as any human being can believe something. I think she went in full force, and yet this is the outcome. Again, sometimes you just can't control your destiny, which is not what these influencers want you to believe, because then you won't buy the book. If stuff happens to you that's out of your control, why would I spend my time maxing out, # max out my life? You know, why would I? I'd be like, I'm just going to go enjoy myself, as opposed to reading about this dude's life story so I can be inspired, so I can make more money by selling ketones to people on the internet, I guess. And it's also like, can't you get a better camera? Zoom, man. You have a giant budget, I would imagine. Can you get a little something that's not 480p or no? Okay, good. Okay, moving on.
Our soul goes to heaven, but we leave a part of our life force, our spirit, our love, our belief, our memories in those people. And so I am Jessie Lee. I am Edward Michael Joseph Mylett Jr. So you got to ask yourself, when you have your one more day, like my dad had, or you were left with two more.
Didn't his dad die like years ago? Why is he making this about his dad? This is about your friend that just died. How about you give her some airtime?
Days like Jessie Lee, who do you want to be in those moments? People matter, things don't.
God,
and I've been pursuing too many things or ideas or concepts or stages or levels of whatever it is on the ladder. And it's
He's like, I've been too accomplished. I've made too much money. I've been too attractive. I've taken too much growth hormone. I've gotten too many hair follicles put into my skull. I wear too many affliction t-shirts. I need to stop. Sorry. Okay, that was personal, but true.
people that matter. And sometimes you don't realize that until they're gone. I'm so grateful that in Jessie Lee's case, she knew she mattered to me. Jessie Lee, I want to tell you I love.
Because she paid you to do that, which sucks. And I think she had, like myself, I can usually tell. I would see. I don't know. I shouldn't say that. I tend to, when people talk about their parents, if they have issues, I'm like, okay, yeah, like that person has like real issues, like I do. And identify with them. It seemed like she had dad issues, right? She had a dad who was in prison at one point. She felt guilty about that. She talked about that story a few times because there was like domestic abuse in her household, and she was the one who like told the police about it, and she felt like some sort of guilt about her own dad as a child growing up. Okay, I can relate to that in some way, not the domestic abuse part, but about like feeling guilty and having dad problems and dad being in prison and all of that. Can relate to all of those things. I can relate to all of those things. So that brings a sense of, you got to be careful when it comes to men, in my opinion, that like can be like a dad figure like this dude, and they will take advantage of you. And I feel like that might have been what's going on with Eric Worre and Ed Mylett. She was looking maybe for some sort of father figure to help guide her. She didn't need their guidance. She was already successful, I guess, unless she wasn't on her own. So this whole thing about, oh, she was a friend, I was a friend to her. It's like, why are you charging her money and manipulating her? That's what it seems to me. And then now he's going to take her for everything she was worth and use her to prop up his own issues or prop up his own business, which is an issue to me. Okay.
Love you, and I'm so proud of you. I'm so happy for you. You're home. All of our lives, we work so hard to change how we feel. And the beautiful thing about her being in heaven is she gets to feel all of it now.
I think too many of us are living for other people instead of living for ourselves.
This music,
I just wish more people would chase that dream that they really care about, would love the person that they know they're supposed to be in love with, or take the big scary chance that everybody has told them just doesn't make any sense at all, and just live their life. Because when you realize that every day is not guaranteed, you're not worried so much anymore about offending people because of your opinions or your truth. You start realizing that your authentic self is all that you really need to be. It's knowing that every moment is actually precious.
I think Ed Mylett's style of delivery is like, put piano music under anything and it'll sound more profound than it actually is. And before we move forward, Asari Shepherd, thank you so much, Asari Shepherd, again, thank you. Says, Ed looks like Juicy Nuggets Craig. We can also listen to Juicy Nuggets Craig because he posted the interview on YouTube. So we do have that one that has not been viewed very many times. And for that I say,
priceless juicy nuggets.
There you go. Thank you so much. And Josephine Henry says, and thank you, Josephine Henry, says, love your streams. Now slam me, please. This is what you don't have, Josephine Henry.
Her charisma is straight up off the charts.
Straight up down the charts, am I right? Also, this is how I feel about you. I'm so bad at it. Hold on.
Oh shit, there's shit on the pillow.
Right? That's what you would say. Also, this is an insult for you. This is how I feel also about you, Josephine.
Are you freaking bonker pants?
Okay, that was lame. Sorry. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And also, finally, Josephine.
You look like a Lord of the Rings elf.
There you go. All right, back to it. I hope this music trails off at some point because it is really annoying. Oh, good. Oh, we got the Roaring Lion MGM opening. We got to make sure that we know Ed Mylett is gold here. Somebody humble his ass. Oh my God. Bro, you did not need your name in gold to appear in this video. A tribute to your close friend. It's so cringe.
Hey, it's Ed Mylett. I just wanted to thank you for being here, and I would ask you to please subscribe to the show. If you just click the subscribe button here, I would really appreciate it. It helps the show grow so we can get even more successful guests on the program to help you. At the same time, if you're subscribed, you're going to get access to the program.
Okay, got to make sure. Plug this subscribe button. That's also something we could probably lose in a emotional friend episode for future, Ed. God. Hey guys, just one quick second here. Buy my book, buy my course, S my D, eat my protein powder, whatever. Smell my ass. Okay.
Programs
sorry.
before anybody else in the world gets access to them. So if you would click subscribe right here. Thanks so much.
All right, welcome back to the show, everybody. So this week I come to you with a very heavy heart. This is certainly going to be a different type of podcast this week, one that I wish I wasn't doing.
Well, you started the beginning of it like every other one, so it can't be that different.
One that I've tried to record now 3 times, and before I hit the record button, I couldn't stop the tears from flowing. So
I
depending on when you're listening,
I really did. And here's the proof. I'm touching where the tears came from, so you know I'm being very genuine.
To this, I'm so sad if this is the first time you're hearing this, but I'm delivering some really difficult news, tragic news. Many of you probably already know from my social media, but about 48 hours ago, my beautiful dear friend who you heard on our show just several weeks ago, Jessie Lee Ward, passed away of she passed away of stage 4 cancer that we had talked about on this very show, and the fight that she was having, and that we thought that she was winning. And unfortunately, my sweet friend lost her battle with this terrible disease.
I am sorry. I know I'm being a hater, but I don't find this coughing thing to be real. I think he's doing it too. And also, the beginning was heavily edited, as we saw. There was edits and, stock footage and music and whatever. I think unless you wanted people to think you were very, very emotional, you would cut those out because it's really jarring. And even when the picture was showing, as an editor, I would cut the silence underneath. It's only for dramatic effect, in my opinion here.
That we need to cure. Just 48 hours ago. So this is very fresh for me. But I thought it was important because we're like a big family here, the millions of us that are a part of this community that are part of the Ed Mylett show or my social media, etc. That I just share with you in real time how I feel and how I'm dealing with this, because I know many of you have been grieving at the loss, that you fell in love with her when she was on my show and we're following her journey.
He talks to people as if you've heard the news from my Instagram. You fell in love with her from listening to my show. Do you think these people don't have access to other human beings? You're the only one. You are the one and only connection to these viewers' world view. Like if it's not on the Ed Mylett podcast, it doesn't exist. If it's not on Ed's social media, I have not heard about it. Are we at war? Let's ask Ed Mylett's Instagram. He'll let us know. Like, okay, get a grip.
Since that time, you're talking about a woman who's 34 years old, in the prime of her life, was making millions and millions of dollars, where just many years ago she was broke. She had found the love of her life, and I was honored. I had known Jessie Lee, y'all. I'd known Jessie Lee, been around her for 4 or 5 years 6 years actually, at different speaking engagements. She ran up and took a picture to me in 2018 at the 10X Growth Con, just to get a picture with me. And then
She ran up to get a picture with me. Oh, we're best friends. And that was something they talked about at the podcast that they did together. And he did not remember her at all. She said, "Oh, I had blue hair." He's like, "Oh, that was you?" Oh, so yeah, their big friendship of multiple years. It included a time where just a couple weeks before this, he did not have any memory of. Just FYI.
Watched her at different events as her life was changing. She would be like a speaker before I would get up and talk, and I knew who she was, and we would always. Also,
I just want to say, he's only using photos of her from the last year when she lost all the weight, probably most likely from the cancer. They've been friends for so many years, at least as of yet, he has not showed one picture of her from, 2 years ago where she looked very different. He's only using the stuff post-diagnosis or when she lost a lot of weight because she didn't know she was sick yet. I just find that to be interesting and something to point out.
Say hello backstage, and I was told she was wild and crazy, and people had different opinions about her. And then over time, we had some mutual friends, and then I was honored, I don't know, a little over a year ago that she asked me to be her coach. And when she asked me to be her coach, I fell in love with her. And
it's kind of weird to say that too about a customer. I fell in love with my customer. Ooh. Did you get a refund because you're in love with her now or what? JLB Nerdy, thank you so much, JLB Nerdy, as always. JLB Nerdy says, he has said, I, me, mine, etc. 50% of this video so far. Yeah, my dad. It's like, what does that have to do with Jessie? I, me, Ed Mylett in the third person. Ed Mylett's audience. Very bizarre. Not shocking, but very bizarre.
This is just stupid.
Who exists and what matters other than Ed Mylett and Ed Mylett's viewpoint?
Nothing. Oh, okay, Colt.
Thank you, JLB Nerdy. And also, thank you, Rainy Cannon. Thank you so much, Rainy Cannon. Rainy Cannon says, snarking on this feels so good. These people have no damn shame, LMAO. I was going to comment on the skinny pictures. Yeah, I just happened to notice that. It's interesting because going back on her TikTok and stuff, it really was the last year where she had this dramatic weight loss. And I wasn't as in tune with her. Like I said, I knew who she was. But then the Colombia trip happened and she had already lost the weight at that point. So, but that wasn't that long ago. And so everyone's sort of ignoring her history from before and just using these pictures of her recently as if this is how she was. It's like, this is also a result of probably the cancer, which is kind of weird, but they're like, oh, well, she looks healthy. So that promotes the business of ketones, which I don't know. There's a lot to be said for that.
Somebody ought to smack you.
Thanks, Dave. And also,
sales is love.
This is how Ed Mylett thinks of himself.
This man is one of the greatest innovators and creative geniuses of all time.
He really believes that. And finally, I promise we're going to get back to it right now. Finally, thank you to Beth Peters. Thank you so much, Beth Peters. Beth Peters chose hands in a sign of the horns with sparkles around. Wow. I love it. Sparkles. Sparkly hands. And for that I say,
Kim Kardashian.
And also,
okay, Colt.
You're not freaking fine.
You're not freaking fine, Beth Peters. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, back to it.
And it wasn't very long after that she started to call me dad every time we talked. And we talked or texted just about every single day. 1 week after she asked me to coach her, she was diagnosed with cancer. And I'll never forget.
Did you give her a refund? Let us know.
And by the way, I'm doing this today because I know many of you are grieving about something in your life, or you will. And I thought I would just share with you how I feel and potentially how I'm going to deal with this, or I am dealing with it, so that maybe it'll help you. And I'm not sure I should be doing this, but I am. So it's very difficult. But 1 week after she asked me to coach her, I just want to share this with you. She was diagnosed and had a very lengthy, very difficult surgery where they removed part of her intestine and her colon. Ugh. And
damn.
I'll never forget thinking, well, she'll cancel this coaching call and we'll do it when she's out of the hospital. And she didn't. This coaching call happened and she was in her hospital bed.
Again, why is this the best thing about her? She said she hustled herself like to cancer. She said that on his podcast. And yet here we are again celebrating that she was so dedicated to her business that she took a coaching call with me in the hospital room. This is insane to think that this is something that we should be celebrating as a society. Take a break. We need to understand taking a break is okay. And yet here we are. The second time now. She's so great and amazing because she took a coaching call with me from her hospital room after an intense surgery.
Had just come out of surgery the day before, had her laptop out, her notepad out, and was ready to go. And I thought in that moment, I love this young woman. And she told me that I was the dad that she never had in her life. And every time she would call me that, I would get goosebumps many of the times because I was so honored. And we became very, very close.
Wasn't that a picture of her actual dad in the last frame here? I'm pretty sure that was her actual dad, which is very bizarre to like say publicly that you're like, I was like the dad she never had. Here's a picture of her dad though. Wait, where is it? That's her boyfriend. Hold on. God, this one. Isn't that her actual dad? Ed Mylett's just going to take credit. He's like, I only knew her for like 6 months, but yeah, she was really hot. And she called me dad, and I accept that. That is what being a dad is. 6 months of paid coaching. That's fatherhood.
And she didn't. This coaching call happened, and she was in her hospital bed.
Sorry, I went
Had
back.
just come out of surgery the day before, had her laptop out, her notepad out, and was ready to go. And I thought in that moment, I love this young woman. And she told me that I was the dad that she never had in her life. And every time she would call me that, I would get goosebumps.
Sorry, I know I keep stopping it. That's sort of a red flag to me for her. It's like, you don't know this man. You're paying him. That's not what a dad is, girl. Come on. It's sad. It's really sad. It's not a touching story. It's sad.
Many of the times because I was so honored. And we became very, very close. And I'm grateful that I had her on the show and that you all got to listen to her, but I'm definitely grieving right now. Very difficult for me to process this. There's a range of emotions I'm experiencing right now, from obviously sadness and despair, anger. I don't understand why something like this happens, why God would do this. And I've had some conversations with him recently, like, what's going on here, man? But then there's this other part.
With God, I need to have a word with God. Call God. 1-800-GOD. Hey, God, it's Ed Mylett. I'm really pissed off. Why do you do this to me? This makes me look bad. Like Brian Puckett said, I'm a life coach and my life coaching clients are dying. That doesn't look good for business. Please fix it. Also, buy my book and subscribe. It really helps our viewers. Okay, sorry.
Part of me that's incredibly happy and blissful because I am a believer, because I do believe that Jesus died for our sins and that he's given us everlasting life if we accept that, and that she's in heaven, and that if heaven really is a place that we want to go, that she's blessed to be there. She's no longer in any pain. She's no longer worried. She's in heaven. She's in paradise. I believe that strongly. I was relying on some scriptures. In Luke 23:43, Jesus replied, I assure you that today you will be with me in paradise. And when she passed, I read that within the hour. And
okay,
it gives me comfort. If we really believe that, don't we, in our lives, then we should be almost celebrating the fact that she's there and grieving our own loss. So I'm simultaneously so happy for her that she's in paradise, but grieving the loss I feel and that I know many of you feel, and the thousands of people that she coached and that she influenced on her social media. And I'm grieving. I want to say something to you about grief, any type of grief that you may be going through. And grief is a sign.
Can we, editor's note, cut this graphic. What is your most important thing about this? First of all, it's not an interview. He's talking to himself. Second of all, why are we adding this on every video? Like, it's not relevant in this one. Editor's note, please.
In this case, it was her passing and her death. Grief is a sign that love is greater than death. I'll say that again because I've been saying it to myself an awful lot. Grief is a sign that love is greater than death.
That love is greater than death. I don't comprehend. Please explain more, Ed Mylett. I'm not really resonating with that one.
And it's not the events of our lives that define us. You know, this is such a tragic and difficult event in the prime of her life. But it's not the events of our lives that define our existence here. It's the meaning we take from that event. And so I've been asking myself, Lord, what does this mean? Because I have this firm belief that I've shared with you forever, and it's being tested right now, is that everything in our lives are happening for us and not to us. Boy, that's a difficult one. I remember when my father passed.
Thanks, Ted Robbins. Thanks, Tony Robbins, regurgitator. Rachel Hollis would like a word. That's her life philosophy as well, until it doesn't suit you anymore. Then it's not a life philosophy. Then it's just like stuff happens, you know, can't help it. It's like, yeah, you only really believe it when it's going well for you. It's weird.
Passed away just a few years ago, thinking, Lord, how in the world is this happening for me? Or my dad's cancer and the suffering that he went through, the suffering that just.
And then I wrote a book about it and I talk about it in every speech. And then I got paid to do that. And I was like, God, thanks. This is a grift. I love it. So easy.
Okay,
he talks about his dad all the time, about how his dad, like on his deathbed, said, you know, you got to sell more, Ed. You got to be an inspiration to people. And he was like, I got you. Like, that's what he talks about constantly. So he is definitely monetizing his dad's death. So, you know, here we go once again. Might as well monetize your best friend daughter's death as well for the same reasons. Thank you to Claire T. Claire T. Welcome to the membership. Appreciate that. Here we go.
Jessie Lee went through, or the hope she had. Just the day before she passed, we were communicating about what her plans were and what she was going to do when she got out. We were speaking together this coming Saturday, and we were talking about getting together for lunch, and she wanted to give me a hug, and I wanted to see her, and we wanted to sit down and do our coaching in person, and that she was so thrilled. She told me to speak on the same stage that I was speaking on. And 12 hours later, she was gone.
As if that's an honor, Ed. Come on, give me a break. You are not. Oh, you could just speak on the same stage as me. I mean, yeah. Oh. This guy's so up his own ass.
To process that. What does it mean? Because I'm not telling you that every event in life is.
Wait, what is that? What was that? Editor's note. Again, what was that?
12 hours later, she was gone. To process that. What does it mean?
Okay, well, that was some sort of error. I don't know. That was not a full thought.
Because I'm not telling you.
It says, okay, just read. She visited me for a moment. She is happy and free and at peace. She is full of joy and going around to those she loves to share her light. She says, I'm free and joyful. All is according to plan. She is so appreciative of your friendship and care. She calls you dear one. Okay, I guess this is a text message from the intuitive psychic that was working at one point to heal Jessie, and I guess didn't do her job well, and now she's gonna, you know, get the second end, the second part of this grift, which is delivering messages from the other side. So hire me as a healer. I'll do my best, and if you die, then I'll just deliver your text messages to your family and friends. That's a great business. That is thinking outside the box.
Because I'm not telling you that every event in life is beautiful. There's a tragic accident or a young woman like this beautiful soul loses her life. But what I am saying is that I believe God uses those events so that although in our own grief and our own pain,
okay,
remember this person's in paradise, but in our own grief and our own pain, that event is used to make us better, for us to learn something, for us to take something, to have an appreciation for something that maybe we don't now, an inspiration that we don't have. And so for me, I've been asking myself, what do I need to believe about this so that it serves me? What am I supposed to learn?
How can everything in life serve me? Again, like, I don't mean it in a clinical sense, but the narcissism, the self-centeredness about how everything in life must serve you, must be a lesson for you. You know, going back, Rachel Hollis watching someone get CPR done at a park somehow means that she needs to live her life with more fun. Like, just realize that not everything in life, in the world, in the universe that they so love to talk about and, you know, obsess over revolves around you.
Through this. And I have to tell you, many of those lessons have been screaming at me this last 48 hours. One is the preciousness of my own life. And your own life. Anytime she loses their life, we feel that, don't we, for a week. And then we go back to our problems and our worries and our patterns. And I promised myself that this time that her passing won't be in vain, that it really will affect me, that I will take each day as being more precious and more valuable. And
I don't know. It's not about you, bro. It's not about God wanting you to enjoy your mansion a little bit more and have some more steaks on Friday night with some whiskey or something. Like, oh, you really need to like lay back. We're going to kill her off so you can, you know, live happier. It's insane to me that people really believe this stuff.
And more sacred, that I'm not going to let it only last 4, 5, or 6 days like it has when other friends of mine have passed away. That this time,
oh God,
it's going to really influence and impact me. I've learned.
My other friends, 5 days max. I maxed out at 5 days of caring. This one, at least a week, at least.
That I'm not done yet. And if this was my final day, I'm not satisfied with who I am and how I've lived and who I want to become.
Isn't that against the rules of what you just said? Oh, if I died today, I would be satisfied. Isn't that the whole point? Like, life is precious, so we should enjoy every day and be okay with ourselves? No. I haven't achieved yet. Mixed messaging again.
I need to change. I need to grow. I need to improve. And I believe that's one of the lessons I'm learning. I want to learn to honor the people in my life that have left, like my dad, like my friend Dave Hollis this last year, like many people in my life who are gone. Especially in this case, Jessie Lee, because she was so young. I want to honor her with how I conduct the rest of my life, how I conduct myself today. Mm-hmm. And I believe that's what this is trying to teach me. It's trying to teach many of us that maybe for some of you, you need to go get your health checked. There's all kinds of genetic testing that you can do for cancer to know whether you're predisposed genetically for it. You can go get your lab work done, your blood work done. This is a healthy woman who was in the best shape of her life. She had lost a bunch of weight.
Bro, she was not healthy. Why does he not know what cancer is? He's going to say that again. She was in the best shape of her life. Just so happened to coincide with this stage 4 cancer diagnosis. Unrelated. She was definitely just taking care of herself at this one time. Okay. She was young. That's true. Was she the healthiest? No. I don't think she was.
This is a healthy woman who was in the best shape of her life. She had lost a bunch of weight. She was fit. She was training. She had incredible energy levels. But this was inside her body, unbeknownst to her. She didn't find out till it was in its 4th stage. So maybe that's a lesson for many of you. In Jessie Lee's case, she shared on my podcast that at one point in her life, she had actually given her mom a metaphorical funeral because the relationship was so strained and so bad. And she had such frustration with her mom that she actually buried her in her mind and gave her a funeral. And then it was on my show that she revealed that through our coaching, that wasn't good enough and that she wanted to build a brand new relationship with her mom.
This guy, oh my God, I fucking hate this guy. I'm so sorry. He does not let an opportunity go to pitch his own product. On my podcast, exclusively, she revealed for the first time ever. So you can make sure that you watch my podcast, listen to my podcast, you will see, life-changing, altering admissions from our guests. Through my coaching, she actually solved her relationship with her mother. So hire me as a life coach. Oh my God. That to me just shows that any doubt that I had that this was, okay, maybe it is genuine. Maybe he is just kind of talking about his feelings here and that he's not obsessed with money and his image and brand and like making money at every turn, at every tragedy, no matter what. There's no limits on what these people will do to try to convince you that, give your money to them. That is it. Talking about through my coaching, she decided that she was healed. Shut up. She was dying, you idiot. My God. Yeah, through your coaching. Okay. She was dying. And I think when people are faced with that, they think about their decisions again and go, I haven't talked to my mom. maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't, and weigh those options. It has nothing to do with your stupid ass, whatever, laptop conversations from the hospital. God, I hate him so much. Ugh.
And she had said on my show just a few weeks ago that the following day she was going to go see her mother. And I can report to you that she did. And they had a beautiful reconciliation. And Jessie Lee was in tears about it and had such a deep understanding and appreciation for her mother's journey now. She made that relationship right before her passing. And she felt an incredible love from her mom, and I'm sure her mom did from her. Maybe there's a relationship that you've been sideways with, or strife, or you've been disconnected for many years or months, that maybe this passing is the lesson for you. The meaning you need to take away is you need to make those.
I don't know about her mom other than what Jessie Lee has said about her. And I think her mom's like an actual narcissist, like probably something version of that based on what she said about it. Because I can relate to that. So, they wanted to reconcile, fine. I don't think that was the only option in life for her. Like, that is the universal way to reconnect with your, abusive family members. I don't think that is the only way to be, personally. That's my 2 cents on that subject matter.
Relationships right. Maybe the lesson for you, like it is for me, is that what really matters is it just all of this stuff and the accumulation and the helping people, all that's important. But who's important in your life? Your family, your loved ones. That's a lesson learned. In my case, it's a little different than many people, but I need to slow down a little bit.
No one gives a shit.
I'm spending too much time working, too much time giving. I am. Too much time not.
Fuck this guy so bad. I'm spending too much time. That's a good one. Next time you have a job interview, what's your biggest weakness? Tell us what your biggest weakness is for this interview. I spend too much time giving. I really need to stop. I need to stop it. Stop giving. I just want to give you everything. Stop it. Stop. I spend too much time giving. The delusional mindset that this man has about himself. It is strong. It is strong.
Taking rest, not enjoying the simple things in life. In my case, I need to say no to more things that are opportunities of mine. I need to get part of my life back. I need to get part of my personal life back. I need to get my social life back.
I say yes to too many opportunities.
I'm taking a look this week at my friends. And I think I've had most of my friendships on maintenance mode now for too many years, where there's a text, there's a hello, there's a lunch, but it's not as deep as it should be, or as it once was, or as it could be.
Yeah, because all your friends are people who pay you money. That's why you're prioritizing them as your friends, I'm sure.
And I need to evaluate, because people matter, things don't. When moments like this come every time, it's people that matter.
Then give your mansion away to 30 homeless people. And there you go. You've proven your sentiment right there. But I doubt that's going to happen.
Things don't. And I've been pursuing too many things or ideas or concepts or stages or levels of whatever it is on the ladder. And it's the people that matter. And sometimes you don't realize that until they're gone. God. I'm so grateful that in Jessie Lee's case, she knew she mattered to me. I told her every single day, just about every single day, that I loved her and I was proud of her. She was one of these people who, like all of us, wasn't perfect and had her flaws. But as she was getting older, she was getting better. She was improving.
What are her flaws, in your opinion? You believe in all the grifting that she did. So what were her flaws in your mind? That she didn't grift harder? Why do you keep bringing that up, sir?
Improving. She was gaining wisdom and humility. She was incredibly coachable. She was getting better as a person. And so there's all these lessons when life happens this way for us, because it did happen for us. The important thing to ask yourself is, what is this supposed to mean?
Nothing.
What am I supposed to learn from this?
Nothing.
What is God trying to teach me right now?
Nothing.
What's my lesson? And for someone else, this exact event he will use to teach something else too. And for another person, this same event will mean something completely different. That's the infinite wisdom and power that God has in our life, is that there can be millions of different meanings from the same event.
Okay. Now we're going on the preach train.
Okay, Colts.
On the preach train. Okay. Thank you, Kate. Thank you so much. Kate says, most insane parts, the editing and telling her story like it's his. Super disrespectful, in my opinion. This mindset that everything happens for you is toxic. Yeah, I agree. I think it's fine to look at the bright side of things. And like he said, you know, she's not in pain anymore. I think that's fine. I have no problems with that. I think, you know, if it was inevitably going to happen, there's no problems with thinking like, okay, well, I'm glad that she's at rest. You know, I'm glad that she's no longer hurting and that she got to see her family, whatever. There's nothing wrong with that. But to think like, she died to teach me to not give so much to others and to take more self-care time for myself is completely self-centered and narcissistic, I think. It just isn't about you. And I think this is like a social media thing. This is a grifting thing, a life coaching thing where if everything is about you, that's like instant meaning or instant purpose where you can just keep throwing money at these grifters just to like tell you, oh, you're amazing, you're amazing. You're not actually doing anything to help the world or to change the world or to, you know, contribute in any way. You're just going from one person's thing to another and going, how does this apply to me? How does his story apply to my life? And it's like, you're not even doing anything. You're not even living your own life anymore. You're just going from one grift to another. You're reading one book and, you know, hearing their stories and going, this is for me. This is a lesson for me. It's just so, I don't know. It just freaks me out in a way. It's like, why are we okay with this? Why is not everyone making a live stream right now about this? And like going like, this is ridiculous. This is not the society we want to live in. But yet they have millions and millions of dollars in followers, and I don't know, everyone else that speaks out against it is like hater, negative. Anyways, this is for you.
Lord Voldemort.
That's for you, Lord Voldemort, aka Kate. Also,
okay, Colt.
Also for you, Kate, this is what I have to say.
I do number 2.
Thank you to Phenomenal. I like that. Very cute, kitty. Phenomenal says, imagine paying him thousands to be your friend. Yeah, he's gross. And I wish he would say, which I don't know, I guess he will, he has no purpose to say it, but like, this was a transactional relationship. And it started off like that, but then it became more, and I gave her money back because I don't think that's what happened. And some people pointed out to me that she signed a 1-year contract with him and she only lived 6 months, 7 months from when they started their thing. So are you going to give money back to her estate or what? Because she didn't get her full year. We'll see. And I don't know if that's true. That is an allegation I am lodging against him via Reddit gossip. So it may not be true, but you know. It would be interesting to see if he would have integrity to give, you know, 6 months back of what, you know, she paid allegedly. And for that, I say phenomenal.
I had this awakening in my kitchen.
Thanks. And also,
it reminds me of something from the war.
Thank you, medical medium. Okay, back to it.
Event for his precious children. And in my case, those are the lessons. I've also allowed myself to cry a lot more the last few days than I normally do. I read this quote by Washington Irving. He says, there's a sacredness in tears. They are not the mark of weakness, but of power. They speak more eloquently than 10,000 tongues. They are the messengers of overwhelming grief, of deep contrition and unspeakable love. And so when I cry these tears that I've had the last few days, and I know I will for some time.
I don't think he's cried at all.
They're sacred. They're not a mark of weakness. They're a mark of power.
Who would think that crying over your friend would be a mark of weakness? I don't think anyone in the world would believe that, except for maybe someone like him.
They speak eloquently about my grief and my unspeakable love. Not just for Jessie Lee, but somehow this affected me about my love for you and your precious families and your lives.
Oh,
and how much
you at home, you, my camera lens, this is about you and you paying me money now because she can no longer pay me money. So now I need your money to help support me and giving less.
much I want you to be happy I spend so much of my time dedicating my life to other people's happiness.
Shut up.
And joy.
Shut
and
up.
Success. That one of the lessons I've learned in this, because it brings me such joy and happiness to do that. I still need to make sure I give myself the gift of my own. And although that gives me joy and gratitude and pride and peace when I give to other people, there is always something we should be doing for ourselves. And so many of you, maybe you're constantly sacrificing for the people that you love at your own expense. There can become a point where it's at your own expense. And maybe that's one of your lessons. And maybe you've never heard of Jessie Lee and you didn't even see that episode, but I'm helping you today navigate through your life or grief you've experienced, or maybe grief you can avoid or regret you can avoid.
What?
You know, at the end of your life, you know, who do you want to be?
Subscribe.
Grief is a sign that love is greater.
Who do you want to be? Click, click. Subscribe to my channel. I want to be an Ed Mylett subscriber. That's what I want to be. The end of my life. That's my only purpose. To give less and to be an Ed Mylett subscriber.
Greater than death. You know, when I was with my dad,
this guy,
when he passed away, and I was communicating with Jessie Lee all the way up until the very end. In all candor, she had sent me a message. So amazing to me, I have to tell you. My dad told me that he had one more day. When he actually had one more day. Jessie Lee messaged me and told me that she had 2 more days. And she lived 2 more days.
Well, I'm pretty sure the doctors told her that, according to the text message. There's a whole other thing. A lot of her downlines shared personal text messages, screenshots of their last messages. This is something that they did with Dave Hollis too. Like these, you know, grifter life coach people shared like the last message I had with Dave Hollis was this and posted on their stories. Like how creepy. How bizarre. Like, would you be posting that if he was alive? Like these people too, like, oh, she's talking about being scared of her prognosis. They're telling her that she's only got days left and she's texting them for support and they're going to wait till she dies and then post it to go, look, we were really close. See, look what she told me. It's like, ugh, you're disgusting. Like that's disgusting behavior. I'm sorry to say, like that is just insane to me. Like nothing is sacred anymore. Not even a text from your dying friend is sacred anymore. It's ridiculous.
And something occurred to me when I was with my dad after he passed away. And the same thing occurs to me now in losing my sweet, beautiful friend.
Good point. Good point, writing on your charade. Yeah, wasn't it like, oh, she was planning to meet me at this event and yeah, what happened to that? That's different. That was a different day or a different time or a different lesson that's irrelevant now because now we're talking about something else. So don't remember about what I just said. Yeah, so it sounds right.
She was such a life force. In my life, my dad was the most important life force. And I have to tell you, when my dad passed away, I was with his body. There was about, I don't know, an hour and a half or so before the hearse came to take him. Very quickly after he had passed away, I was in the room with him alone, and I realized I wasn't in the room with my dad anymore. I wasn't. My dad was gone. His body was still there, but my dad was gone.
Okay.
So my dad was not his body.
Yeah.
My dad was not his body. My dad was a life force, a spirit, a soul. And it was so obvious that that had gone to another place, to heaven. So we're not our bodies. Some of my dad's awards and achievements were in his house. And those weren't still there, but my dad wasn't. So we're not our achievements. We were in my dad's house. His car was in the garage. But they weren't my dad.
Okay.
They weren't my dad. Because they were still there and my dad was gone. So we're not our accumulations. We're not our achievements. When Jessie Lee died, she had problems and worries and
what is he keep saying she was a bad person, but she was getting better. That's like what he said essentially. She had problems. She had a lot of issues. Like, okay, maybe you could like hold that back a little bit in respect for her honor, her, you know. I'm all about sharing truth, but like time and place. What's the point of talking about, oh, she had a lot of problems? Like, care to share what those were in your opinion, or what?
Concerns like you do right now. And my dad, when he passed away, had worries and concerns and fears. Those were still there, but my dad wasn't. So we're not our worries and our fears. My dad had made mistakes in his life. So did Jessie Lee. So have I. My gosh, I'm certainly looking at those right now.
My gosh.
We're not our mistakes.
Who would have
We're not
thunk?
our sins. So if we're none of those things, you can't take your accumulations with you. You can't take your body with you. You can't take your problems with you. You can't take your worries and fears and emotions with you. You can't take your mistakes or your sins with you. So
Everyone knows
who are you?
That.
You're a spirit. You're a soul. So you can't take those things with you. So what do you actually leave here? Because you can leave something here. You can leave something here.
You're downline.
You do leave something here. And it occurred to me, my dad left me here. My dad left my mom and my sisters and his grandchildren.
Oh.
There's a little part of my dad in me now. That life force, that spirit, that soul is within me. There's a little bit of Jessie Lee that's within me. I carry her dreams. I carry her heart. I carry part of her spirit. I carry part of her love. I carry my belief in her. How proud I was of her. There's a part of her with me. We are the accumulation of these people that we love. And when we leave here, what we leave is a part of ourselves with them. A part of that life force. Our soul goes to heaven. But we leave a part of our life force, our spirit, our love, our belief, our memories in those people.
Our podcasts.
My dad left me those memories, those experiences. That part of his soul, his goodness, his judgment, his light, his belief in me, his pride for me and about me. And so
about me.
I am Jessie.
Me. You are not Jessie Lee, sir. You are a different person. You are going to take her story and monetize it and use it for your own good. That's true, but you are not her. She is her own person.
Lee. I am Edward Michael Joseph Mylett Jr., not just Edward Michael Joseph Mylett III. You leave that with you. You leave that here. So you got to ask yourself, when you have your one more day like my dad had, or you were left with 2 more days like Jessie Lee was told she had, who do you want to be in those moments? Because let me tell you something, my friend. Someday you'll have 2 more days. Someday you'll have 1 more day.
Oh.
Someday Ed Mylett's going to have 1 more day.
No, not Ed Mylett. No. The world will stop spinning when Ed Mylett has 1 more day. We know we've reached the pinnacle of self-help guru garbage, top of the heap of the landfill, when they start speaking of themselves in the third person. We've reached it. Their head has exploded to the point of they can no longer see themselves as a part of humanity. They are their own god. They are Zeus in their own mind. Ed Mylett will have 1 more day. You peons listening to me. Your daddy, Ed Mylett, will also have 1 day. Okay. Stop. Help. We need help.
Do I want to leave here? What do I want to leave? I'm not focused today on the things I can't take with me. I'm not focused on my body and how ripped and jacked or healthy or not healthy I am. That's not today's podcast. We can cover that on another one. I'm not here to talk about getting wealthy and climbing the mountain and achieving your dreams.
That's tomorrow.
That's the other podcast. I'm not talking about your problems or your morning routine or any of that stuff, because you can't take any of that with you, although they matter.
Does it matter?
I'm talking about the things that really matter today. People. People matter, things don't.
Oh my God.
What can you leave here with you?
But also listen to all those episodes that talk about those other things that don't matter at all, but will change your life, be life-changing in every moment.
And what do you want to leave here?
Oh, God.
And those final moments for you someday, and you don't know when it's coming. Do you think Jessie Lee this time last year when she said, please be my coach, thought in 1 year I won't be here. I remember when she was in the hospital and she says, Ed, they've told me I won't make it to October. I'm not going to make it to October. She said that on the podcast that they had told her that.
Mm-hmm.
That was impossible to comprehend. And we have this thing where we think everybody else is going to die. We're not. But someday, I don't know when it is for you or me. It could be in a week, a month, a year, 30 years. But I know time's running out on me. I know time's running out on you. I know you're here for a flicker. I know in my case, man, yesterday I was turning 16, hoping to be able to drive. Just yesterday I graduated college. Just yesterday I got married. Just yesterday my first baby was born. Now I wake up and both my kids are out of the house. I wake up, I'm 52 years old, like a flicker, like a blink. Like a blink. Time's running out on me. I don't care if you're 18 years old. Time's running out on you. Who do you want to?
That's not life happening for me. That is fear tactics. Life's running tough on me. I need to what? Do what? Get ripped real quick. Listen to my podcast. Have a morning routine real quick because I only have 80 years left on this earth. None of this messaging matches. Thank you. Leave me alone. I am reading. I love that username. Thank you so much. Cool. They say, you are not your anxiety and fears. 2 seconds later, you will have one day left someday. What will you do? What will you leave? What will you be when you are no longer who you were when you were where you were when you were? Hire me for $100,000 to speak at doTERRA. Guys, girls, listen up. Who were you where you were? Where are you leaving? Your legacy. That is correct. Downline, oils on your eyes. Cure blindness? Yes. $100 million, me, bank. Very good. I should be a speaker. Am I motivational or what? Applause. Thank you. Thank you. I am Kia. Kia will one day have one day left. What leave me? Podcast. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Leave me alone. I'm reading.
They act like they do no harm. They act like they're positive. And this is what they're up to.
Mm-hmm. Amen. Part-time jujitsu. Thank you so much. And welcome. Part-time jujitsu says, today is not the day to talk about my new book. But I do have a new book and it will be life-changing. I promise you. That will be in a different podcast. But definitely that is something you can bring with you to your vacations and to your next MLM conference because it'll be something you will not want to put down. God. Ed Mylett. And his book is called The Power of One More. It's like one more thing that you need. Now he's like, things don't matter. Shut up.
It's not $5,000. It's not $2,000. It's not $10,000. It's a lot of money.
That's what Ed Mylett needs to be happy every day. And also,
there's something I call bullshitting yourself.
Thank you, part-time jujitsu. Thank you. All right, back to it. We're almost done.
Want to be when you have 2 more days left? What do you want to have given, experience?
I want to be comfortable, probably, and on drugs, probably, if I was knowing that I have these 2 days left. Personally, that's what I would think would be fine for me.
Felt the emotions, the memories, the contribution, the life force you put in other people, the legacy you leave, the difference you've made. What do you want to leave here?
That's so funny.
Today's podcast is not about all the things you can't take with you. It's about the things you can leave here, the things that matter. You, your soul, your spirit, who you are as a man or a woman. I tell you all the time, you were born to do something great with your life. God made you in his image and likeness to do something awesome with your life.
Here's my phone number.
Life, regardless of what
Text
you believe
me.
religiously. That's not what this is about today. I believe in the quantum and energy and vibration like you can't get over. I also believe there's a heavenly Father that created all of this, that died for our sins. Whatever you believe.
It's a little mixed messaging there, Ed. It's a little confusing to believe in both.
You believe. But what do you want to leave here? What's that life force? Because someday, by the way, maybe you've lost somebody. Maybe when you were a little boy or a little girl, that was the one coach or grandma or uncle or auntie or your mom or your dad or a teacher who just made you feel special. Picture their precious face right now. Picture them. You know who I'm talking about?
Ed Mylett.
Let me tell you something. They were right. The rest of the world's been wrong about you. They were right, and you felt it when you were a little girl or a little boy. They made you feel that thing. They were right. Prove them right. If they're still here, show them. Make them proud of you. If they're gone like my dad is, like Jessie Lee is, honor them with who you're becoming, not who you used to be. You're not your past. You can't take your past with you when you leave here. You're not your mistakes, your sins, your failures, your setbacks.
You can't take your future either, to be fair. So what's the point? And also, we get it. You can't take your stuff. We get it. He said this 18 times. It's not inspirational to me.
You're none of that crap. Quit hanging that stuff over your head. Quit using it as a weapon against you. Time's running out. Who gives a crap? Who cares who hurt you? Who cares the mistake you made? Who cares the thing you're ashamed of? Who cares you haven't done it yet? Who cares? It's not going to matter in the end. It's not going to matter with 2 days left. It's not going to matter with 1 day left. It's not going to matter with 1 hour left. What's going to matter? Who's going to matter? And by the way, you matter.
Huh?
Listen to this. Corinthians 5, verse 6 through 8. 2 Corinthians 5, verse 6 through 8. Listen to this. So we are always confident because we know that while we are living in the body, we are away from our home with the Lord. We're not our body. We live by faith and not by sight. We live by faith and not by sight. Right now, maybe you can't see a way out. Maybe right now you don't see a future. Maybe right now you don't see anything that's hopeful. We live by faith and not by sight. We are confident and we would prefer to leave the body to be home with the Lord. I've read this so many times to myself this last day because she's home. My dad's home. Someday you'll be home. Again, let me read it to you. So we are always confident because we know that while we are living in the body, we are away from our home with the Lord. We live by faith and not by sight. We are confident and we would prefer to leave the body and to be at home with the Lord. 2 Corinthians 5, 6 through 8. She's home. And I'm going to keep reminding myself of that. She's home. But you and I are still here. What do we want to do with it? Who do we want to become? What do we want to see and feel and experience and give? And
no,
who
I thought we were
matters?
giving less.
Start focusing on those who. If there's something you need to fix with someone, go fix it. Humble yourself and fix it. Time's running out. Time's running out.
Such a
Those are my thoughts today.
anxiety-inducing message.
Jessie Lee, I want
running
to tell
out.
you I love you and I'm so proud of you. I'm so happy for you. You're home. I'm so happy. All the things on the show we both shared in a moment that surprised both of us, that all of our lives we've worked so hard because we both grew up with some turmoil. All of our lives
Our lives. Now we're combining her life with his life. Our lives. We did this. It's like you didn't know her until 6 months ago. God.
work so hard to change how we feel. Change just how we feel. I think I do that still. Probably you do too. And the beautiful thing about her being in heaven is she gets to feel all of it now.
I thought he was talking
She
to
didn't
her.
have to earn it. She didn't have to work for it. It's a gift promised for her that she's receiving in abundance right now. And you and I will someday too.
So what's the point of maxing out
It's
then?
cool to know that promise exists. There's this guy, Todd Nigro. He has this quote I've been feeding to myself too. Drinking from the waters of sorrow sustains a different kind of life. This river is hidden from the rest of the world. Tears drop off my chin into an endless flow of liquid love that sparkles with beauty. I remind myself as I cry, missing her or my dad, that's a sign of love.
You just got to add his dad in there all the time. His dad died like several years ago, which I'm sure he's still upset about it. But like, why are you bringing it up at every moment associated with this person's death? It's just not the same person.
Love. And I just want to tell you all today, if I haven't recently, that I love you.
You don't know me.
You're my brother. You're my brother.
I'm a woman.
You're my sister.
Oh, okay.
I want you to live an amazing life.
Thanks.
I want you in those final last 2 days and that final day
So
to be proud
morbid.
of you, to have left it all here, to been clear about what really matters and who really matters. And then at the same time, I want you to climb the mountain, because part of those experience is achieving your dream.
I want you just to forget about everything. All goals are pointless, but also do that too, because that's why you hire me as your coach, to inspire you to run a marathon or whatever.
Part of your calling is to reach your goals.
No.
Because when you reach those goals, you can help more people in ways that you can't even imagine. So
Yeah.
all of that is part of your destiny. But don't get lost in the things you can't take with you.
Confusing.
And lose the things that you could leave here.
Huh?
All right, everybody.
What?
I wanted to share my thoughts with you in real time. I'm very proud of myself for finally getting through this without
Ding dong, subscribe.
being upset. And I'll be here every week for you.
Shut
God
up.
bless you.
Hey, hey, hey! Follow your dreams. Can't bring it with you, but you know what I mean. Okay, sorry. Cool. Good work, everybody. Yeah. Oh, thank you. That was something, huh? That was something. That was words in succession. So, you know, subscribe for more. The morning routine. And that, okay, so that was posted, let's see. That was posted 7 days ago. He's already posted twice since on YouTube specifically. Talking about a genuine answer. Will artificial intelligence prolong your lifespan? And also, I'm always asked, how do I follow my dreams? So we've went right back to where we started. Not much has changed with him. He's just going to give less. Take more. That's a lesson. Oh boy. That was something. So yeah, shallow Hal, shallow Ed is what his nickname will be. Very shallow man. Needs probably some help. He probably needs a life coach to deal with some of his issues of how he sees himself and how he views other people's lives as lessons for himself only. Okay, so let's now move on to, we're going to hear from Jessie. Now, again, I'm going to warn at the top, I have seen most of this video already. There are some graphic images within this video of her symptoms. Remember, if you remember correctly, she said she did not have symptoms at all when she first was diagnosed. She said, I was, as Ed said, the healthiest she's ever been. On a health journey, she had lost weight by her own hard work and determination, and then she gets diagnosed, and that there was no sign. She only got the MRI because Tony Robbins suggested getting a full body MRI. That was the only reason as to why she had done this in the first place and found out she had cancer. Now, listening to this video, you find out that is not true whatsoever, just by her own admission, that she had many, many symptoms, including while on the Colombia trip. Now, this is something that I've only heard it with 2 people. So obviously not statistically accurate. Oh, okay. But there's a woman that I used to know that used to work in the news business, and it was sort of a viral, kind of semi-viral clip that went viral online back in like 2012 maybe. She was a reporter, and she was interviewing people in New Orleans for a Super Bowl. I can probably actually bring it up. This is kind of related to like my own personal life and something that like, are you ready? Sorry. wrong button. This is a side note. This is just in between. But she did this interview in New Orleans the day of the Super Bowl, and she was like she got accused of being rude. Hold on, let me just look it up. And it was like out of character for her to be kind of like reporter in New Orleans Super Bowl. And I only bring this up because she used to be very, 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 I can't find it, dang. It's an old clip. Okay, anyways, I'll just explain it to you. So this woman, reporter, she goes to New Orleans to do a report about the Super Bowl in New Orleans back then. She's interviewed people on the street, and someone was kind of like joking around with her, and she said something about like, you have AIDS, and the woman that she was interviewing was like, what? And she's like, that's what I'm interviewing people for. It's like people who have AIDS. How have you experienced having AIDS? And it was like sort of out of pocket for her. It was like very out of character, and she got reprimanded for it and got in trouble. And it was like this viral moment. Anyways, she found out, that woman, the reporter, found out later that she had like stage 3 cancer very shortly after. She was also very young. I feel like if Jessie Lee was having symptoms on the Colombia trip, maybe that's what made her go over the top. Maybe there's something to be said for if you're in pain or you're like experiencing something that you don't understand quite yet, maybe you're more agitated and more likely to like do something out of character. And I'm not saying the Colombia trip was out of character for her, but it just popped up in my mind that like similar, like this kind of crazy thing happens. And then shortly after there's like a diagnosis. Again, I don't know if there's any relation, but it did pop into my own mind when I saw this story again and thought about it. Okay, anyways, side note, I don't know if that translated at all, but I do wonder if she was having symptoms in Colombia, is that what made her go over the top to how she reacted in that situation and forced all these people to sleep overnight and all stuff? It's kind of like an extreme way to be. And I wonder if it had something to do with the pain she was feeling and didn't understand quite yet. Anyways, that's all I'll say. Okay, so this is from her own YouTube channel. It's Jessie Lee's journey through stage 4 colon cancer part 1, overcoming the diagnosis. And the description is, are you looking for an intimate look into the journey of someone living with cancer? From the top of her game in business to being blindsided by an unexpected diagnosis, Jessie Lee's story is one of courage and strength. From her initial diagnosis to the surgery to right up until the pathology results in part 1, follow along as she takes you through each step of her stage 4 cancer diagnosis and witness how she navigates this difficult landscape with grace. This will give you insight into the reality of living with life-threatening illnesses or with a life-threatening illness and her story so far, both personally and professionally. Join us as we explore colon cancer stage 4 through Jessie Lee's eyes. Okay, here we go.
You're about to hear a story that will be impossible to forget and inspiring all in the same breath. I'm Jessie Lee Ward, and this is my battle with stage 4 colon cancer, from first symptoms to diagnosis to where I am today. In this video, I'm going to discuss all the symptoms that led up to this experience, my diagnosis, the process through all of it.
Oh, wait, sorry. I missed this. Angela Arnold. Hello. Thank you so much. Angela Arnold says, can we get a clear? Yeah, I should have done that already. I apologize. Everyone, let's take a collective breath.
Clear.
The parasites are now out of us. Thank you. Also, let me just add in a mango frequency for good measure.
Mango frequency.
Thank you. And finally, one more prayer for everyone.
There
you go. Okay, back to it.
I'm going to get you dates, stories, everything, the doctors, whatever, to try and kind of answer a lot of questions for people who are maybe going through something similar or are worried about something similar or think everything is fine that's going on in their life, and so much more. This is a story that I've never really told in the way that I'm going to throughout this video. I'm going to give details that I never did before. I'm going to talk to you about a lot of stuff that I can't put in short TikTok videos or little clips in live videos or even make posts, really, because it all just gets lost in space everywhere. And so I decided to come on YouTube and tell all of you, super open, super transparently, super honestly, all of the things that have led up to where I am today. Time of recording is end of June 2023 and beyond. So make sure you follow, you subscribe, you ring the bell, you do all the things, because
She must have got that from Ed. I also missed this one. Albanese, can we get a Diz is gold straight up? Yes. 1 second. 1 second.
This is gold straight up.
Thank you. Thank you for 1 year also. That is awesome. Thank you so much for being a supportive member for a whole year. That's crazy. I can't believe it's been a whole year, 12 months. Can we make it to 20 years? The challenge is on. That's the next milestone, 20 years. 12 months, first acknowledgement, woo, and then 20 years. No in-betweens. We can do it, guys. We can do it. Okay, sorry. Back to it.
This is just part 1. I'm going to walk you through everything, but I think that if I do this in little 20-minute videos, it might be a good way for you to really see and hear my heart and the messaging of everything that went on, and just take you step by step. So my goal really of this is to provide not only hope and energy to people, but some insight for those of you who might be facing a similar journey, or a loved one is facing a similar journey. Let you know there are options, and tell you things that I wish I had done, things that I'm glad I did, and so many things in between. So, all right.
And I think this will explain clear up some of the confusion that came up after her passing, what her options were, the chemo, why she didn't take it, the holistic route, what was going on, did she go to a doctor in the first place? She explains all of that, and that's why I feel like it's important to sort of recap, because that was sort of a point of contention after her passing.
Let's get started. I'm going to use a cheat sheet, aka my phone, because the dates are crazy, and I think that you're going to see how really wild this journey is. So back in May 2022, I decided to embark on a fitness journey, a health journey, a wellness journey. I am a really high level entrepreneur. If you don't follow me anywhere else, you can follow me all these places: Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, whatever. I'm on stages often. I'm a high level entrepreneur. I own traditional businesses, top network marketer. I have a coaching company. I do a lot. And by doing a lot, which is awesome and amazing and exciting, what's also just very real is I felt like I was a image for a lot of people of what you would want to be as a business owner, or how you would want your bank account to look maybe, or how you would want maybe friendships to look. I had great friendships, or how you would want to travel and see the world, or if you hear my dog, maybe be the best dog moms ever. But for me, I also looked at myself and I said, well, I'm part of a health and wellness company, and I'm number one in the health and wellness company, and I don't think that I look like health and wellness. And I was frustrated with it because I was never somebody who loved to eat all the time. I was never I'm not a big meal person. I don't know how to describe that. Maybe you are too. I don't know. You can comment below. But I've always just kind of been like, yeah, 1 meal a day, maybe a snack or something like that. Just whatever. And I always liked working out, but I never, even with all of this, sometimes crazy dieting or whatever, I used to do bodybuilding competitions even in the early, or like 2012 or something like that, 2013. I always had to work way harder than everybody else to even get results. And I always felt inflamed and whatever. So 2022 May, I start testing my blood, and I'm working with a blood doctor, or a guy who reads blood basically. And so this is a biohacking doctor. I'm not going to bash him, nor am I going to promote him, because I do not recommend him.
Red flag. Biohacking doctor, no. Say no. It's probably a 10x related health guy, most likely.
Had he, I don't want to say done his job, if he would really looked at my blood, he would have seen things like a vitamin D deficiency that was really dramatic. He did actually notice a vitamin D deficiency at the very first blood test in May 2022, although he ignored it and actually asked if I was depressed. Maybe you've heard me talk about that before, but he said, hey, do you have a hard time getting out of bed each day? And I said, well, I guess, yeah, I get tired, of course, but doesn't everybody get tired that's a high performance entrepreneur? So kind of like red flag number one I missed was I was definitely tired. I was definitely exhausted. That's a really big symptom, but I've been exhausted. I'm always a grinder. I'm always working hard. I'm sleeping not a lot. I'm working 18, 20-hour days a lot of the time, and it's the lifestyle I chose. So I just kind of ignored that. But I did find out later that especially women, if your vitamin D is very low, which he did.
18 to 20 hours a day working. That is not the life I ever would want. I'm sorry. Even for the millions of dollars she claims to have, it ain't worth it. You got to think of it per hour, what your time is worth. 20 to sleep 4 hours a night? No, absolutely not. And they all lie to you. She lied to everyone too. The MLM, do it in the nooks and crannies of your day. 20 hours is not a nook and cranny of my day. I'm sorry to say.
I did end up supplementing. I was injecting vitamin D, and it helped with my energy for sure. I found out, I guess you could say the hard way, that is definitely a sign of cancer. So that's just because I guess your body takes the vitamin D. Don't quote me on all that. But anyway, it sucks the vitamin D to basically use energy. So wish that had been noticed in May of 2022. But anyway, I go on a health journey. So I was using peptides, which I love. I'm a big fan of peptides. If you're not already familiar, you can check out, I can refer you to some people, honestly, in the peptide space that are really amazing and incredible people. Maybe I'll find some links or something for that for you guys. But I love peptides. I love biohacking. I love all this stuff. And I was very familiar with the world. And so, I felt like I was in good hands, and I was losing weight, but I was trying to lose weight. I was finally losing this inflammation. I had done food sensitivity tests with him, and I found out that a lot of the stuff that I was eating a lot of the time was really inflaming me. Vegetables, my stomach just really couldn't handle and would inflame me. So I went back to basically carnivore, and then I would still eat some carbs, right? So it wasn't really carnivore.
At the end of part 2 of this, she says, eat your vegetables. Vegetables are so good for you. So things changed quite a bit from even part 1 to part 2.
But I was eating a lot of fruits and just kind of living my life. And I was losing weight. And over 9 months up until diagnosis, or I guess, 8 months, 9 months, I had probably lost about 25, 30 pounds. And I didn't look too skinny at the time. I didn't look, I didn't look like I was ill until basically January. But yeah, I was getting complimented because it was really what I was trying to look like again.
Especially by people like Ed Mylett. He says it even post-mortem. Oh, she looks so great. It's like, again, it was a symptom of a very serious illness.
I felt like I was not having to work as hard. I felt like, yes, the peptides were helping, but then also the diet changes were helping and the removing of inflammatory foods was helping. And so I didn't really think anything about it. And then I said, you know what, I really want a full body MRI. And this is where it kind of gets interesting. So I said, I want a full body MRI just because if in the future I want to have energy like I have right now, or my body to look like it is right now, let's say 10, 20 years from now, well then I want to be able to show the doctors my blood work. I want to be able to show them an MRI and say, this is where I was. The other thing is that in 2009, I found out I have a brain tumor. It's right here. It's just in my pituitary gland, and it's not exciting. It's a benign tumor. It's just like a little fatty deposit, and it doesn't really do anything. And I know I'm supposed to check up on it with MRIs. I found it because I have Lyme disease, and they checked for cerebral Lyme. So that's how this was all found in 2009, or maybe 2010, whatever. I already feel like this is just like the heaviest, longest story ever. I know I'm just getting started, but anyway. So it turned out that we called countless doctors, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll get the exact number for you actually just for chronicling purposes. Calling all of these different clinics saying we need an MRI, we need an MRI, we need an MRI, we need an MRI. She wants a full body MRI, she wants a full body MRI. And everybody was telling my assistant Carissa, no, we don't do full body MRIs unless there's some kind of pre-existing condition. All of these places said no. Finally, I found Pronuvo. If you're not familiar with it, maybe you can check out a link or something. I'll link you guys below. We find Pronuvo, and Pronuvo says, well, you can do just the brain if you want to for this amount of money. I said, well, I kind of want to test everything. Breast cancer runs in my family, whatever. And I had implants, and then I explanted, so I wanted to get an MRI anyway. So I said, I want 2 areas. They said, just do the full body. It's $2,500. I said, okay. So on January 10th, 2023, I went to Pronuvo for a full body MRI, basically so I could be like, yeah, this is how healthy I am. And then I actually have to back it up because before the MRI I've never talked about this on the internet. November 22nd, 2022, I started bleeding like a normal period, like not a big deal. The only problem is it never stopped. So I was bleeding and 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 bleeding. And I thought to myself, what is going on? Like, this is so weird. I'm like the cycle girl of my friends. I'm like the person who's like, if you want to get pregnant.
So symptom number 2. So 3. Severe exhaustion, but she thought, well, I work so much, that's why. Severe weight loss, 30 pounds in 9 months. She was trying, but she had been trying before, she said, and doing extra work to try to lose weight, and it never worked before, and all of a sudden now it's working. Okay, sign number 2. And sign number 3, excessive bleeding. That would be a big one. That would be a big one.
And ask me I'll talk to you about your ovulation. Meanwhile, I'm over here like, I don't know what's going on because I'm bleeding like crazy. And it was not just like a little bit of blood like spotting, it's like bleeding. And then, so I'd already done the full body MRI. Results took a long time. I'll talk about it in a second. But on January 16th, I took a trip to Colombia with leaders of mine. And maybe you've seen this on the internet, maybe you haven't. It was like this big Colombia Gate thing. People thought that I took these people to Colombia and I put them in danger. No one was in danger except for, ironically, me. And I've never talked about this. So maybe that's why I got so pissed off when people were trying to demonize me on the internet for a leadership retreat that people all signed waivers for and people all knew what they were going into and people all knew, hey, trust Jessie Lee. whatever. But I was the person that the day I get there, the 16th of January, I have a conversation with 2 of my best friends, and I said, something is really wrong. I've been bleeding for months, but now I'm bleeding clots, and I guess I'll show a picture of it.
All right. This is the warning. This is gross. Okay? So if you don't want to see gross stuff for the next 30 seconds, click away real quick. Warning, 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 warning. Okay, here we go.
Because I have photos, so I'll show you. It's kind of gross, right? And this wasn't like once, this wasn't twice, this wasn't 3 times, this was multiple times a day. These gigantic clots of blood were coming out of me. And I was like, this is really bad. Like, something is very wrong. And I knew something was wrong because I know that you're not supposed to have enormous clots of blood like this. So
also, if you remember, when she was talking about the Colombia trip, several times she had pointed to herself and said, this is what a healthy body looks like. This is what health looks like. What you look like on the outside is a direct reflection of what you look like on the inside. So it's interesting to hear that messaging back then, and then now to hear the truth, which is why I think you should never believe anyone on the internet, what they say, or anyone really, because you put these people on pedestals and go, oh, she figured it out. Look at her. She looks so great. Meanwhile, this is what's going on behind the scenes. They're not going to share that with you because it doesn't affect their business positively or their image positively. But then you're left without critical information. So now you're buying ketones thinking, oh, this is what's going to help me. And then in reality, there's so much more to every story.
I'm texting my assistant. I'm like, as soon as I get back from here, from Colombia, I've got to get to the doctor. There is something wrong. I'm bleeding extremely heavily, clots the size of the palm of my hand multiple times a day. So meanwhile, when I'm on this Colombia hike, everyone's so worried about. The crazy thing is, you can ask anyone who's there. I was bleeding through and bleeding through and bleeding through my entire outfit, all my clothes. And it got to the point where I'm like, well, I mean, screw it. It's like a normal thing that happens to everybody. So even though I'm bleeding all over the place and everybody in Colombia, the guys and the girls, see me bleeding everywhere, I'm like, whatever. It's just menstrual blood. Like, who cares? No big deal. So then I get home, and January 23rd, the bleeding just still hasn't stopped. And I'm starting to get really anemic feeling. I'm getting really tired. I can tell I'm just losing way too much blood. And when I look at photos from Colombia, which I can show you some of these, or some TikToks, or whatever, just some screenshots, I'm starting to get really sunken in under my eyes. My face is getting really gaunt. I'm getting really skinny in January in Colombia. And I did notice I was looking pretty flippin' skinny, but I thought, I'm still pushing through. I'm still doing my thing. Like, I'll be fine. I'll go to the doctor when I get home. So I go in January 23rd, 2023, and this is where I go to the ER for bleeding. And in the ER for bleeding, he's like, I don't see anything wrong. Everything looks fine. Go get an ultrasound. I'm like, okay. So we were able to get next day into an ultrasound for the bleeding. They did a normal ultrasound on the exterior. They did an intravaginal ultrasound as well. All the results, which again, I can show you.
Welcome, Des.
Look normal, except they said, well, you have thickened endometrium. And I said, what does that mean? And they said, well, could be nothing, could be fetal remains.
Oh, wait.
I'm like,
thank you to Des Hickson. And thank you for being here for 7 months. Thank you. I appreciate that. They say pedestals are for statues, not for human beings. Yeah, good point. That's good. See, that's a better quote than anything Ed Mylett had today. I agree. I think it's unfair to the person. So it's unfair to pedestal somebody because it's unfair to you and your mindset of who they are, because it's never accurate. And it's also unfair to them because it puts this impossible standard on people that they cannot possibly maintain. If you think that, someone is perfect and they can never make a mistake and everything that they say is gold, that either puts their ego into overdrive, which is not a good place to be because that's never good. Or the other way is that they feel like they're a fraud and a failure and an imposter. And why would you want to put that onto somebody? So don't pedestal people. That's my 2 cents on that issue. That is a human condition that we all do. But the more you can be aware of it and go, okay, I like this person for what I think that they do and what they're, like LeBron James is good at basketball. Okay, I like that. But keep it within reason. I think when people honestly, sorry to offend, But the Taylor Swift obsession in the world today, and following her around and taking her picture and making videos about, oh my God, she was at a football game, and the amount of obsession with her, it's insane to me. People crying at the concert. I'm like, this is not healthy for her. This is not a level of any human should be at this point, like pedestaled beyond belief. She cannot make a mistake now. And I think that's a lot of pressure to live under. So side note, but yes, I agree. Anyways, back to it.
Like, okay, that's interesting. What do we do next? They said, well, we can't really see anything. You should go do a biopsy. I'm like, wow, biopsy, like, okay. So this is where if you haven't already been frustrated in this video with the medical system or whatever, this is where I just start to get like very frustrated, because this ultrasound of my uterus and of my ovaries and of my reproductive organs should have seen cancer. I'm just gonna tell you, okay? So this should have been seen to begin with, but whatever. The problem is so many of these practitioners and doctors, which I'm not knocking doctors, please don't misunderstand what I'm saying, is they look at your body as these little tiny parts and pieces. They don't look at stuff from a holistic entire body point of view, which I'll get to it in a minute. You'll hear why this is such a big deal. So they do 4 biopsies, super painful, by the way. I'm like, wow. Okay, hello uterus. Not my favorite thing. I have gross photos of that too. I don't know why I take photos of everything, except for maybe I knew that I was going to document all this for YouTube for you guys at some point. So photos of the biopsies, great.
Okay, warning.
Everything comes back normal, guys. Everything's normal. There's nothing wrong. I don't know. Let's put you on progesterone to stop the bleeding. Let's put you on testosterone to stop the bleeding. I'm like, I don't want hormones. I'm just not a big hormone person. I don't like birth control. I don't like any of this stuff.
I will say, I mean, it's like the conversation always comes up. It's like holistic or traditional, like which one are you, Western or Eastern, or Western or alternative. And I find it to be, both are bad in some ways, frustrating in some ways. I would be frustrated by her experience as well. Like, you go to one place, they say you're good, you take a sigh of relief, but there's something wrong. You get shuffled around. It's expensive. If they don't really communicate with each other. But on the other side, the holistics are like, oh yeah, everything is about your trauma. It's like, oh God, there's no good solution. You have to be such an advocate for yourself. If you don't have, I struggle with that, advocating for myself and believing like I need to push myself into these places to make sure I get the right treatment or whatever. Or even like, I'm sort of the type that's like, okay, I'm not that important. It's fine. I'll just take your word for it and leave and never come back. Like, that's where I go. And I feel like I need to change that and be a little bit more aggressive with things. But yeah, it is frustrating. And I don't disagree with her being frustrated by the system. But I don't think that, drinking the ketones is the ultimate solution to all of the issues that go on in the medical industry. That's where I say, well, I don't know what the solution is. There's no solution as of right now, I guess.
I don't want a shot of progesterone or progesterone pills or whatever you're going to do to stop the bleeding. Like, can we figure out what's wrong? The answer to that was no between the time that I went for this ultrasound, because then on February 1st, which of course was a week later, I get back this. These are the results of the full body MRI. So from January 10th to February 1st is how long it took for Prenuvo to get the results back, and immediately said what all of you can see, which is that there are abnormal findings. You can see the circle around my stomach. You can see the circle around my cecum area, which is where your large and small intestine meet. And it said I immediately need to get medical attention. So I'll never forget going to the gym that day. I'm crying in the gym. My boyfriend's there, 2 of my best friends are there, and they're like, what's wrong? Why are you so upset? It could be nothing. I'm like, it's like when you know that it's not nothing, and like everyone around you is trying to make it seem like, it's gonna be perfectly fine. I sent it to my older brother, who's like, maybe it's just an infection. This could be an infection. I'm like, I don't think I have an infection, right? Like, I know something is going on. As soon as I see this MRI, like, I'm immediately over.
See, this part seems very genuine to me. Like, she is like, despite all the other people we've watched that are like, I'm crying over this. Like, I feel like is having a real reaction to what she's explaining and talking about and the fear that she feels. I identify with this a lot. I'm like, this to me feels like someone truthfully explaining their situation at this point of the story, at least. And the part where she's saying about her friends, you know, I think that's okay. I think that's okay for people to go, well, don't, you know, go crazy. Like, you don't know anything yet. I think that's a natural reaction for all of us to try to comfort each other, our loved ones, when, you know, their answers aren't clear. But I also think sometimes you just want to be heard and go, I need support right now. It's not, don't tell me it's nothing until, you know, I need to just freak out a little bit. And that's also relatable, honestly, like her kind of being frustrated by her friends, just like, oh, it's all good. It's all good. Then I think she ended up absorbing their it's nothing mentality more throughout her diagnosis, which is interesting that she started off sort of like, no, I know something's wrong. And then later said, I am healed. It's like, ooh, it's kind of the different jumping from one extreme to the other.
Overwhelmed with emotions. I'm immediate, like, what is going on? And I sent it to the doctors that I was working with in the past and am no longer currently working with. And they've said, hey, well, you know, we did also order you that blood test, that Gallery Grail blood test, which I had taken. It's another about $3,000 blood test. Oof. It's a pre-cancer screening test. I highly recommend it to everybody.
Why is that so expensive for a blood test? $3,000? Why?
And I said, okay, great. Well, I guess we wait for the Grail test to come back. In the meantime, what were my symptoms? This is where I don't mean to scare you. I didn't have symptoms except for the bleeding, which I'm going to talk about. And I guess the being tired, which I mentioned. But a lot of us are tired because we're all running off of caffeine.
And the weight loss.
I had no blood and stool. I had no dramatic weight loss that I wasn't trying to have. I had no stomach pains, no issues with anything. Nothing. I thought I was in the best shape of my life. I thought that my body was crushing. I thought that I was basically being the beacon of health, the example of health, the person I've always wanted to be in every aspect of my life, with everything from spirituality, finances, emotions, mental, etc. And here I am staring at this MRI like,
I'm human. I can't control everything.
How is this even possible? And so that happened.
That motivational speeches are bullshit, and that you can't, sometimes you just cannot will yourself into being perfect. You cannot hustle yourself into being healthy every time. You can't. There's things you can do to help, but you can't. And that's why all this shit is useless.
And then I said, okay, well, up next, I've got this trip to the Bahamas. And at the very beginning of February 2nd, I flew to the Bahamas. I had earned a free trip with my company that I'm with. I had taken, I think, 8-10 people on a private jet with me to the Bahamas. Everything's happy, hunky-dory, woo, woo, woo. Everyone's in a good mood. I'm in a good mood. And I did feel tired there and a little bit agitated and whatever, just because I'm being pulled a bunch of different directions, being the top in the company. And I felt pretty okay, though. I look at photos, and again, I'm very skinny. If I look at my face, I go, oof, he looked sick. And I just pushed through. And then on the flight back from Bahamas on February 6th, I'm cheating again, February 6th, I get a message from two of the doctors that were working with me with the prior history. And they said, we need to get on a Zoom call whenever you get a chance. We got some test results back.
I think the question about healthcare, I'm seeing in the chat, she was a contractor with Prove It before, because I think at some point Prove It gave her a title to give her health insurance, to give her like an actual full-time position. Unless she bought her own healthcare, she doesn't, like her Prove It's not going to give her healthcare, because she's not, her hours that she's working are her own hours. It's contracting work. So you're not a full-time employee. She could work 120 hours, like she said, a week or whatever, 20 hours a day. And Prove It is not responsible for taking care of that or giving her a 401k or anything. As a contractor, that's like you are working, you know, you're probably making, well, not in MLMs, but is a contractor and like an engineering contractor. They usually make more money, but then they don't get the benefits, excuse me, of like company match 401k, you know, pensions, if that's rare, but pensions or healthcare. And that's the trade-off. Like you're willing to not have those things. And usually if you're younger, you know, you're healthy, you'll take, I was a contractor. I didn't have healthcare until this year, until January. So I just took a risk. Like if I got something severely wrong with me, I would be paying out of pocket, which would have been awful. So you kind of cross your fingers a little bit as a contractor or freelancer that, you know, you're going to have the money saved for any sort of medical issues. But I think that's why she became a vice president or vice something and prove it at some point so that she could be put on the plan. That was my understanding.
And I mean,
after diagnosis.
You know, it's like, you know, when someone says, hey, I got bad news, you're like, oh. So I knew. So we actually flew back to Kentucky on the jet before flying to Texas because we had to drop some people off. And I said, I want to know right away. I'll call you when I land in Kentucky. And we clear customs in Kentucky, and I take the Zoom call, and I'll show you the screenshot of the Zoom call with the screenshot of the Gallery Grail test, which, you know, Tony Robbins says in his book, Life Force, if you have the resources to get a full body MRI and the resources to do this Gallery Grail test, you should. And I'm glad I did, but of course...
Her doctor also ordered it. You know, she'll give the credit to Tony Robbins, but like... She said 5 minutes ago, that her doctor had ordered it for her after she went in with bleeding as the symptom. So her path, she accredited her discovery and all that to being in the self-help space. Like, I read Tony Robbins and therefore it gave me this chance to heal myself faster and whatever. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done it. In reality, she had symptoms. She went to the doctor. She went to another doctor. They ordered the test for her, and that's how she basically got it. The extra thing was the MRI. So that could have come from Tony Robbins, but she was on a traditional path basically from the beginning, honestly, of her going to the ER and then having the ultrasound and all that. So it's not as different than most people would experience.
And still, this isn't a diagnosis, but it comes back positive with a signal for colon/rectum cancer. And that was when just the sobbing starts, right?
Okay, so this is Brian. I don't know who Brian is, but this is a text. It says, send to Sasha. And then she says, okay, well, I was on a call with my doctors. I have colon cancer. And then Brian says, OMG, are you serious? Jessie Lee, what did they say? Next step is, we will figure this out. Stay positive, and you know you are loved. I love you. And she says, yeah, I'm serious. I'll let you know. I love you too. And he says, did they say what they found? And she says, yeah, I have it on MRI and another test too. It's tough. I guess maybe that's why, you know, she's sharing text messages, but it's her story to share. That's the difference. Like, I'm like, well, maybe her friends, downline people thought it was okay to share text messages because she shared their text messages and videos, but I still think it's in poor taste. Like, you know, if she's passed away, like, now you're sharing it. It's like, oh, I don't know, gross.
You can't really describe that feeling. It feels like you get hit by a bus or a train, or your whole world kind of stops because you realize in that moment that nothing is okay. And I went back on the jet, and I walked straight to the back in the back room because the jet has several rooms in it. And I told my boyfriend who was with me, and we just went to the back, and I just sobbed in his arms. He sobbed in my arms for probably about 20 minutes. My best friend happened to be on the jet too. It was her first flight on a jet. Great way to commemorate this, right? And I tell her, like, hey, I remember saying to her, I said, I might be really, really sick. And so we were crying. She didn't tell anyone else in the jet yet. Gathered myself emotionally after about 20, 30 minutes, go back out, spend the time with everyone else in the jet, but then I just knew. And I knew it was going to be the beginning of this journey of just step by step by step. I never thought it'd be the way it is now, which I know that's why I'm going to do as many of these videos as possible, because I don't just want to give it to you all at once. It's too much for any one person to probably handle in like a 5-hour video or something. But I realized really in that moment that this was super serious. And so then I talked to those 2 doctors, and they just weren't rushing anything. And for me, when it's my health, it's my life, it's like, what matters when you realize your life is in danger? Nothing except for your life. It was like, oh, we'll call doctors, we'll get everything handled. They put together this plan. This is really where that happened. They said, we're going to put together this medical plan for you, and we're going to help you as much as possible right away. I said, put the protocol together, you know, give me peptides that boost your immune system and all, like, whatever they were telling me, because I really believe in this peptide stuff. I did not even look at the invoice, guys, until I had already said, run it. Just run it. Like, I feel like I'm fighting for my life. Just run it. Turns out, they ran it. They overpriced things by about 12 times. They also included an $11,000 doctor fee from somebody I'd already been working with for 9 months. And it was $55,000. I can show you the invoice. And before anything even came, I went, you know what? We don't even have an actual diagnosis. I don't want the product anymore. I want to talk to an oncologist. I want to see a doctor before we make any medical decisions moving forward. And they said, oh, we can't do that. Like, that's against our business model. Meanwhile, I'd already referred countless people to them to their clinic, which is very expensive. They had already made a ton of money off of me. And now immediately, boom, this is one of the first times I went, oh, you care way more about my money than me surviving this.
And I think too, when you don't have insurance, like you do get hit with those expensive, over the top costs, you know, usually that goes through your insurance and then you pay still a lot. But yeah, I think it's unfortunate. Now, I will say the irony a little bit is like, she is somebody that believed in business, believed in making money, and that there's no problem with making money. You shouldn't be ashamed of making money. You should have a good relationship and you should be abundant. Okay. Hey, you know, I agree with that to some degree, that, you know, you need to not be totally against money or else you're going to have a harder life. I do agree with that. But, you know, getting other women to think like, I deserve to make millions of dollars from selling ketones and recruiting people is a good thing for the world. But then when a clinic that she's describing is making money via helping people live, then it's not okay. And I find that to be a disconnecting mindset in reality. I don't think that was the real issue that she had with it. I think there was other things going on, because her life philosophy, at least financial philosophy, aligned with a clinic making money. Why would, like all the MLMs say, like, I love this product. Why should I not make money from this? So it's weird that, and the same thing with the holistic doctors that she ended up going to, they're making a ton of money from holistically helping. That's okay. But just because they're doctors, for some reason it became an issue. And I find it just to be probably because it was scary and, you know, harsh drugs and that sort of stuff that, you know, is scary. So I think that was more the issue. Anyways, so this is a text message, doesn't say who it's from. She blurred this one. So it says, and I'm like, hold the F up. And then someone said, yeah, it's getting so bad. I paid $440,000 last year. Tell him no more. And then a voice memo. And then she said, yeah, I literally feel stuck, but also no, I'm not. Then this person said, we got you. And then she says, and don't mind paying for the shit that can blast it, but 12 times? Then he or she, I don't know, somebody says, that same order, probably like 6 to 8K. And then she says, we're getting psychotic. And then they say, yes, sometimes more. So sort of, I don't know. I don't really get it, but somebody she knew, $440,000.
So I severed relationship with that doctor. I don't talk about this doctor. I don't use the name. I don't tag him. I don't say anything, whatever. But that's the truth of all of it. Here's the invoice, just transparency.
So the invoice is, it's Biohacks Institute. This sounds like a bullshit place. Biohacks, Bioflax. No, maybe, I don't know. I can't see it. That does not, it's from Miami, Florida. Biohack. Okay, well, that sounds like bullshit to me. Biohacking, that term, if I ever hear that, I'm like, okay, this is a garbage person trying to make money. So in that case, yeah, that's not a traditional doctor, though, that the way she was making it seem. And the things that she got, technology fee, $1,500. Vitamin D capsules, $180. I can't see all of the details because there's this thing there. Something else was $1,000. Something, consulting fee, $10,000. Yeah, seems like a scam to me.
There you go.
Let me look it up. Biohacks, Miami. Hacks, Miami. Okay, medical clinic. Let's see. Let's just take a little detour here for a second. Let's investigate. This looks like millennial colors. Medical clinic in Miami, Florida. Yeah, this looks like bullshit. It says, humans today do not live by the natural laws of health. Our vision of health is broken. We do not look at the root cause of illness. We opt for a one-size-fits-all health model, and we continue treating toxins with toxins. Okay. With the advent of epigenetics has shown us that we are almost entirely a direct product of our environment. And as our world becomes sicker, humans become sicker. Okay, so you could get age reversal, hormone optimization, concierge medicine, precision diagnostic testing, regenerative medicine. Real clients, real results. Okay, so this seems to be, oh no. Dr. D, why are you not looking at the camera? Why do you look so sad? Because you're scamming people, perhaps? Dr. Marcos D. Angrade. Okay, all right. AKA Dr. D founded the Biohacks brand based around the fact that every person has their own unique grand design. So he implemented the Biohacks longevity process, BLP, which measures each person's design on a cellular DNA systemic level in order to customize a protocol that attains maximum human longevity and performance for each client. Okay. Dr. D has devoted most of his life, he's like 30 years old, most of his life to the study of human potential, including a bachelor's degree in biology, doctorate in medicine, master in business administration, and a research fellowship in general surgery and the Metabolic Institute at the Cleveland Clinic. Okay, well, that's something. Dr. D and the Biohacks medial team, okay, typo, Dr. D, medical team, I'm assuming they meant, are known for contributing advanced studies, research, and papers that continue to push the edges of medicine with profound positive results. Dr. D founded Biohacks because of his own personal journey where he learned to successfully biohack his systems in order to overcome a serious illness. Which illness? We'll never know. From his personal wellness success, he self-funded and built the Biohacks brand. Okay, he built the brand by global speaking engagements and educating the world about topics like epigenetics, human performance, longevity, hormone optimization, heart disease, and more. Okay, let's just take a little second here. What is this? Is this a horse? A bedazzled disco horse? Okay, here we go.
When you're living a superhuman life and you're high-performing life, you're sleeping good, you have good energy, you're focused, you're motivated, you can connect again with your why and your purpose. You can vibrate at a higher level, and even, maybe you believe in this and maybe you don't, but connect with your higher self. You can pull out of you your flow state. You can pull out of you the magician that lies inside of you. But if you're hampered, feeling tired, can't focus,
red flags flying all over. This person is a red flag. Wait, where is it? Red flag. Rachel Hollis, where's my red flag? Soundbite. Damn it.
This situation is a red flag.
10 things he said I'm not cool with.
not motivated, etc., you're not going to get the things you want out of this life. You're not going to find love and connection. You're not going to find significance. You're not going to find the things that you're looking for if you yourself, you're not feeling you're at your best. So looking at health, I advocate, and I've been advocating for this for years, to look at your health not with the checkup mentality, not to look at your health when you're not feeling good, but to look at your health as the ultimate and the one and only vehicle to get you to perform at a higher level, to get you to get the outcomes that you want in this life with your family, with your loved ones.
If you don't pay for my services, you won't find love.
Abundance, ultimately. And I'll tell you more. Performance and longevity, they're finally coming together through regenerative medicine. Regenerative medicine doubles every 2 years that goes by, the amount of information. We know more about regenerative medicine since 1999 than we know since the history of humanity. Think about that for a second. So when you put regenerative medicine together with performance,
music again,
you get ultimately a human that's accomplishing a lot more and living the life that he desires. If you finally accomplish this, where you're waking up with purpose, with joy, and you feel abundance in your life, pretty soon you're going to be celebrating a negative birthday.
A negative birthday. Biohacks. Okay. We put the hack in biohacks. Okay, so I would say this is why it's important to like take a couple seconds just to like sort of not assume. And I don't always do this and I regret it later, but I'm glad that we took the second and she put that screenshot in there so we could look this up, because with the way she was speaking, I was like, oh, she's talking about like a traditional doctor from like, you know, the hospital or something. This to me is like, yeah, I'm on board with her. Scammer, get the away from her. Like, you know, oh, I'm going to charge you $1 million because now you got an illness. Now I got you. Now you're scared. And now we're going to, oh God, look at this. This is the profile photo. Dr. D's abs. The Dr. D. Okay, he's got, I may have more followers than him. Yes, on Instagram. Oh, look who he's got. Jake Paul. No. Is this him? This is Dr. D? This is what he looks like? Red flag. Rachel, where are you?
Douche Lord.
Boy, oh boy. We've come a long way here. Hold on. I lost the chat. Hold on, sorry. Where is the chat? There it is. Okay. Oh, here he is. I'm sure this is no hormone or steroids for sure. Also, these pants, man. Dude, what's the deal with these pants? These are from 2014. This is what it says. We don't do abs. We do bricks. We want to get ripped, but also healthy the right way. Come to Biohacks. Trust me, a lot of people out there can get you jacked, but ready to die with unhealthy methods to get there. Traumatic. I've seen people put the craziest garbage into their bodies. Me, on the other hand, I am trying to live as long as I can and as healthy as I can. I want to make it to 150. Okay, Brian Johnson. I want to make it to 150 and still chasing my grandchildren. I have a 6-pack by consequence of being healthy, not the other way around. My biggest goal is longevity. The aesthetics just happen to follow. Okay. And for those of you that say you are top performers with nice cars and bank accounts but look and feel terrible, I have news for you. You are not a top performer. If your health isn't on point, shoot us a DM to change your life. And please, please, please don't waste our time and your time if you aren't serious. Oh, here's a comment. Here you go. Isn't this the guy that Jessie Lee Ward paid $11,000 to for a plethora of injectables right before her cancer diagnosis? Like, yikes. Yikeskis. Oh, let's hear his hot take for a second, maybe.
As a human being, I started waiting tables for, I'll never forget this, for €1.90 an hour. €1.90 is pretty much $1.90. It's not, oh, you're over there by, no, bro.
Okay, the music is going. So he made €1.90 an hour. And I remember that's when entrepreneur woke me up inside. I remember when I got my first paycheck. I don't remember the total, but I was like, it felt like offended as a human being. And you know, anybody out there that's like not content with their financial situation, which you shouldn't be, you know, I'm grateful, but always living. What can I do more, right? Provide. More people are like that, discontent, but they don't want to do right. Beep. Yeah. But you know, but I was like, whoa. That's, and then a guy at church, what is this? Offered me a job selling books, encyclopedias, door to door. Pretty much at night, dinner time, I said, I'll do that. The problem was the encyclopedia was €450 and the average salary in the country was €500. And that was a total flop for the first month, but we were doing so like we really needed help. And brother, I started to learn how to communicate with people. Like it was so scary for me. So you know he's got really good intentions. If his story is I was poor as a waiter and then I started hawking encyclopedias door to door and then I opened this clinic. Okay. I don't know. He seems like a tool. Seems like a tool to me. Okay, let's get back on track here. Let's get back on Trizzy track. And it says here, biohacks, age reversal and performance company helping humans become limitless. Yeah, this doesn't sound like somewhere I would go to cure my cancer. I'm sorry.
Need cholesterol. Salt. Stop with the salt, man. Your body needs sodium. All your cells have sodium potassium pumps, sodium chloride pumps. You see what I'm saying? Your cells need testosterone. The things inside your body do not cause cancer. They help your body and system to work properly. Now, if you put a foreign agent that looks like something the body needs, but is not like a methylated testosterone, meaning it has like an extra methyl group, whatever, or sodium chloride, that crap that's bleached and is in the table of certain restaurants, yeah, that's not good for you. But when it's bioidentical, so identical to your biology, it actually is great for you.
Yeah, okay. It sounds like he really knows what he's talking about. He's like, yeah, whatever. Here's just a line from this. Your cells are made from cholesterol, but yet if your cholesterol is high, your regular doc will start to fart and dance like you are going to die. Ha 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 ha. Your doctor will start to fart and dance. Huh? Where's my fart? I don't even know where my fart is anymore. Everything's screwed up on this. I need my fart stat. Damn it. That's doctors, am I right? Okay, all right, sorry. So this guy's a douche. So it seems. So it seems. Oh, wait, did I go away? No, here it is. Okay. Back to Jessie Lee. Thank you for taking that aside with me. So she paid him $52,000.
From there on February 10th, so February 6th, the results came back. February 10th, finally, I get a consult with a GI doctor, which I know might sound like, finally, it's only 4 days. All we were doing was calling doctors. We were calling every single doctor's office.
I will definitely do a deep dive on him. This was just a short, quick, little dip toe into the pool. I'll do a full stream on him. He sounds and looks promising as a contender for biggest grifter
In the area to try to get some kind of meeting with somebody who would listen to me and say, this is what's going on, this is what's going on. So we have the consult with the GI doctor on the 10th. And then I'm getting frustrated because it's like every day that goes on, it feels like 10 days. Like it's another day I'm waking up miserable, upset, sad, scared, defeated, right? And then it's another day and another day and another day. So finally, February 16th, I reached out to my friend, Dr. Gabrielle Lyon, who I would like to give a big shout out to. Y'all should follow her.
Oh, I feel like I follow her already, which is not a good sign.
She's amazing. She's a lot of very high profile people's doctor. She also does a lot of peptide stuff and she's got her own meal plan stuff. You should really check her out.
I feel like this is all delaying getting to a hospital like a MD Anderson, which she ends up going to eventually. But I feel like the biohack loser guy, this muscle woman doctor, there seems to be distractions and delays to getting into proper treatment or at least understanding her options.
She's an amazing woman. And I met her. I texted her and I just said, hey, can I ask you some questions? And I just asked her super open, super honestly. I said, I'm working with this doctor. Here's all this stuff that's happening. I think I might have colon cancer. I'm pretty sure I do. Do you mind if I kind of talk to you? And she like calls right away. And she's like, we've got to get you in for a colonoscopy. I'm like, I know, but we've spent the last 7 days now calling for colonoscopies. The next available colonoscopy in the state of Texas is the end of April. Nobody's listening to me about how I have this MRI. What good's an MRI? Nobody's listening about the Gallery Grail test. They don't think it's a real test. The medical system is so corrupt, right? I've got these 2 cancer signals and they're telling me that it's no big deal, that I can basically ignore it. Oh, we'll take you non-emergency at the end of April. And Lord knows, maybe I would have been dead by the end of April. You know, like you have no idea. And so extremely corrupt. Or you're too young for a colonoscopy is another one, because if you don't know, 34 years old. So February 6th.
So sad. This is so sad. I wonder though what happened there? Like where is the doctor that says, okay, yeah, this is colon cancer? I thought she got the results that said it. Like, I wonder if it's because it's not from a reputable place that they're not taking it serious. I don't know. I don't know enough about the medical industry to know what went wrong here. Cause that does seem crazy that she couldn't get in if she had already all these indicators and symptoms.
16th, I have that phone call with Dr. Gabrielle Lyon, and she calls the #1 GI doctor here in the great state of Texas in North Dallas, and she says, I have a friend, she needs colonoscopy emergency, she has an MRI that's abnormal, and she has a Gallery Grail test which says that she is positive for colon cancer. And big old shout out to Dr. Brown. Immediately, I am in the next morning for a colonoscopy, 7 a.m. And I won't ever forget this. I go in, he comes in early to take me before all his other patients. I wake up, we're talking entrepreneur stuff. He says, you know what, I think your brother might be right. Maybe it's just an infection. I wouldn't worry about it. Wake up, and I knew right away. I knew it was cancer immediately. And this was the day of my diagnosis, February 17th, 2023. I knew because I wake up and I can hear the person with the sheet over here being told, everything's okay, everything looks good, no polyps, we'll see you in a couple of years. I hear the person behind the sheet over here when I wake up from the colonoscopy, oh, Mr. blah, 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 2 polyps, no big deal, we took them out, not a problem, see you in 2 years. And then I see my doctor walk by really fast right in front of me, and the nurse comes in and she says, oh, Dr. Brown is meeting with another patient, he's busy, he'll be out as soon as possible, but we're gonna go ahead and put you in this room over here, he'll meet you there as soon as he can. And I'm like, I know it's cancer. And we walked in there, and I sat down, and I knew right away. He took out his images in the MRI, which I can show you guys, and or colonoscopy, and he said his bedside manner's great. He just puts his hands on his knees and he looks at me and he's like, Jessie Lee, I wish I were telling you that 99% I'm looking at colon cancer, but I'm not. I'm 100% looking at colon cancer. You need to have surgery. You need to take care of this. This is advanced and it looks weird. It looks strange. And that's when I started realizing gene mutations and all this kind of whatever. And I just said, okay. And I knew, because like I told you, and I just get up and I walk outside and he's walking me to the car. My assistant Carissa had come to pick me up from the colonoscopy, and I don't know why it was her and not anybody else, but it was Carissa. And I get in the front, or right before I'm about to get into my car, I said, hey, I'm just wondering, what stage do you think this is? And he said, honestly, I'd say at least stage 3, which is like, because I'm like, all right, okay, it's cancer, like stage 1. And there's no good cancer, so like, please don't misunderstand me, but even stage 3, I'm like, oh no, so it spread somewhere, but maybe it's, okay, so it's spread like nearby or something, like maybe this will be okay, like it's no big deal. And then I had my first CT scan on then on this 20th, so February 17th was colonoscopy and diagnosis. February 20th, I had my first consultation with my surgeon, Dr. Macaluso, going over the results of the colonoscopy. February 22nd was my first CT scan. February 23rd, I went to another second opinion with Dr. Salgado at Southwestern, Texas Southwestern.
See, once she got in with a doctor, then things really started to move, which I think is a good thing. Like, and then she said, at one point she said, I don't know if it's in this video or another one, she says she goes to 8 different doctors to get opinions. Now, whether that was an exaggeration or what, I don't think there's anything wrong with getting a second opinion, but that can also delay a little bit if you take too long doing that. So, yeah, it concerns me that I guess it doesn't concern me. It just sucks that like she went these alternative routes. But it is good that friend of hers, now I don't know much about her, the Dr. Gabrielle Lyon person, other than that she's, involved in, like, she talks to Danica Patrick and she's like, on these podcasts that I find to be problematic for sure. I don't know much about her thoughts on anything, but, she seemed to help her get into a real medical facility. So I'll give her some credit for that. That's a good thing. That I think helped get the ball rolling here with surgery and such.
Western or UT Southwestern here in Dallas. That was an amazing hospital. I really like that doctor, by the way. Kind of wish I had used him. But anyway, February 25th. So I was able to get the next available surgery, which was February 25th. And that is when I had my resection surgery. So these next images.
And that was when I was she put on to her. Basically, she came out and then she had surgery and was like getting pre-opt for surgery. And then that was like the first time I had covered her, other than the Columbia stuff, about the cancer. And so that was the time frame when that was all happening. So that's when I started to do coverage of what was going on.
Images are pretty graphic and gross and disgusting. But before I tell you about that, I have to.
And that was when she did her Ed Mylett phone call, or laptop call with him from the bed, from the hospital room, is at this time in the timeline. So she knew she was sick, most likely, because Ed said, oh, she booked me a week before she found out, but she must have known for a long time that she was sick or something was going on. So I wonder, if she hired him to, I don't know. Maybe she was getting nervous or something, or she felt like she didn't have purpose or something, and then said, okay, I'm going to hire Ed Mylett. I don't know. Weird. It's very weird, that whole part.
Tell you back about pulling together the Columbia trip and the bleeding and everything. So I get into surgery, I'm wheeled in, and I'm chatting with the nurses, and I just said, hey, just so you know, I've been bleeding for 4 months. I've been bleeding since November 22nd. November, December, January, February. 4 full months at this point in time. I said, I'm bleeding a lot, at least once a week. The whole day will be gigantic clots. And so I'm just letting you know at some point, since I'm here, and I don't think I use menstrual cups, by the way, just like maybe FYI, you should all use them. Throw away your tampons and your pads, thanks, chemicals. But anyway.
Isn't it ironic though? Like, throw away your tampons, they have chemicals, says someone who's got cancer. It's like, well, I don't know, I hate to say that, but like, how much good did it do to like do all this stuff? I'm not saying it's wrong or bad or good, but like, I don't know, like it didn't do that much, I guess.
I said, I'm probably gonna bleed all over the place, and it's like a lot of blood. And she said, oh honey, don't worry about it, periods are totally normal, everybody should talk about them more often. And I'm like, I'm not like nervous about my period. I'm just letting you know you might be changing a massacre multiple times a day. And she's like, don't worry about it, sweetheart. It's okay. We're used to it. We're nurses. I was like, all right, cool. So get wheeled into surgery. I go back, and here's kind of the crazy thing. So have surgery that morning, had some amazing people fly in. Like you can see a photo of everybody who was at my bedside after the surgery. It was pretty.
And when she did, because I showed her TikToks from that surgery after she had gotten the surgery, and she was talking about it, and how strong she is and how muscular she is, and how like she was walking around the hospital, and the doctor said because she's so healthy that she's got like the best chance to beat this. She never mentioned bleeding all over the bed and all of that. That was not part of the narrative at that time.
Amazing. But the craziest thing of all of this, I'll leave it here, and then I'll continue in the next one. So make sure you're subscribed and you follow along, because clearly you can see there's a lot of details. There's a lot going on. The bleeding immediately stopped. And if you look at, let's stand up. If you look at uterus, organs, reproductive organs, and you look at the cecum, you look at where your large intestine, your small intestine, your appendix, etc. meet, these two giant organ bodies, they touch. And if that just ultrasound rep or the OBGYN I went to that was highly recommended would have taken the imaging and gone like this, or paid attention to what was pushing on my uterus just like this, they would have seen it. They would have known, boom, immediately in January, something is wrong. Something is going on. This is not normal behavior. Because as soon as that tumor came out, which graphic images I can show you, my bleeding stopped.
Sorry.
Cycle ever since then. It was because
warning. Pro
and then
warning.
I'll leave you with this, and we'll kind of continue on with this in regards to what I'm doing for healing and how everything's been. And if you think I've even started anything, there's a lot. We've chronicled everything. Okay. Shout out to Carissa. She chronicled this. She's got all the information for insurance purposes, because they are saying this is a pre-existing condition, which is pretty crazy. But on March 1st, my pathology came back, and that was when we found out, and that was when I was stage 4, metastatic colon cancer. The cancer had not only been a tumor here in my, down here by my cecum, in the large intestine, small intestine area, etc. It had metastasized to local lymph nodes. 26 of 30 lymph nodes had cancer in them. And then the reason it was stage 4 is not because of the lymph nodes, but because it had metastasized to lymph nodes in my trachea, my neck, and also my stomach.
That was one thing that I noticed too, because I watched a video that she made a couple years ago that was like my why story, and she looks completely different. She, like, her face looks different. It's a different, I mean, it's her obviously, but like within a 5-year period, she like really changed. Her voice sounds very different. And I noticed, like, I wonder if there was something in her throat that gave her a deeper voice, because, and I can play it real quick because we're about to be done with this video. But it's almost like a different, complete person. Like, voice is different, face is different, hair is different, like everything. I wonder if, because it takes a while for colon cancer to develop over time and for it to spread like that, I wonder if like there's a before and after, because she had such a dramatic transformation, but it was coupled with, this is going in the right direction because she's getting more money and she's growing in the company. That's why she's improving. In reality, maybe there's more signs than anyone ever noticed, because, you know, it was like, oh, she's losing weight. How great. Oh, she's, you know, looking different. How great. It's like, in reality, maybe these are things that, you know, should have been red flags too.
So, praise God, it is not in any of my organs. My immune system has started to kick on, which I'll talk about more in some further videos, which is really good. I'm really positive about this, and I just want to share this entire journey because I want people to know what to look for, what works, maybe what doesn't work, maybe what's going on with your life, etc., and takes things very seriously. Cancer is, it's time for another video probably, but it's the most humbling journey I've ever been on. It has made me realize so much more who's real, who's not. It's been amazing to see people who are so supportive. It's also amazing to see people who still have so much hate toward me for whatever. It's been an amazing, incredible, eye-opening, revolutionary last couple of months, and I want to keep documenting this for you, and I have so much more to take you through, everything from medical things that I've done, treatments that I've done, scans that I've done, places I've been, you know, whatever. I want to take you through all of it because it doesn't start just with diagnosis, it starts with diagnosis, but it certainly doesn't end there. And I hope, if nothing else, it gives some people like you hopefully a lot of hope. And I guess I can leave it with one more crazy thing, because I know you'll want to come back. At that time, I was also told that I was not going to see Christmas. So here I am, basically in July 2023. Hopefully I don't look like somebody to you that is going to be dead in the next 4 months. But I was told October, definitely not making it to Christmas. And so just if you're struggling or battling or fighting, or someone you love is, I would just ask you to maybe share it with them. Share just this last part with them, and you can share more with them, but don't give up hope. Your mindset is super strong as long as you keep it strong. You can fight and you can heal and you can do this. And just because somebody gives you a life expectancy, it doesn't mean that it's accurate. And something that I loved that a German doctor of mine said is, he said, "I'm good, but I'm not God." And I think there's too many people out there, especially doctors out there, who really truly play God. And just because they know standard of care is chemotherapy, surgery, chemotherapy, and or radiation, it doesn't mean it's the only way. And so I hope I bring you guys some hope. I hope I have given you a lot of information today to maybe think about. And thanks for subscribing and following along. That's just video 1. I have a lot more to say.
Yeah. So in case you weren't following the full story, they gave her till October prognosis. She died in September. So, and they said, you know, with no healing treatments, no expensive ozone, coffee enemas, whatever, you know, with no treatment, you go home and do nothing. They were saying, the doctor said October. She did thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars of treatment, flew all over the world for it. She died in September. So it seems to me like it was all for naught. And I feel annoyed and frustrated at those doctors that will do this forever. Will continue to take $50,000 from someone who's dying because they don't give a shit. And they know you're desperate, and they know they can manipulate you and tell you what you want to hear. And they know that the doctors that are actually associated with like a real hospital, their options suck too, you know? So they know that, and that they're hard and that they're scary and all of that. And they'll use that and change it up in their delivery as a sales pitch. And it is sort of ironic. It's not fair. I don't care that she's in an MLM or anything. Like, it's just still unfair for her. But it is ironic that some of the tactics that she sort of famous for, or the industry that she loved was famous for and is famous for, worked against her greatly at this time. And it sucks, but no one's immune to being scammed.
It's too loud.
I want to show you that one I was talking about, just to show how different her whole entire vibe was just a couple years ago. I like the voice, everything. This is from 7 years ago. Okay, we don't have to watch the whole thing, but this is a different person.
Okay, everybody. So, hey there, it's Jessie Lee Ward. I'm coming to you live from my office again, and I'm pretty excited because, oh gosh, one of my dogs is trying to enter. Surprise, surprise. So, I have 4 dogs, for those of you who don't know. So, well, I technically have 3 right now, but we're dog sitting. So, my story I want to share with you. I think that stories are the most important thing.
Isn't that weird? I did not... Like, I knew she looked different, and that's, you know, I don't know if she got fillers or whatever, I don't know, or the weight loss made such a difference, but her voice sounds completely different. Like, she's got a different, almost like accent. And I was like shocked. I'm like, oh my God, like night and day.
You can do in your business.
Yeah, this is her. Isn't that crazy?
Because if you want to be successful, you need to be completely transparent. There is nothing worse than somebody in business who you can tell is fake, somebody who you can tell you absolutely cannot relate to because they are not willing to open up about things or tell you maybe even just where they came from, right? Humble beginnings. So I think this is very important because I think this is a big differentiator between where I am currently in my business and where a lot of people...
We don't have to talk about her whole thing because, again, this is like 7 years ago. But yeah, I'm shook. This does not look the same person. Yeah. But even the voice, I'm like, maybe there was something there. Like if it got, you know, I don't know, if it was touching the vocal cord or something. I don't know. Anyways, let's go.
Too loud.
Let's watch part 2, where she talks about her. And I guess I bring this up, the 7-year thing, because I think the weight loss was more significant than she's even giving it credit for. Like she looks like a different person. And again, I think she had some work done or something, but like the symptoms were there. I just think that we all want to believe, or her downline and her friends and everything want to believe that, oh, she's losing weight on purpose and looking different on purpose, as opposed to this is something going on that's like changing her entire body. Okay, so here's part 2.
Hello everybody. Welcome back to my channel. It's Jessie Lee, and if you're just tuning in, I am chronicling my journey of my diagnosis of stage 4 metastatic colon cancer, and I am telling you all the details so that you or any of your loved ones who might be going through something like this can learn from it, can grow from it, can maybe not freak out as much as you might from your cancer journey if you happen to be on one, and maybe provide you some information, some insight.
I will say, I'm not on a cancer journey, but if I was, and I was following along and then this was the outcome, I would be a mess. This would not be a way to put me at ease, for sure, seeing what has happened.
Some tools, some tips, some tricks, and ultimately just take you on a super transparent journey of everything I've been through, because you start to realize that it's kind of a legacy play that you're on, and you take into completely different consideration when you get a diagnosis and a prognosis as well.
Yeah, it looks like she got veneers, and she talked about getting veneers before in a TikTok or something. She talked about, you know, which one she went to and how and why she got it. It's weird, and I don't think it means anything at all, but it seems like Dave Hollis got veneers, and then within a year he passed away, and then Jessie Lee got veneers in the last couple years, and she had nothing to do with anything, but it seems like at the level of self-help guru you are, I don't know, like veneers becomes a part of your story at some level.
Which are 2 totally different things. Life, you realize that each day is super precious, and you realize that time really can stop like that. You never know. So with that said, Welcome to episode 2, I guess. I'm excited to be here on the channel with you, and there were a couple things that I haven't shared with you in my first episode that I want to kind of back it up and make sure you subscribe and follow along, because these are just a few things I think are very important. So the first thing is, I don't think I really took you through the MRI experience, and for some of you, this might be something that is extremely scary. This might be something where you feel like you're claustrophobic, or what's it going to be like. And I want to talk about my experience at Pronuvo. This is not sponsored. I don't have an affiliate link for you or anything like that, but it was a really great experience. I walked in, the facilities were clean, they were new, they were updated. I walked in and there was a really nice private waiting area. The locker rooms were these full locker rooms like I was at a really fancy gym, a snack room, which I didn't eat any of it, because there was all like really yummy snacks, like fruit snacks and candies and pretzels and stuff. And the staff was amazing. So I went to the location in Dallas, Texas. It was a good experience. I'd say it was about 45 minutes to an hour. I was just laying there, and you don't fall asleep because they tell you to hold your breath and then breathe, and hold your breath and then breathe, and then hold your breath and then breathe. But it was painless. It was super easy. I was in and out in an hour and 15 minutes. And overall, great experience, I guess, for an MRI. And it wasn't scary. I just want to reiterate that, because I think for some people, they worry about these kinds of things, and I want to be your friend and let you know, all right? The second thing I didn't talk about was the colonoscopy. Another not really scary thing. So I talked about the colonoscopy, but I want to talk about the prep a little bit. So I was already intermittent fasting the day before. So I tend to do an 18-6 fast. I've been intermittent fasting for 13 years because of Tim Ferriss. Shout out to Tim Ferriss. And I got the phone call probably around 11 a.m. from Dr. Ken Brown asking, hey, are you fasted? And I said, yeah. He said, don't eat. Do your colonoscopy prep. So I would have broken my fast around 1 o'clock. So since I hadn't eaten, it was no problem. And the reason you want to have a fasted state, it's a lot easier than taking colonoscopy prep with a colon full of heavy foods, of big starches, of meat, God forbid. Because if you're not fully digested and you take the colonoscopy prep, you are basically pooping out, I don't know, it would be painful, okay? So I was already fasted. I was just on liquids throughout the day. And then in the evening, I started drinking the colonoscopy prep. I want to say around 8 p.m. Was drinking it. I think it was little pills. I'll show you the brand. Here's the brand.
Sutab.
And then I was taking, I think, one of those pills every half hour. So it was kind of annoying because I was having to wake up to alarms, take a set of pills, then take a second set of pills. And I kind of was chronicling this actually on a TikTok. And then I didn't finish chronicling it and definitely pooped my brains out around 2 in the morning. And I pooped my brains out for about an hour, and it was just peeing out of your butt. But I will tell you, I'm kind of familiar with like that feeling because I drink pure therapeutic ketones, and sometimes I've drank them too fast. If you know, you know. But anyway, so
that's a selling point. When I had explosive diarrhea, I felt like I've been down here because of the product that I sell. Makes me feel this way all the time. Oh boy. Sign me up, baby.
So that was fine. I woke up colonoscopy, got there at 6 in the morning for a 7 a.m. colonoscopy. And again, bedside manner was great. Had a great conversation on entrepreneurship with the doctor, Dr. Brown. And he said, hey, let's just get you out of here. He was so nice. He said, actually, I won't forget, he goes, I'm with your brother. I think it's an infection. It wasn't an infection. Anyway. But he was great. We were kind of goofing around, just chit-chatting. And then you're asleep, guys. So for those of you that are really worried about, oh my gosh, there's something on my butt. I don't put anything up my butt. You should try it. Just kidding. It's my channel though. So, but for those of you that are scared of that kind of stuff, you're knocked out. Okay. And so I woke up, felt like obviously I took a little nap. I wake up, bada bing, bada boom. Really easy. Nothing slimy, nothing weird, nothing gross, nothing coming out after or before, none of that stuff. And so just so you guys know, I did hear from Grey's Anatomy that they're not supposed to release you until you fart, I think they said on Grey's Anatomy. Yeah, that's not true. So if somebody told me that, I said, I guess I'll let you know. So that's not true. So I want to tell you about that. And then I want to tell you about the CT scan with contrast. So no one tells you about this, but when they give you the contrast, which you saw me in the last video drinking the stuff, they also give you an IV that the radiation goes in. So the radiation, it doesn't hurt or anything going in. However, you get a warm flush. And I just want to tell you what that experience is like. CT scan takes 2 minutes, by the way. So it feels like you're peeing yourself. So everything just flushes warm. Everything is warm. You're like totally overwhelmed with this warm sensation. So just wanted to kind of walk you guys through those because I don't think I talked about it. So by the way, right after the colonoscopy and the diagnosis, that's the first time that I went on TikTok. So now I'm going to kind of jump back in. So that was the first time I looked up colon cancer on TikTok. I know that might sound strange, but I was looking for people who maybe had a similar journey to me. And then kind of realized very quickly, it can get really negative and really sad really fast. And so I didn't want to do that. I did also notice that there's a lot of people with colon cancer that are super young. And then I got kind of frustrated because to get a colonoscopy, unless you have something going on that's dramatic, like you're bleeding out of your butt or something else really crazy, maybe dramatic family history, or you can't pass stool or something like this, 45 years old is when you can get your first colonoscopy without anything predetermined or predisposed or whatever. And so I think that's really strange because on TikTok, when I first went on there, in February, I noticed there's a lot of young people younger than me, like very young. I mean, and then I went on Google.
Yeah, there's definitely a trend. I saw in New York Times that the trend for younger people between I think it's 18 and 35, which would be exactly where she's at this time. It's a large increase. Let's see. And I trust the New York Times for most things, in this case for this. So the cases of older people are going down because more, there's been a big effort to get people who are older to get colonoscopies. But like she's right. The people under 45, or it used to be 50, you're supposed to get, your colonoscopy. Same thing with mammograms. Like it used to be a certain age. Now they bumped it up to be older because they've sort of figured out not everyone needs it. And it's so tough because treating a population is very different than treating a person. Of course, if you are the one that's 30 and gets breast cancer, it's in your benefit to get a scan, but for every single woman in their 30s to get mammograms, maybe not important. It's hard. It's tough. And it's you think they're being uncaring. It's I don't believe that necessarily, but it's what is the solution? How do you get those one-off cases to get treated? I don't know what the answer is, or to get, found. But this one, this came out in August of this year, or updated in August, and it was published in March originally. So the American Cancer Society says that 150,000 people in the U.S. would be diagnosed with colorectal cancer in 2023. Of those cases, about 13% would be among people under 50, representing a 9% increase in cases in this age group since 2020. Another study published in August found that the incidence of cancers in people under 50 grew substantially from 2010 to 2019, with gastrointestinal cancers, including colon cancer, growing the fastest among early onset cancers. And then colorectal cancer diagnoses have been declining among people over 50 since their peak in 1985. And not only the authors of the March study reported, but the cancers diagnosed in people under 50 are tending to be more aggressive. So she sort of Jessie Lee's story represents a trend right now in America, at least. I don't know about the rest of the world, but it is, she sort of is I don't know, everyone's trying to be 1 in a million in these things. And realistically, she was a statistic that happened, to a lot of people her age. Okay, so it's the third most common cancer in the United States. It starts as a polyp and then over time may become cancerous. Men and women both are at similar risk to developing it. Just 5 in 100,000 people between 30 and 34 develop colon cancer. So that's low still, but very high, or increasing at least. Those who are Black or American Indian, Alaskan Native are most at risk, which many attribute to social inequalities and barriers to healthcare. having certain conditions like obesity, or incorporating certain foods or drinks into your diet, such as alcohol or red processed meats like sausage, pepperoni, or hot dogs, is also known to increase risk. So, and it says the first signs, early signs are, let's see. It says don't panic. It's still rare. Okay, early signs are rectal bleeding, anemia, changes in bowel habits, such as new constipation or any kind of abdominal pain, which she did not describe at all, other than she had bleeding, but she said it was like uterus bleeding. Most common rectal bleeding as a first symptom, which she says she did not have. And they don't know why it's arising, but I would imagine something with, they say binge drinking. But haven't people been binge drinking forever? Is that a new thing? In the 2000s, people just started binge drinking. Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, something that I would say, if you have time and you're interested in, this is something that I think is relevant to this story and also to everyone in this age group to, at least think about it, look for signs if you have any of these issues. It is a thing that is happening in the United States right now. Okay, back to it.
Which, not saying you should Google a bunch of stuff, but I went on Google and it's the fastest growing cancer by far. So, hello, these need to be moved up. If you want a colonoscopy at 10, you should be able to get a colonoscopy at 10. I don't know, it might be weird. But if that's what you want, I feel like advocate for yourself, because good Lord. But that's also where I kind of started seeing some stuff. And I'm going to do probably my next video going through all of the different treatments and all of the different remedies and all the different stuff that I've done, that I am doing, that I've tried, all this stuff. But I want to actually thank the TikTok community for this, because TikTok, when I made an announcement about it, it was overwhelming with not only support, thank you so much, there's hate messages, but thank you so much in general, and then a lot of really good suggestions, a lot of people about, black seed oil, or a lot of people about castor oil, or a lot of people talking about the Joe Tippins protocol, which I'll explain to you guys, or a lot of people talking about turmeric and curcumin, and a lot of people talking about Chris beat cancer, and a lot of people talking about a lot of stuff. And I didn't know about all that stuff because nobody in my family has colon cancer. There's no history of this. None of this is anything I had ever looked up before. I've never had digestive issues. And so why would I know? So I actually want to thank you guys. It has gotten really overwhelming in some aspects, but I would rather have an onslaught of information than be sitting there feeling alone or feeling like nothing's in my control. And so I want to thank you for that. So
I agree.
So that was back in February. So when pathology came back, all the stories, oh my gosh, the things I have to tell you, this is crazy. This is going to sound crazy, but none of this is untrue. So the people that flew down for my surgery, by the way, amazing. I want to give some shout outs. Don Allen came from Florida.
Not Chris beat cancer. Chris beat cancer. That's another, I don't know, grifter might not be the right term, but definitely someone who capitalized off of, I figured out how you should beat cancer because I also did, and here's my way that I did it. She's good friends with Gabby Bernstein, which again, red flag alert. Yeah, so that is someone that I have on my list as well to talk about at some point in the future.
Louisa Wixom came from, Louisa Nunez. My bad, she got married like 15 years ago. That's a childhood best friend. Louisa Nunez came from Tennessee. Mateo Taglia came from Barcelona, and Sasha Franz came from, he was actually in the Canary Islands at the time, and he cut his vacation short, but he came from Switzerland. I also flew my father in, and I just want to say to all the people who flew in from places, unbelievable. Thank you for the support. It was amazing. It is amazing. I love all of you very much. So Sasha and Mateo actually stayed here in my house, right here in this room, for an entire month, which is unbelievable. Friendship level on 500, 5,000, 5 million, whatever. But they also went with me to all of my appointments. So they went to each of the appointments that I was referencing in regards to the CT scan. Mateo was there, or when I went to surgery, of course, or when I went to an oncologist, etc. They went to all these appointments with me too. And so when we first went to Texas Oncology, I met with Dr. Stone. Nothing bad to say about Dr. Stone. please listen to this. I prepped with the Chris Beat Cancer questions. So he has a list of questions that you should ask your oncologist. And it's things that, I'll just pull this up so you can look at all of them while I'm talking about them, okay? These questions you should be able to ask your oncologist. And if your oncologist makes you feel weird for asking them, I think it's weird of them. So I ask questions like, if I do this chemotherapy, you know, well, I'll back it up. Hold on. So,
can I pause? Okay, hold on. I messed it up. Chris Beat Cancer is another guy that is on my list. He claims, you know, he's beat cancer and he'll tell you how to do it. Okay, but then there's another woman named Chris with a K. And she is, it's like Chris Beat Cancer. Okay, so he's a dude, and then there's a woman who's friends with Gabby Bernstein. So I got those lines crossed, but they basically do the same thing. Here's a book, here's a cookbook. I beat cancer. I'll show you how to beat cancer as well. Okay, I'll find her stuff. Chris something, but it's K-R-I-S, I believe.
Okay, I'll just say it. So I ask questions like, if I do this chemotherapy, then, you know, does it matter what I eat? Just to see what they say. If they say, oh yeah, eat your ice cream, eat your pizza, eat whatever. Okay, asking questions like, do you make money off of this? Asking questions like, if I decline chemotherapy and radiation.
Sorry, okay, found it. So her name is Chris Carr. And so she's a crazy, sexy cancer survivor. And she's got a mastermind, courses, membership, book, all of the above. So Chris beat cancer with the C. Man, Chris Carr beat cancer, woman, friends with Gabby Bernstein. There you go, clarification. Thank you.
And standard of care, will you still give me medical care if I need it? Will you still do follow-up scans for me? Will you still be my practicing oncologist? A lot of really good questions. I really recommend this. You are the patient. I said this in my first video. You need to take your time and find doctors that you trust. And I'm going to get into something very crazy in just a minute here. So
this part kind of gets a little, like she said, a little crazy. And I think that this part now, with people saying that the doctors didn't warn her enough and didn't tell her enough about the chemo and that they screwed up, like, I'm like, this story to me is like, okay, they did a lot. They did a lot to try to talk to her, and I don't know what more they could have done.
This is weird. So I have surgery. Pathology takes about 3 weeks to come back, which is standard. The night before my meeting with Dr. Stone, my oncologist, not my phone rings, not the shepherd's phone rings, not Aviram's phone, my boyfriend's phone rings. My third emergency contact gets a phone call. That is Carissa. That is my personal assistant. She is amazing. She gets a phone call in the middle of the night from the surgeon. The surgeon says, I don't think she's taking this seriously. You need to make sure she knows how serious this is, because if she does not if she does not do what we are saying to do and do it aggressively, she will not see Christmas. She will be dead by Christmas. So the next day I get a text from my, at the time, she's gone, executive assistant and my personal assistant, and it says, we need to meet with Mark at 11 a.m. And I'm like, Mark? I'm thinking someone's quitting. I'm thinking someone's fighting me. I'm thinking there's something dramatic because Mark is my lawyer I have on retainer. So I go, I'm kind of panicking. I texted Mark and I said, am I walking into an ambush? He didn't respond. I walk into the room. 2 assistants are sitting there.
Wait, what did it say? I'm going to read the text. This is her, Mark, her lawyer. She says, but I'm good, positive. And then she asked before, do you know any divorce lawyers in California? And then he said, not directly, but can reach out to network. Where in California? And she says, LA area. So I'm assuming that might be because of her boyfriend's ex-wife to be, not officially. Maybe that's why she was asking. And then, but she left it in there, which is interesting. And then she asked, am I being ambushed on March 2nd?
Into an ambush. He didn't respond. I walk into the room. 2 assistants are sitting there. Mark's sitting here. I walk in. I'm like, what's up, guys?
So this is her boyfriend. So she says, I love you too. Carissa just ambushed me with my blank. Be back soon. Very weird. No idea what she wants. And he says, LOL. Okay, I'm sure it's not bad. Let me know. And then she says, it was a medical thing. They called her last night and they said, if I don't get aggressive with treatment, I won't make it to Christmas. And he says, wow, a very hard to hear. When are you going to see Chase? I'm landing soon. I'll call right as I land. And then she says, I don't want to talk. Okay, here we go.
Hey, I sit down. That's when Carissa says that to me. So in the same time, Mark goes, so we're done with anything that causes Jessie Lee stress. We're done with her having to do all this work. We're done with her having to be the one who carries all the load. And I'm saying this to any cancer patients. Stop living the same life that you've been living and expecting different results. I talk about it all the time in business. Stop doing the same things that you're doing and expecting different results. No different in your health journey. You have to change your whole life. In that moment, I said, no stressors, none of this stuff. And have there been stressors? God, yes. Okay, but the things I can control, like sitting here, literally working for 18, 16, 14, 12, 10, 8, 6 even hour days, I don't do that. Constantly feeling like I have to post or I have to be on live or I have to do stuff, doesn't happen. If I feel like chilling the whole day and then showing up and doing a YouTube video after I do my hair, that's when I'm gonna do it.
I wish that was always the case. I wish that was her entire story. That's what I wish for everybody. That's what everyone, like when you want to work and you know, obviously we have to work, but like to burden yourself with so much pressure to always be achieving. That is the problem. Exactly. I'm glad she figured it out, at least at some point.
And it was in that moment where he just said, you guys need to be all Jessie Lee. You need to help her. She needs your help. And it was kind of in that moment where, well, then I cried in Mark's arms, which I have been the tough biatch. He has been my lawyer for 6 years. We have won a lot of cases together. He is aggressive. He only really sees bossly. And in that moment, he got Jessie Lee. I'm crying in his arms because that's the first I've heard. I was told my prognosis is dead by Christmas. So the next day, I go to this appointment with Dr. Stone. And like I said, I was prepped, and this is crazy. I walk in, I'm on the little table thing, you know, when you go to the doctor. Dr. Stone's sitting right here, Mateo and Sasha are sitting right here. Everything's normal. He's talking about everything. He says, ooh, pathology's back, 26 of 30 lymph nodes have cancer in them. I don't know if it's gone anywhere else yet, but we're going to find out when we order you a PET scan. Oh, actually, I said I wanted a PET scan. There was no PET scan ordered. We'll find out if it's anywhere else. Right now, we know it might be, it's at least metastasized somewhere in here, so we're looking at least stage 3. I said, okay. He said, here's what we need to do. He said, standard of care is 12 rounds of chemo. This is 6 months of a FOLFOX protocol. I said, okay, and what does that mean?
I think, and some people are saying that, you know, she had the, like, FMLA. I'm pretty sure she was a contractor. I think that was her job, like entrepreneur for her coaching business and a contractor for Prove It. So I don't think she had health insurance unless she got it on her own and was paying out of pocket, which I don't know. Some people do that. Some people just wing it. I winged it. I winged it for almost 3 years. I wasn't sick, but neither was she that she knew of, I guess, at the time. So that's definitely possible. And I think the VP position that she took, I'm imagining it was more of a, hey, we're going to help you out. If she's texting closely with the CEO, I think maybe he wanted to help her, give her a corporate position, get her insurance, help her through the situation. That's a guess. I don't know for sure. But yeah, she wouldn't have disability or anything because she wasn't a full-time employee anywhere that I know of.
He's talking me through all this. I talk about side effects. I talk about whatever. And then he could, it was very obvious. I wasn't really convinced. It was obvious, I think, to everyone in the room, hey, I'm going to be one of these people who wants to weigh my options. I've got these questions with me, etc. And then my phone rings, and it's my surgeon. And I pick up, and I don't put phones near my head. I don't know. I'm kind of like one of those weird, EMF people. And so I put it on speakerphone. I said, hello? I said, oh, it's a surgeon. Can I pick up? He said, yeah, of course. I said, hello? Or I said, sorry, it's a medical call. Can I pick up? He said, yeah. Hello? He says, hey, I just want to call, see how you're doing. And I said, no, I'm doing great. Remember, I'm 3 weeks post-op. He said, you feel good? I was like, yeah, I'm good. I'm up and around. I'm feeling good, moving, doing things, whatever. And then, like clockwork, and I'm not saying, maybe it's a coincidence, that he called in the middle of my appointment, Dr. Stone, who nothing against him, goes, "Hey, Dr. Mack, is that you? I recognize that voice." He goes, "Yeah, man, what's up?" And he said, "Oh, we're just talking with Jessie Lee about her chemotherapy options." And I look over at Sasha Mateo like, have you ever felt like sometimes it's almost like your soul detaches from your body and you're up here in the sky looking down on everything, and you say to yourself, "Jessie Lee," or whatever your name is, "Jessie Lee, look at the big picture. You're getting sold." There was a phone call the night before, the perfect setup inside of the doctor's room. As soon as he walked out and he handed me some paperwork for it or whatever, I look at the two of them, Sasha and Mateo, and we're all at the same time like, and I'm not, I mean, whatever, you believe what you want to believe. This is not an anti-chemo, anti-whatever. No, okay. I hang up the phone. He comes back in and he goes, "You're also a really good candidate for a custom vaccine." I said, "Yeah." He goes, "We'll have to look at the gene mutations and everything like that, but I think a custom vaccine could work really, really well for you." I said, "Why don't we do a custom vaccine?" And he said, "Well, we will after you do chemo." I said, "But why would we wait until after my immune system is completely ravaged, all my good cells are dead and my bad cells, before we do a custom vaccine?" He goes, "I don't know. That's just how it works." So we walked out, and that was March 17th. And the next appointment was March 21st with Dr. Smithson at the Costanza Institute. This is integrative oncology, and it was a 2-hour super thorough appointment, did some blood work, and just had a conversation.
So that part was like, okay, so they tried to trick her or get her family's buy-in, her friends' buy-in to support her and, corner her and tell her how serious it was and give her one option, which is aggressive chemotherapy and maybe something after that. Which, okay, it's her choice, her body, her choice. I believe in that 100%. It's her journey, her everything, And again, she was telling her story about her cancer diagnosis and whatever. And if you followed the protocol, you now see what happened to her. So I feel like that's all the testimony that you need to know that, like, you gotta listen to experts, not other people on the internet. But, I get it. It's scary. Anyways, but then when she passed, there was a bunch of people who were saying the doctors did not convince her enough of chemo. And at the end, people were sharing her text messages where she said that she was going to do the chemo at the end, that they were going to get her stabilized so that she could do like emergency chemo or something. And it's like, she made a choice. She did make a choice. And at that point, you got to stick by it. And the doctors seemed like they almost went overboard trying to get her to see the severity of the situation. I just feel like it's crazy that any one of her friends could say the doctors did not do enough to try to convince her that chemo was the strongest, best option if you wanted to make it past Christmas, as she said many times. So she's telling the story herself, and she made a choice. It sucks, but she has the right to do that. And I feel like this is the outcome, which is a tragedy. But to blame the doctors, it's crazy to me that they're even suggesting that in comments.
Conversation about everything. This is where I learned for the first time about ozone, about, it's not really true, I'll talk about that in a minute, but more about ozone, about vitamin C, about curcumin and turmeric, about frankincense, about colloidal silver, about, just a lot. And we still didn't know where I was staged because my PET scan was not until y'all know I got the receipts. Okay. My PET scan was not until the 24th. So on the 21st, we still didn't have any kind of staging or anything like this. And I thought it was super professional. I really liked my experience there. Unfortunately, 2 weeks after my experience at the Costanza Institute, my doctor quit or retired. Or the doctor I was going to use retired, so I was no longer able to use him. In the meantime, I also met with Dr. Chase Faldmo. I learned a lot about some energetic stuff that's going on. We did some cleansing, some clearing, some frequencies and things like this. You could check him out. He's amazing as well. And I just felt energetically good. I started surrounding myself with people.
Now they're a biohacker in the bio. Red flag.
who told me that chemotherapy is not the only route this could go. And for people that are going through something like this, even that little bit of encouragement can be what you need to keep you on the path where you're reminding yourself constantly, you got this, you got this, I don't even know what it means, you got this. I don't know, but sometimes it's just good to hear it. So that's what that was. So that was the 21st. I loved my experience at the Costanzas Institute. I do recommend it. I did not work with them though, because like I said, the doctor that I was working with decided to retire, okay? So on the 22nd, so the day after, is when I had my first inpatient call with MD Anderson. And let me tell you how flippin' happy I was. You guys had messaged me everywhere. I had messages on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, messages on my podcast, emails from people saying, go to MD Anderson, go to MD Anderson, MD Anderson's the best, Sloan Kettering, MD Anderson, Sloan Kettering, MD, like everything. So I applied at every hospital. I felt like I was trying to get into college again, okay? Applying to all these hospitals. And not getting accepted, right? So MD Anderson, same thing. It was you have to know someone to get in. Luckily, I was able to find someone who did know somebody who could get me in, and I had this conversation. And I was excited. I was really excited. I felt like I'm going to go there. It's going to be cutting edge. In the meantime, I was doing genetic testing to see what gene mutations I had. In the meantime, I was doing all of the alternative medicine that I had found on my own. In the meantime, I was having phone calls with people who were talking about natural killer cells. I was taking phone calls with everybody. It was like all day from the time I woke up until the time I went to bed, we were fielding phone calls. I learned a new morning routine at this point though, where I said, this is ridiculous. I got to change this. And I don't get on my phone now for the first 2 hours of each day. I get up, I do things with my dogs. I get in the sun. I have to have sunlight. I'm handling my beautiful children. I do some stuff I'm gonna talk about in a minute. I set my whole day up before I ever pick up a cell phone. Okay, so things have shifted obviously dramatically, but at this point in time, it's phone call, phone call, phone call, phone call. It seems everyone's got the flipping cure, and you're trying to figure all of this out. And so I was super excited for that. I was super excited to go to MD Anderson. And I don't have the date on here right now for MD Anderson, but I am going to tell you what happened at MD Anderson, even though I can't find on here when exactly that was, but I'm going to get that for you guys. So, it's right here. Goodness gracious. So my intake call is March 22nd. March 24th is my PET scan. My PET scan comes back. My PET scan comes back and is sent to MD Anderson. So I went to Texas Oncology on March 24th and had a PET scan. Then on March 27th, I drove on the 26th of March with my best friend, Courtney Shepard, and my 2 dogs. We got in the car, we drove to Texas, or we're in Texas. We drove from Dallas area, I live in Frisco, down to Houston, Texas. And I had my first in-person consultation. And last in-person consultation. I remember driving up and I posted the photo of MD Anderson in my stories. It was late night when we got there. I was so excited. We checked into the hotel for 5 days. I was so excited. Thought I was going to be there for 5 days and we were going to find cutting edge things to do. We were going to find different treatments. There was going to be some kind of test I could get into, some CAR T, maybe something. And I got there and I don't think I'll ever forget. I mean, I know enough. There's no way. This is like a core memory in your life. And I'm feeling so good, mind you. My blood work has come back. My circulating cells are not that high, which can mean something, can mean nothing. So don't get too excited about it is basically what they say about it. But I feel good. I feel like I've recovered from the surgery well. I can't believe that was so long ago. I can't believe that was March 27th. We get in there. Get my intro blood work done, walk in, the doctor's, the PA comes in, the physician assistant comes in, and she had this kind of attitude, right? Which I was kind of like, okay, this is a hard job. It's a hard job. Yeah. You're in the colon cancer unit. This is a hard job. She walks out of the room, and I look at Courtney, who's sitting to my left, and I said, this is not the right place for me. I can already tell. I don't like her. I don't like her energy. I don't like the energy of this room. I don't like the energy of this place. And she goes, me either. Or she disagreed, but she was like, The doctor walks in, and I will not say his name. But I have not had a blackout moment like this since trauma of 9-year-old Jessie Lee. Because your brain protects you for moments that are super, super traumatic. So I'm going to tell you everything I remember, and maybe Courtney can come in on a video someday and fill you guys in on what she remembers. But I remember sitting there, again, up on one of those little chair bed things, you know. He comes in, he won't even look me in the eye. He's talking to me like this. So he's talking to me like this, and he's like, yeah, this is not good. You know, this is not good. You know how serious it is? This is not good. He goes, so you have about 6 months to live, 8 months to live. You know, if you do, he's like, if you do, oh no, sorry, not looking down, like this. 6 months to live, 8 months to live. If you do Folfox and Avastin, really intense, no quality of life, maybe I can get you to live 2.5 years. Okay? And I went, and that's when I go, boom. That's when I black out. That's when I start hysterically crying. I call Aviram from my phone. He was not there. He was in California with his kids. And I completely break down. Like, this was the most aggressive crying I had up until that point in time. I've had more since then, much more since then, but I was completely shaken. I was completely wrecked. I felt, I don't know how you prepare yourself for a moment like that. I don't think you can. And I know Courtney started asking him questions. I know Aviram started saying stuff. I know I'm sobbing. I remember putting my head up and saying, but I'm not normal. And I said, people like me, like you look like this and you're dead in 6 months. He goes, yes, dead in 6 to 8 months. Yes. Which, so for those of you who are wondering why we're super.
It's so sad because, you know, obviously they are right, which is sad and tragic. And it doesn't matter what you look like. It doesn't matter what you feel the vibes are like. And that is the difference in all the inspirational speakers that get on stage at these dumbass events, and they get up there and they say, I beat cancer. Louise Hay going up there and said, I cured my cancer by forgiving myself and this and that. And these are the people that are a very, very, very small group of, 10, 20, 30 motivational speakers that lie, that have very specific stories about their success, from poor to rich and whatever. And like, if you just believe in yourself, if you don't let the haters get in your way, if you don't take no for an answer, all of your wildest dreams will come true. Which, hey, if you want to live your life like that, you might find it to be easier than realizing we're all just little ants in this world walking around hoping for the best. Maybe that makes you feel like you have control. When it comes to a situation like this, a life and death situation, and you try to apply the tenets of self-help, which are, positive vibes only. Again, don't take anything that anyone says that's not positive and perfect and making you feel good, and, ignore it and believe in your intuition and just believe your gut all the time and trust it and follow it and whatever. Sometimes that doesn't cut it. You got to listen to the guy with oncology experience. He was right. He looked at the chart or whatever of the results. He gave her a prognosis. He gave her an option. And I'm not saying she chose wrong. It's up to her to choose. I don't think 2.5 years with, a lower quality of life is the best decision to make that anyone can make. It's up to her. But to think that he's wrong for doing that and telling her the truth when all these other people will take her money willingly and tell her like, yeah, totally, you'll make it for sure. Just keep paying us and we'll give you, our juice or whatever. I think that's worse. That is more evil to me than someone breaking a hard truth to her. But I just don't think she was set up. She was in a world that revolves around delusion. And it's just because you got a diagnosis doesn't mean that's going to change like that. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing, her retelling here.
Super excited for November 1st. It is my 35th birthday on November 1st. So you guys can wish me happy birthday on November 1st. But also because you told me I'd be dead in October. Okay? And I accept my diagnosis of colon cancer stage 4. He's the one who staged me at stage 4 that day because he read the PET scan. I do not accept a prognosis of death okay? There is no, do I look like I am dying, okay? Well, actually, we're all dying, okay? From the day you're born, you're leading up to death, whatever. But what? Like this, no. See, just no. I'm like, there's no pain, doc. There's no, look at me, right? I literally, and then I'm on the phone FaceTiming Aviram, right? And he says, so, you know, before you go get the blood work, you're gonna need to sign off on the chemotherapy, okay? And I went, I have to sign off on chemotherapy before I get blood work here? No. And Aviram yells, she is not making any decisions today. And Courtney goes, we are getting out of here. And we just went out. We got the, I'm blind. And then shout out to my friend Loka, who is a
So I guess Ed Mylett didn't watch this video. That's what I'm now remembering, because he said her birthday's October 12th. Like, okay. Oh, her dad figure, who is her best friend and just loved her so much. I guess he didn't take the time to watch this video of her talking about her journey. We'll take the time to watch it because I'm interested in her and her life story and what she talked about, you know, in a negative way in parts, but also because I think she's an engaging, enigmatic person, you know, that she can tell a story, I will say. But I don't claim to be her best friend like Ed Mylett and her dad. At least I know her birthday is November 1st.
Joy man, that is his whole brand. I love him so much. He happened to text me a meme. I gotta get the meme for you guys. I gotta post it. It says something like, and then we'll post it so you can see it. The meme says something like, here's the Dead Sea, the saltiest thing on earth, except for your bitch ass. And he said, in case you need to send this to anyone today. And I was like, I could have just given it to that doctor, dang it, okay? But anyway, so that's how that happened. But I said, I'm out of here. And I'm sobbing and sobbing and sobbing. We rush back to the hotel. We grab the dogs. We call Marriott. We're checking out of this hotel. We get in the car. We book it back to Dallas 4 hours straight. I was going to see my good friend Johnny Green and his wife Deborah. We had this whole thing planned. And then no, absolutely not. I'm out of here. I am so out of here. And thank you, by the way, Johnny Green and his wife took my medical stuff, drove it to MD Anderson for me. Amazing shout out. Thank you. Ended up making no dang on difference, but I love you and thank you for doing that very much. Appreciated. And so, like I said, went there, did the blood work, did my consultation, and booked it straight out.
Yes. You can watch the Ed part at the beginning of this live stream. The first second of his video is her birthday wrong. So it's a good sign of things to come in that video.
Out of there, headed all the way back home. And this was one of my first moments where I had a Nana sighting. And it was one of those moments where I just needed her. My Nana passed away on July 16, 2017. She's the woman that raised me. And I was crying out to her, crying out to God, crying out like, where, do you not hear me? Do you not hear my prayers? Like, am I alone in this? Like, what is going on? Like, am I making the right decision to leave here? And I leave there and my phone almost instantaneously reroutes me. And it reroutes me on Alameda Street in Houston. My Nana's name is Jessie Netta Alameda Paulson. And all of a sudden, I'm rerouted to that street. That was the first time I had like a Nana sign in nearly 5 years. And I just start losing it again, crying. I show the phone to Courtney and then she's crying and we're crying all the way home. But again, I accept the diagnosis. I did not accept the prognosis. So next, there's follow-ups with other doctors on the 28th and 29th. On the 30th, I went to Dr. Marshall for a consultation, which was for the Greek test. The Greek test is pretty cool. This was through the Costanzas Institute. You have to look up integrative oncology for this. I highly recommend this for people with resources. The Greek test, RGCC Greek test. I'll post some of the results of mine. But this was a big decision maker in some of the things that started happening. I don't know if I've told you. So I made the decision in that moment when my prognosis was given to me that I was going to absolutely heal from this and I was going to do it holistically. And the reason I chose that was because I was told I would not have a quality of life for the 2.5 years that he could keep me alive. What is the purpose? I would rather have 6 months where I can travel, where I can be with my friends, where I can be with my dogs, where I can get my affairs in order, where I can have a life that I like to live, where I can give myself a fighting chance. You are like, I never once became the diagnosis or the prognosis. I did not go, okay, I'm dying. I went, no, I'm living. And too many people, I see it. This is why I can't be on the cancer pages. I can't follow a bunch of people who have cancer. I can't. I only want to talk to survivors and thrivers and people who are healing also naturally and have a positive outlook on this, because I can't deal with the you're dying. We're all dying, and you might die tomorrow. You might get struck by lightning. Your building might collapse. You might get flooded. Tsunami might be hitting you. Who knows? Tornado rolling through. I live in Texas. I don't know. But I was not about to give up like so many people give up. And in that moment, I said, screw this. I got to find a different way. I got to find a different path. If I'm going to die in 2.5 years, 6 months, 8 months, whatever, I'm dying on my terms. Period. I'm always going to die on my terms. This is crazy to me. So people can call me crazy.
Okay, hot take again. I find this to be truthful. I find this to be how she feels, and I find this to be 100% her business and her, like, I have no negativity to say about it. Like, if you were in that situation, or if I was in that situation, what she's saying right here, she's not trying to influence anybody at this part right now specifically, I don't think, into doing something that she's doing. She's making a choice, making a stand for herself. Now, obviously it didn't work out for her, but this is the type of person she was. This was type of her personality. And she tested it. It didn't work out, but, you know, I can't knock her for this. Like, I watched this part and I was like, you know what? At least she's being honest, it seems. You know, she's saying, I didn't want to hear negativity. Not that she didn't, you know, believe that it could be true. She just doesn't want to hear it. Okay, well, at least she's being honest. I do appreciate that a lot. And I think this is how she felt. And you know what? It is brave. It is brave. It's scary. And it could result in your death, as it did for her. But I think it does take a little courage to have this mindset and go, you know what? I'm going to do it the way I want to do it. I will say, I don't know what else to say about it, other than like, I don't think I would be brave enough to do what she did, which is not, didn't work out, but it is brave.
They can say I'm spreading misinformation. They can say that what I'm sharing is dangerous because I'm a social media influencer. Y'all tell me how you feel about it in the comments, okay? I'm curious. I'm doing what's best for me. So if you want to do chemo and radiation and do all these things, then by all freaking means. But for me, 2.5 years of having, you know, holes burnt in my skin and not being, and the, what is it, neuropathy or whatever it's called, not being able to feel my feet, painful sores in my mouth, infertility, destroying me, no sex drive, no energy, turning into a skeleton. No, thank you. I'm not signing up for it. You do you. I'm going to do me. I'm going to stay in my lane, drink my freaking carrot juice, and be a happy Jessie Lee. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Bye. So I do this RGCC grief test. They take blood, and basically the way this test works is super cool. They ship overnight your blood to Greece. That's why it's called the Greek test. And it costs about $3,000 for the doctor's visit, the test. And they take your blood and they line it up in all the little petri dishes or whatever with all the different chemotherapies, all the different immunotherapies, and all the different natural stuff too. You get your results back in a couple of weeks. When it comes back, it tells you exactly how much of your cancer that's living in you dies from each of the following treatments. So this doctor who told me I needed to do FOLFOX and Avastin at MD Anderson, because you gotta hit it 2 ways. Avastin only works, I think it's 30%. I'll pull up my Greek test, double check, which frankincense is just as effective. Like from doTERRA or Young Living, go buy your essential oils. Go support at MLM. Thank you. Okay, it's just as effective, at least in the cancer that's living in.
And I'm out. Yeah, this part I'm like, I don't know. And I don't know what doctor she's at. Again, like she says doctor very loosely. So I don't know what place she's at this time. But I don't think doTERRA is going to be as effective as chemo, I'm sorry to say.
Me. Colloidal silver, killing this mofo. Curcumin and turmeric, killing it. There's so much stuff. There is one.
So I'll say this part, yeah, it goes back to, okay, I'm being influenced. Like, you know, I agreed with everything she said 60 seconds before, where she was like, this is what I'm choosing. This is what I want to do. And I'm going to live my life. I'm going to have my carrot juice. Leave me alone. I'm all into that. The silver is the good that, no, I'm back out. Back out of it.
Of the chemotherapies, in all of the chemotherapies, FOLFOX is a blend of 5, I believe. 1 is effective against the cancer that has decided to inhabit me. Yet I'm gonna kill off, like I think so much of beating cancer is you have to understand cancer is an MFer and you have to be a bigger MFer. You have to try to outsmart the devil. That's pretty much what's going on. So all the information I could find, am I aware that this is a conversation where I've worked my face off for 12 years. I've been an entrepreneur for 12 years, high-level entrepreneur for about 8.5 years, incredible operator in multiple businesses. I am a business coach that you should hire. Do I understand all these things? Do I understand that gives me privilege then to be able to pay for these things? Yes. But that is why I'm using this channel to teach you and tell you things that I think are worthwhile. And I would say the RGCC Greek test is one of those. Before you just jump in and leap in and, okay, give me the chemo, give me the chemo, give me the chemo. Just do what's best for you. I'm thankful I did that test because it really, really empowered me in a very big way to take a different route with this. I also then on the 30th...
I think it just gave her the answers she already wanted to hear. So she found someone to, what do they call it? When you look for information to confirm your beliefs, like confirmation bias. She did not want chemo. It's freaked her out. She didn't want it. She didn't like the symptoms of it. She wanted to be told that, you don't have to do this. You could still survive without taking it. And so she found a person to give her that answer, and probably was a grifter.
Had a consultation with Hope for Cancer because I was looking into some of this Gerson therapies. I started reading books about Gerson therapy. You guys should read books on the Gerson therapy. And again, Chris beat cancer and all of that. And then I guess we'll do this and I'll give you some shout outs because we're nowhere near done. They're not shout outs, they're medical things. So just stay tuned. April 3rd is when I started acupuncture. So I love this, but I really hate how the disgusting little herbal teas taste. But if you've ever had it, you already know. A couple things I do want to give massive shout outs to. And when I say shout outs, I mean like these people immediately jumped in. It wasn't there was no hollow bottom, if that makes sense. These were people who really are committed to making my life a life. And I just want to thank you and tell you how they've helped me. So I'm only giving 3 shout outs for this because I know this video I feel like it's getting long. The sun went down. But the first one is my friend Kurt Linnington. He is the, I believe, CEO and founder and owner of Linear Roofing here in Dallas. Is he a supernova businessman that is unbelievable and has built an incredible life? Yes. He took the time to text me and say, I have this biocharger. He texted me all kinds of stuff, actually. He's like, I'm going to bring...
The biocharger, another bullshit device that Heidi Powell is also using nowadays. It's a bunch of nothing. Okay, it says, I hate this for you. This is Kurt. I hate this for you. I am in Minnesota. I'm going to bring you my biocharger Sunday. If there is anything I can do, please don't hesitate to ask me, even if it's just to talk. And she says, thank you. And he says, morning, are you in town? She says, yes, I'm home. And then she blocked it out. He said, heading your way in about 40 to drop off machine. She says, okay. He said, working on some technical difficulties. Text you when I leave here, hopefully in 30. And she says, all good. Might be getting ozone. I'll keep you updated. So for those who don't know, the biocharger is a bullshit charger. It's similar to that dumbass quantum box that I always make fun of, the Lila quantum box. Here's this biocharger. It's expensive as hell. It's supposed to provide you good vibes. You can find them a lot of places now. I've seen they like a little, in a storefront called like Healing LLC, Healing Minds LLC, Healthy Holistic Bodies LLC, like a little shopping plaza business will have one of these, and you go and sit in a room. Heidi Powell has been doing it quite a lot lately. She sits in the room and is healed from what? We don't know, but it heals all your problems, traumas, breakups, cancer, old age. Like you sit in this room and this magical machine just does it all. This robot for sure. That's definitely doing something. I think it's pretty expensive. Yeah. Mindfulness centers, holistic therapies. Let's see. Let's buy it. Let's buy it real quick and we'll test it out. It's only $16,000 only. And you can get marketing tools and collateral, whatever that means. Energy, focus, sleep, balance, recovery, performance. And how does it work? I don't know. Just trust us. It does. It just, like I said, sends out the vibes. Biohacking device. Again, red flag, biohacker. biohacking in there. It says, isn't it just another red light device? Read the caption. Okay. Biocharger offers 4 times the benefits of a typical red light device: pulsed electromagnetic fields, PEMFs, voltage frequencies, and harmonics and light. Okay, none of that means anything to me. Unlike traditional red light therapy that generates a handful of wavelengths at infrared, far infrared, and near infrared at high intensity, the biocharger generates thousands of different wavelengths in the infrared, far infrared, and near infrared and visible light, mimicking nature. The biocharger can also produce variable frequencies and harmonics mimicking cosmic rays that are vital for life. Sounds like bullshit. It produces an electric and magnetic field that helps with healthy cellular function by making the cell membrane more permeable to absorb nutrients and detoxify. So, not just your average red light device. And then then it says, what is the cost? Or do you have to find practitioners who give treatments? Sending you a message. Yeah, what is the cost? Sent you a message. Yeah, they're not going to say it's 16 grand on there. This is what it looks like. And you just literally sit in this room and it's supposed to penetrate you. I don't know. To me, it's like the Healy device, but more expensive. It's like, oh, it's it's got signals, and these are good signals. Your cell phone has evil signals, but this is good signals that you want to put in your body. It's like, okay, how? And of course, you can get financing to buy it. So only $350 a month. Great. Boost your profit and get fast ROI. Okay, so this machine, which is literally saying on the website, boost your profit and get fast ROI, that's okay. But a doctor that's trying to get you to do chemo, evil, man who wants to make money. Okay. Anyways.
Bring the biocharger over. And I'm going to show you a video of the biocharger, explaining it really fast so you can see this. This sits in my living room. This is a gift that he's allowing me to borrow through this journey. And
Oops. Sorry. That was me clicking the button on accident. Not that was included in her video. Sorry. Thank you to Rainy Cannon. I was trying to click your button.
Colts.
Rainy Cannon says, I don't have $30K for you to coach me, but I have 18 American dollars. Hope it's enough. That will change your life. If you have 18 American dollars, you can buy a book and find a job and fix your life immediately. And for that I say, I don't even know if I have that anymore. Do I have that one? Let's see. And yep, here we go. No, it's gone. Dang it. I had the button, but it's not set up. So instead I'll say,
get off your butt.
Okay. Get off your butt and have some
deep belly laughs.
There you go, Rainy Cannon. Thank you. Okay. Sorry. Back to it. We're almost done. We're like 5 minutes away from being done.
I use it multiple times every single day. And I want to thank you because I really believe in the energy of all of this. I really believe that this machine is working. And I really believe that the energy that is pounding through my body from this is helping heal me. And so I want to thank you because you did not have to do this for me and you chose to. And it just tells me the kind of man that I knew you were, but it really shows me the kind of man that you are. So thank you. I love our friendship. I love you. I appreciate you. And this is just an example of more and more blessings that are going to come raining down on you for that. The second person is Dr. Matt Chalmers. He has a practice here in Frisco, Texas. He let me come in immediately and just kind of went over some things.
That is a large bicep. That is an interesting angled photo of this man. He's like, I am proportionate. Sorry.
Things with me that he would have suggested, and that was the first time I went and used a hyperbaric chamber. I actually bought a hyperbaric chamber. It is now in my house from him, and he's just been an incredible support system. He helped me get some IVs set up in my house so I could do vitamin C drips on my own. He's helped hook me up with other doctors to be able to get me my PICC line. He's helped me get my PICC line out. He's helped me do a lot, and I just want to thank you very much. And again, tons of blessings, tons of abundance to you.
And again, like, she did all this stuff. It did not change the prognosis of do nothing. And you'll have 6 months, or do chemo, you have 2.5 years. We'll never know what would happen, but it seems like all of this, the hyperbaric chamber, which is tens of thousands of dollars, I would imagine. I don't know about that one specifically that she bought. Like if you got the metal one, it's very pricey. The biocharger, if she was to buy one on her own, would be like $16,000, obviously. So that's expensive. So the treatment of $50,000 from the biohacker, and all, like, she went to Malibu and got something with Denise Richards' husband or boyfriend or something, I saw allegedly. That's expensive, I would imagine. It's so, you know, not to say you shouldn't try, but it just, none of it worked. I just want to acknowledge that none of it worked.
In your family as well. And the third person, this is unbelievable, and I want you to read this text message that I'm going to read the text message actually, because I just think it's amazing, the community of people that I'm able to surround myself with. And oh, turds, it's not on this phone. It's on the phone I'm recording this on. So, all right, so I'm just going to have the screenshot for you then, but that's okay. I want to tell you about this situation. So this man, Travis Alla, he owns iCryo here in Frisco, Texas. Actually, I'm totally kidding. I haven't. I'm going to read it. And on February 25th, he messaged me because I shared my story. I'm going to tell you why I shared my story to close this video up in a second here. He owns iCryo Frisco. Please go. I want you to support this man's business. I want you to support everything he does because A, he is just a really good man. But second of all, I want to read this to you because this to me is unbelievable. Now, did I already have a membership at iCryo? Yes. Had I already been using his facilities? Yes. But I'm just going to read it. Hey, first text message he's ever sent me. Hey, I want you to know you're in me and my team's prayers. If there's anything we can do to support you, we're here. I have a big passion against all things cancer. We have a few of our ozone therapy guests actually going to remission. Obviously, I'm not saying it's a cure. I'm confident it could be helpful in aiding your body as you fight through this. No sales pitch here. You have impacted me with your content and I want to add value. No cost, completely on me. I want to offer ozone therapy, red light, and my entire wellness clinic in support to you. Unbelievable. He even offered then to have IVs delivered to my house. He offered anything. I mean, I gotta show you. I'm gonna post it. To me, it's like I went in then and I met him for the first time in person, and we had a conversation. And he talked about how on stage 2 years ago, a presentation about culture changed his entire business. And you just never know the impact of what you're doing, I guess, is what I would like everybody to kind of think through when you're making decisions in your day-to-day life. Be that good person. You have no idea who's watching. And with that said, I think I told you I was going to tell you something else, but I completely forgot. And I feel like this video is going on and on, but
I want to look at the cryo place. Yeah, it seemed to me like hey, come in for free. I saw your post. Yeah, and then you can like post about it. And then they used her photo at the top here. I don't know what they say, but it says, Jessie, you're such an inspiration to everyone. You are always a ray of sunshine when you come into the center. You never back down from a fight. You are a boss for a reason. The whole iCryo Frisco team is praying and rooting for you.
all right, back to ozone. So Brent's taking all my blood. Not all of it, right?
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
So she was doing ozone at this place.
60 mils. And then we'll put ozone in it. All right.
So I guess they didn't do the follow-up. I doubt they will do the follow-up of, hey, it didn't work out. Oh, well.
I'm going to leave you again with just a happy message. I'm so positive. I am so sure that this is going to have a good outcome. I am feeling vibrant and energized and healthy. I feel like my life has become better in many ways because of this. I feel like it is a gift that I'm able to share this with all of you. And I want to remind you, you're not alone. I want to remind you that I know it can be noisy. I want to remind you that you have time to make informed decisions. I want to remind you that I'm just a message away. And so whether that's you that is in this journey of healing or whether it is somebody you love, don't give up. There are always good people out there. There's always going to be good resources. And if nothing else, shift your nutrition. If nothing else, just become aware. I know greens taste like garbage, but they are good for you. Okay? And it's
very different than her TikTok that we watched like 7 months ago, where she was saying, someone had said, you need to eat vegetables. Stop. Like, don't eat meat. Vegetables are good for you. And she like ripped her a new one and said, you eat. I'll bring it up. Let me just bring it up. It's too completely opposite of what she just said that I need to re-acknowledge. Okay, it's gonna pop up again every time. It's the same TikTok. Boss Lee. And I just happened to remember this because she was like talking to someone who had said something about, oh, you need to eat your vegetables. And she's like, you're an idiot. Vegetables are bad for you. They're bad. That's the whole thing is like, you can't listen to anyone on the internet. You only can hope that an expert is telling you the right information or listen to yourself. Listening to an influencer on the internet is going to lead you astray always. Let me see. Should I do Boss Lee? Sorry, let me just find this real quick. I can keep broccoli. How do you spell broccoli? Oh my God, I don't know. Broccoli.
Hey guys, it's just.
I'll find it. Okay, we'll go back to the video for now, but I'll find it. Oh boy. Oh boy. Where's the video? Okay.
Everybody to live such a vibrant, healthy, happy life. And I have so much more to share. I'm going to take you through the entire journey here, but that's kind of the continuation of where I was from the last video. And I hope that this inspires some of you. I hope some of you are motivated to maybe take a more holistic route. I hope some of you understand you can do the holistic and the traditional.
Okay, I found it. Okay, here it is. This is from October 2022. Okay, so she just said greens are good for you, right? This is just to remind everyone that influencers don't know you, don't care about you because they don't know you. So how could they care about you? And if you take their advice or follow their lead, they will change later. And then maybe it's too late for you. You know, you took their advice and now you're like, wait, what? You changed your mind? Yeah. Okay. So this person said, not a good role model. Veggies are extremely important in a diet. Yes, some veggies cause gas and bloating. Very few cause inflammation. This is her response.
So I guess this is normalizing literally not listening to your body whatsoever. But I'm guessing you probably do this in relationships too. Like a relationship makes you feel like shit and you just keep going back to it because somebody tells you it's good. Do you see the correlation? See, that's what you're doing. I'm farting all the time. I'm bloated as fuck. I'm shitting all the time. I'm burping constantly. My stomach hurts. It's totally normal. It's totally healthy. Totally great. Every time I eat something, I get super bloated. It's just normal. I look skinny in the mornings. Nah, bitch. I look skinny all fucking day. So I guess this is...
See, that's how she was, I feel like. And when she came out with her last video on YouTube before she passed, and she had claimed that she had beaten the cancer, I was like, that's not her. This is not her person. This is her personality, I think. Her true personality, which is like, F you, but you know, I'm the best. And maybe that was persona. Maybe it was persona, but this is what I was expecting if she had beaten cancer. And then when that didn't come, I was like, I'm not buying it. But yeah, she's changed her tune is all I'm saying. From, you know, vegetables suck and you're an idiot for liking vegetables to eat it. It's good for you.
At the same time, I hope some of you are seeing kind of the deconstruction of what's kind of going on in the medical world. And then feel free to ask questions below because I'm filming this, yeah, for me, but also for you. And I want this to be something where people are uplifted and inspired and see that cancer can be just a big red alarm in your system that says, pay attention, something has to change, because that's the message that I received from it. And that's the message that I know is going to continue to move me forward in my life as we heal from this together. So I know we're not done this journey of healing, but I do know we're on the right path. And I totally forgot to mention at that acupuncture meeting, that was when I decided to go vegan in April. This sweet Chinese lady who reminded me so much of Nana, she kind of scolded me. She kind of got on me about eating meat, and she said, no, colon cancer, no, plant-based. I was like, wow, lady, okay, plant-based. So that's when all of the vegan started, minus a couple of weeks, which I'll talk about in a later video. But please listen to your body. Please go get checked. Please make sure you advocate for your health, and make sure you subscribe to this channel and you follow along.
Yeah. So let me go back for a second to her. I already showed this one before also, but it's so interesting to look back this one. Like people who message, and I think this is where I'm coming from. A lot of the people who hate on her or hated on her, not all of them. I think sometimes people did too many videos, or, you know, as someone who's made 1,000 Rachel Hollis videos, I realize that, you know, that's hypocritical of me to say. But I think, you know, when she was diagnosed, I was like, all right, let me back off a little. Like, she's going through stuff. If she does something crazy, egregious, then I'll cover it. But, you know, at that point I was like, all right, like, she's got stuff going on. But I think some of the people that were making these critical videos of her were concerned about her, honestly, were like hoping that she would get better or see the light or whatever. And her friends were the ones that were saying, let's ditch this cancer oncology center. Let's go to this other place to get some ketones, you know? So like, who was actually helping her more, you know? And that's a debate I think you could have, like, were the positive people who are yes-manning her better for her mental health at the time, and she was going to die anyway, so it might as well feel good? Or were people who were, and then this is a TikTok I'm going to show as an example, who were concerned about her and that were bringing this concern to her attention, you know, in hopes that she might take it serious and do something about it. Maybe that was actually better. I don't know. Debatable, I suppose. But this person, this is from September 26th. And again, another reminder that influencers, you might look at them and go, ooh, I'm going to follow them, do what they're doing because look at their weight loss, look at whatever, look at how their face looks. And then in reality, again, you never know what they're actually doing. This person, so this is from, September 2022. And this person says, you have lost tons of muscle. I was praying you were not sick. Okay. And this is her response.
The most interesting thing about getting in shape and healthy is the women who health shame other women, and I'm talking about you. I'm going to post videos of me lifting today because you just inspired me. I lost a lot of muscle where? No, I didn't. I lost a shitload of fat. And I've tracked it through DEXA scans as an FYI. I literally am not losing muscle. I've lost 15 pounds of fat. The problem is we live in a society now that literally celebrates people and all their different body types, which is fine, but that doesn't tend to include people who lose fat and get healthier. Why is that? I would love to know where any of this to you looks like I am sick. Is it that I have quad definition for the first time since 2013? Is it that I obviously have ab lines for the first time since 2013? I don't even have good lighting, but is it my back? Like, my back is fucking ripped. And I think what bothers me the most about this comment is the pretending facade that you cared. I was praying you were not sick. No, you weren't. Anyway,
Maybe she was. That person had more insight into what was going on than anyone else at that time. So it seems I don't know. It's just weird to look back at and, you know what actually happened, and then to see sort of the shaming that she was doing to people who were concerned or seemingly concerned. And I know, like, maybe that commenter was trying to be a jerk or something. I don't know. Who knows what their purpose was. But yeah, it just, it's weird to see it in retrospect. Okay, final one. I know we've already been streaming for like almost 5 hours. My God. Let's watch the final one.
She's too loud.
Then that'll be it. We don't have to revisit this ever again. Where is it? I thought it was here. Latest. Did they take it down? What happened to the one where cancer is gone? Huh. Oh, this one. It was a live stream. That's why. It's only 8 minutes. Okay. And again, this is really hard to watch knowing what the outcome was. But let's do it. Let's watch it. It's real life. This happened. It's pointless to ignore it and say, it didn't happen, so let's pretend. Like, let's face reality. Let's us face reality here. In her honor. Face reality. Here we go.
Well, hello, everybody. What's going on? It's Jessie Lee. You can call me Boss Lee if you'd like to. Or the People's Mentor. haven't done a live like in a minute. So, well, that's not really true. I did a coffee enema on the floor 2 days ago. Okay. But hi, I haven't just come on and gone live with you guys and chatted with you in a little bit. And I did just get a phone call. I guess it's been like 4 or 5 hours now. I've tried to make the rounds of people that I'm super close with, texting them one-on-one and letting them know what's going on. And the update of this is the update of my PET scan, which is, I guess, the most realistic way to track your cancer. I've tracked a little bit on CT scans, obviously, and then just kind of how I feel. And if we're being super honest, because that's what I do here. If you're new to me, you don't yet follow, you should. But I try to be super open, honest, authentic about everything. Okay. This whole journey, I've just been trying to be open and honest and tell you guys the whole entire journey, which is why I've tried to do the stuff on YouTube, and I've been doing the stuff on Instagram and TikTok, especially, etc. And so I've been updating you guys on some stuff. Maybe you've seen it on my TikTok channel, or I don't know, maybe I've posted about it in Instagram stories. If I look like I'm exhausted, if you're like, she looks really tired, like, I don't know, that is because, first of all, I am. Okay, I have not been sleeping well, which has been freaking me out, if we're being very honest with each other, because I can't sleep. I'm really bloated from just this extra liquid that's in my abdomen. I feel like I'm scared all the time because the lymph nodes and the neck, cancer is just one of those things where if you know anybody that's going through it, myself included, obviously, like, it is the biggest mind F ever. And I have the strongest mindset of anybody I've ever met. And I still am over here on a daily basis, like, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts my kidneys. Is it my kidneys? Is it my liver? I'm over here. If I stub my toe, I'm sure it's cancer related. And if you know or love anybody who's on their own cancer journey, you probably are over here like, yeah, that kind of sounds accurate. So just a quick reminder, nothing that I try to say is me making nothing I say is to give you medical advice.
Yeah, this was, I think, like a week or so before she passed. Like 10 days sounds right. I think that's right.
Nothing I say is to convince you to take whatever path you want to take. Nothing I say is ever to make it sound like I don't appreciate doctors. None of this is to say any of this stuff, okay? It's my journey. You're on my page, so beat it, losers, if you don't like me, okay? Anyway, yeah, the cough. Scary. Why am I coughing? Okay, so been in a lot of pain for the last few months, which definitely just makes me nervous all the time. Still don't know if I passed a kidney stone, for anyone wondering about that. But this is a cancer update. This is not about kidney stones, okay? So, excuse me.
So Eric Worre, another one of her buddies, who's like an MLM coach dude, he said that in his tribute video, I don't think it's worth watching, but in his tribute video, he said, Jessie Lee, this is after she died, Jessie Lee believed she had kidney stones. It in fact was not kidney stones. The cancer had spread or something along those lines. So she believed she had kidney stones, but in fact, when she went to the hospital to like get it looked at or whatever, they said, I'm assuming that no, it's actually your cancer has spread even more and it's causing you pain.
I got a call today around 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. And this made my stomach turn over even thinking about it. And as soon as I saw my oncologist's number flash on the screen, I had like a little minor panic attack. Like, do I let it go to voicemail? Or do I not? And I said, I gotta pick up this phone call. Like, I put everything through Chat GPT, like I trained on the accelerator when you get medical news. And so I did that, right? And Chat GPT was like, your little soldiers are fighting so hard. I'm like, oh, hell, now I'm lost again. So I was nervous. And then my doctor called today. And I
don't know what she's saying there.
Hi, guys. What's going on? It's Jessie Lee. Oh, ow, it hurts to laugh. But sometimes you just got to put a smile on your face, my friends. You got to smile through the kidney pain or whatever the hell it is. Oh, my God, my belly. Everything is aching and aching. I don't even care. I'm really happy. My doctor called me. My oncologist called me.
I would think that is toxic positivity right there. I think she had like a spark of pain or something, and she was like, I'm just going to smile and get through this, which is sad because it's like, man, Similar to Dave Hollis. Once again, Dave Hollis would always say, like, you guys expect me to be happy and perfect. You guys want me to do this. And so I want to live up to this expectation you have of me. And I'm like, no one expects you to be perfect. No one expects you not to feel pain. Like, I don't know what delusion that this world has put upon these people that you cannot be anything but perfect. But the average normal person watching this, I'm like, if you have pain, you can experience the pain. I'm not going to judge you and go, oh, wow, she's feeling something. Ugh, I guess I shouldn't be in her accelerator now. It's like, but they seem to have this, like, I need to pretend so badly. And it's sad. It's sad to watch.
And he and he read my PET scan from last Monday, and it's very good news. So for those of you who don't know, it's very good news. Not a drop of chemo, not a blast of radiation, not anything from a single traditional oncologist except for to read my scans, which was something I asked them to do. I said, if I choose not to go a traditional cancer route, will you still read my scans? Will you still tell me what's going on? He said, I promise. I said, okay, thank you. And he said that the cancer is decreasing in my body. Many of my lymph nodes have gone back to normal. There's a few hot spots that were always there. Nothing has increased. He said everything in my body is going back to normal. Praise God. Oh, praise God. And he said, oh, he's like, just get another scan in 6 months and we'll see how it's going. And for those of you who don't know,
this is hard to watch.
When I was diagnosed and went to MD Anderson in March, they told me I wouldn't live to see November. And now they're asking me to not get scanned for another 6 months because the disease is regressing so dramatically. So thank you for all your prayers. Thank you for you guys who have sent really encouraging messages. I know I've had weird pains and my kidneys hurt or my liver or something hurts. I don't know what hurts. But wow. I chose not to become a prognosis. I chose to become, okay, I accept my diagnosis, but I didn't accept the fact that I was going to be dead in October. And I've done everything, guys. I've thrown the kitchen sink at it. And I know I owe you another YouTube video going through everything that I'm doing. I know, and I will. But I just wanted to come on here and tell you your body is meant to heal, okay? Yes, I had dis-ease in my body. I was not living the healthiest life I could, right? And so not to say I'm living the healthiest life period right now, but I really feel like I'm doing my gosh darn best. And so to get news like this today, I just, oh God, it is the second best news I could have gotten. And it took me a minute to cry initially because I just think I was in such shock because my body is in so much weird random pains that I was just in shock. And then I'm staring at Aviram and like, we're both crying. So I just hope you guys stay on your path. And I was texting, some of my business colleagues and business mentors, and they were just saying, isn't this how you do everything?
I really don't know. I really don't know if she is lying here and putting positive vibes out into the universe, saying like, this is what I wanted the scans to say, so I'm going to pretend like it's what I heard. Or if the guy that read her scans did not get all the information, or like I don't know what a PET scan does exactly, what it shows. So I don't know. I have no idea. It seems almost like she is sad and crying and saying she's in pain, but then she's saying other things. So I don't know. Again, like, I don't think she believes that she's getting better, really, because I think she would have a more, like I said, like a FU attitude. Like, I am literally beating this. And maybe it's because she was in so much pain that she like didn't believe that, okay, the PET scan guy says it's getting better, but I'm in pain. So that's weird. I don't know. I'm not sure. And I don't know if we'll ever know exactly. And maybe she says the doctor, but maybe it's not a doctor. Maybe it's some other grifter doctor person and they don't know how to read it. I don't know. It's hard to tell, and it doesn't matter at this stage, at this point, but yeah.
Work until you get the results you want. And So I'll keep going. The best thing that could have happened, for anyone wondering, would be no evidence of disease. We're not quite there, but when I have another scan in 6 months, as the oncologist suggested, maybe we'll go there. So thank you so much for all your support and your love and your encouragement. And if anybody's going through any kind of cancers or any kind of diseases that people can't see or whatever it is, I just want to tell you, just keep going. Keep following the path that you know you're supposed to be on, and quiet the noise as much as you possibly can. Your body was meant to heal. So I'm Jessie Lee. If you're new to me, feel free to follow if you don't already. But I've completely changed my lifestyle around. Praise God is correct. Can't say it enough. Praise God and also do the actions. You know what I mean? So anyway, that's the really good news. And I appreciate you guys. I love you guys. And I know my hotel room looks crazy. There's enemas over here. There's castor oil over there. There's fiber over here. There's supplements over there. It looks like a disaster because it just is what it is. Okay. Now, I love y'all so much. I appreciate you so much. Keep the prayers coming. We got a long road to go. Pray for this back pain to go away, the stomach pain to go away, and keep praying for the cancer to go away, because your prayers are definitely working. So God bless all y'all. Thank you for being on this journey with me. And let's keep this thing going. God bless y'all. Ciao.
I guess the boyfriend was in there. God. Here's stupid Ed Mylett's thing, his clickbait title.
I want you to imagine for a second.
Doctors say she only has months to live. Oh, hold on, you can't see it because it's the comment there. Doctors say she only has months to live. Thanks, Ed. I'm sure that was good for her to remember that. Be reminded of that. The one thing she didn't want was to be reminded of her cancer diagnosis. God. Let's look at. I'll look at Craig. I saw. What's his name? God, Craig something. Straight up gold Craig. Hold on. I gotta search his name. We'll see if it's long, then I don't know. But Craig Siegel, here we go. Wall Street Journal best-selling author. Is that a marker we're caring about now? Isn't it usually New York Times? I didn't know the Wall Street Journal was doing book rankings. Didn't you know that the book is called The Reinvention Formula is a best-selling Wall Street Journal book? Oh boy. Okay, let me go to his link tree. So he did an interview with Jessie Lee a while back. Craig is famous on this channel for interviewing with Heidi Powell and them falling in love with each other essentially.
Her charisma is straight up off the charts.
And saying this.
This is gold, straight up.
About Heidi Powell. So he also did one with Jessie Lee. And this only has 115 views. It's from 1 month ago. It's an hour long. Do we have it? Are we going for a marathon today? Hour long? Or should we just call it and do this another day? Let me know. Let me know what you guys think. It's 11:37 here on the East Coast. ATX Oatmeal. Thank you so much. ATX Oatmeal says, thank you for doing this. We all needed it. You heart you in a completely non-creepy parasocial way. Thank you. Well, I apologize to anyone who doesn't think that this is appropriate, but again, we all make our own decisions, and I don't find it to be offensive. I feel like, I don't know. I'm curious about the topic because it's something that came up on my radar. I basically watched this woman, her whole entire story from diagnosis to death. And it's very interesting to watch it play out in this way. And maybe it's a voyeuristic, weird thing, but it is interesting. It is interesting in a sad way, as a cautionary tale way, as how the wellness industry influences and, distracts people from getting probably more modern help, and how toxic positivity plays a role in all this. That's stuff I'm interested in. And I hope it's not offensive, but either way, I feel like it's valuable, hopefully, to explore it and think about it. And honestly, one thing that I have found myself getting from this experience, and even with Dave too, And it's not about me. Like they did this, they died so I could become healthier. But, you know, that's not how I view things. But it has made me think about my health again. Like I don't think I'm unhealthy, but I wasn't really thinking much about like, oh, I better eat clean and do this and better and clean. I don't know, clean eating, whatever. But like try to take care of myself and work out and do these things that I sort of put on the back burner the last couple of years. And it has made me want to go to the doctor and get checked and get blood work done, something I haven't done in years because like I said, I didn't have insurance for a long time. And, you know, she's only 2 years older than me. And I feel like, okay, it's time to take these things and prioritize them because you don't know. You can rely on your youth forever and, you know, miss something or, you know, I just think it's important. So it really has affected me in a lot of ways. So I don't mind at all talking about it on this channel. I have no problems with it whatsoever. So thank you for joining me while I do this and explore it. And also...
buzzing with joy.
That was a creepy one. What is this one?
You're not freaking fine.
What is this one?
Do you see things the way I do, or do you see them wrongly?
Oh, okay.
Thank you. And thank you to Molly Henry. Molly Henry gave 2 thumbs up. Well, oh no, sorry. A thumbs up. Just 1 thumbs up. Thank you. Okay. What is this?
Why do you follow?
Okay, we'll play one.
Why do you follow me if you don't already own my book?
That was a rare Dave Hollis soundbite. And this one?
There's Colleen.
And one more for everyone.
It's okay to cry.
Dun, 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 dun. Okay, let's watch it. I've decided. I can do it. I can push through. I don't have to work tomorrow. So I actually have the day off tomorrow, so we can do it. Okay? And if you are tired, I understand. You can watch replay. We're going to do it. Okay, here we go. This is Boss Moves and Trailblazing Your Own Path with Jessie Lee Ward. If it's boring, though, we can cut it off. Because Craig is not the most engaging person in the world. Craig is pretty bad at interviewing people. For real. So get ready. All right. So this was posted a month ago. I don't know when it was recorded. I think it was before this. So maybe in the 2-month span. So we'll see what they have to say. Here we go.
Today's episode of the CLS Experience was a very special treat.
The what? Craig, enunciate, please.
On today's episode of the CLS Experience was a very special treat. She's the #1 network marketer on the planet, multiple 7-figure annual earner, super entrepreneur, investor, multifaceted business owner, business coach, and podcaster, just to name a few. In less than 4 years, she has built her current network marketing team to over 1.6 million customers and 21,000 promoters worldwide in 41 different countries. No big deal.
No big deal. God. I love him. Craig, you crack me up, Craig. Okay, hold on. Let me open up the chat. Sorry. I see Rach but not Rach is... is commenting. Rach but not Rach says, I'm ready for some deep belly laughs. And also, congratulations on 1 year, Rach but not Rach. Wow. Rach but not Rach. You've made it. You did it. Where is it? I need to add pictures. I can't. So right now on my soundboard, it's just words. And I have to I'm blind because I didn't do my affirmations this morning about eyesight. So I have to read them. And like, oh God, I need the little pictures, which are much easier, like little cues. Like, oh yeah, the deep belly laughs one looks like the belly that I put. Anyways.
Deep belly laughs.
And this is also for you, Rach.
This is so good.
Okay, here we go. Back to it.
She's the top-rated entrepreneur podcast host of The People's Mentor, currently has over 10 million downloads and counting, and her beautiful and raw content across all social platforms will penetrate your soul. Big facts. Her ability to scale a business and move people is second to none. She's here to teach you all her best boss tips and tricks and show you how to fight cancer by accepting your diagnosis, but not your prognosis. She's just a juggernaut in all facets of life and a terrific human being. Please welcome the resilient, dynamic, and abundant, the trailblazing and authentic Jessie Lee Ward. How you doing, Jessie Lee?
Oh my gosh, Craig,
Big
after the
facts.
intro, I feel like I can take over the world. A juggernaut. I love it. I'm really here for this right now. So,
Hell
wow,
yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
And you should also say sugar snap pea survivor. You have to add that in there because in case I start randomly coughing in the middle of this, I just survived a traumatic attack from a sugar snap pea about 7 minutes ago. So everybody chew before you swallow.
Yeah, I love it. And we're always overcoming obstacles, some bigger than others. And I know you just went through that. But and when you and I were talking before we hit record.
Is that a joke or is he serious? Because if he's made a joke, that's funny. If he was serious, then Craig, come on.
We kind of just crossed paths, but it's one of those rare relationships, like energetic.
I feel like he's not joking. She's laughing and he's like not understanding why.
Where I feel like I've known you for so long, and there's literally no place in the world than I would rather be than right here with you.
Oh, I appreciate.
He said that about Heidi. He's a two-timing scammer lammer with the ladies. He said that. He's like, there's no place I'd rather be in the entire world than with you on this interview. Now he's saying the same sweet words to Jessie Lee. Damn. And Tara's behind me playing with a toy. It's so cute. Oh my God, she's so sweet.
Appreciate that so much. And I really feel like I've had this conversation with very few people, but I'll have it with you, where it's like sometimes you meet somebody and you just go, yeah, that's my person. And I feel like I had that immediately with you, where it's like, yeah, no, that's my dude. Don't talk crap about him. Like, I'll come for you.
I love that.
Oh, I love that.
And likewise. And for our audience that are listening, we're about 6 million now. In case you're not familiar, my best suggestion.
This video has 100 views, Craig. Explain yourself.
Is do a deep dive, play catch up, check out all her content, all the cool stuff she has going on all the platforms. What I think is most valuable today is we should have an unbelievable conversation. But before we dive in, we're going to get a little weird. You ready for me?
Oh my gosh, I'm really excited now. Yeah, let's get weird.
I'm ready for you.
What is your superpower?
Oh God.
My superpower.
Oh, Craig.
I wish more people asked me that, because then I'd have some amazing answer ready to go to just go boom. My superpower is probably that I could say a couple things. First thing I'd say is it's probably that I'm super authentic and I'm willing to be wrong. Most people aren't, and they have to look perfect all the time. And for me, it's just been, I'm going to put myself out there and live life out loud, and you're going to love me or you're not, but I'm just going to at least be myself.
Craig can never focus his eyes.
Because then I don't have to put on this fake coat of like, here's who I am over here, here's who I am over here. And I think that gets me really, really, really far in business and in life.
It's interesting that you say that, because I was inauthentic for a long time. I guess I was trying to fit in, and I totally reinvented myself in the pandemic from Wall Street to what I'm doing now.
It's called the reinvention formula that I did on myself. It's actually hanging on my wall right now.
And I finally got into alignment, and it exploded, I say very humbly. But maybe you don't know because you've always been authentic, but for me, being inauthentic is so tiring. And ironically enough, when you become authentic, it's liberating and it's light and free. And ironically, you're right. You're not going to be for everybody, and that's okay. Life will act as a true authentic filter. The right people will gravitate, and the wrong people could take a hike, right?
Yeah. And well, I have not always been authentic, though, I think is
Take a hike
if we're being honest
over
here.
the
There's
New
times
Jersey
when, of course,
Turnpike.
just like you, I wanted to fit in. I was bullied a lot as a child, so I got used to being the loner. And then as I became an adult, I was kind of like, well, I don't want to be alone. I want people to like me. I want to fit in, And so you do stupid things. You buy stupid things to impress stupid people you don't even like. I definitely did all those things.
In there.
Yep. It's like, why? I was just on this ridiculous podcast earlier today, and she's like, when are you ever gonna like not want all the big things? Or I forget how she worded it. I'm like, I don't have this 6-bedroom house anymore. I didn't want it. Like, I live in a penthouse, but it's not, I don't feel like I have to be super flashy and whatever. I want to attract my people. And so I definitely wasn't that all the time, actually. I haven't always been authentic, but ever since I did, kind of like you, it was like everything started exploding. And you said something that I really love that you said, and I say all the time too. It's like this idea of you trying to be for everybody. If you're trying to be for everybody, you will unfortunately be for nobody, because then you're going to fit in. You're going to not even like yourself. You're going to attract all the wrong people. You're going to be doing business with people you really don't want to do business with. And then you're totally stuck in a conundrum where you just want to run from your own life. And I see more business owners, unfortunately, doing that. And it's funny, this Threads app that just came out, I see people on there. I'm like, would you just use it differently than all the other social medias? Would you just be yourself maybe once and just see, maybe you can actually attract the people that you want, instead of like, let me post my motivational quote of the morning. It's like, whatever. We know you didn't even make your bed. Chill out.
That's true. It's honestly, now that you said that, it's kind of giving me Clubhouse vibes from the beginning of the pandemic when that was like the hottest thing for a second. And right away, like for a day, I was really into threads and I was like, this is refreshing. And also it's nice to be there from the beginning with the platform, because I started my brand after like TikTok and Instagram and so forth. But then right away, notifications all day. It's like, aren't these people like, don't they have something to do?
Did you make a killing at all?
Do you know what I'm talking about? Like, that was not the way. First of all, that wasn't the point of what she was saying. He heard the word threads, and that's it. He heard nothing else of what she said. And then he like grabs on that and doesn't even ask her a question. Just goes, yeah, Threads is an app that I don't, it's just like very interesting and very cool. And it's like Clubhouse. And then just looks at her and she's like, okay, I guess I'm going to be running this now.
On Clubhouse? Like, was that one of your platforms that you really overly utilized, or
I
it
was
just kind of
really
like
into it for maybe 2 weeks, and I saw the value in it. And then I was busy building a life. I can't be on that thing all day long. Like, just like you, like I have clients, I'm running a business here. So, you know, in the beginning, but then right away it was like, and also with that platform specifically, I noticed, look, there's fluff and like fugazis, if you will, everywhere. But in that
so East Coast.
Fugazis? What's that?
Yes, okay.
But that platform, it's like, I mean, who do you even like? Do you even know who's really speaking? And it just that became a little inauthentic to me. How about you?
Well, everybody was a multimillionaire, which was interesting to me. I was like, oh, wow. And granted, there are definitely more successful people, I think, than some people realize, especially people who are actually like them, which is interesting. But there were for sure a bunch of fakers on there. However, that little Clubhouse shenanigator, I was only on there for probably a month, but one of my biggest holdups, and I guess this is just this goes to the old tale of your network determines your net worth. I felt like I was always one person away from my big break, and not just in one situation, but it was almost like, oh, all the like the one person knows me who could connect me to so and so who could, but I was always one person away. And I've been good friends with Brad Lee, who I know you must know. For years, like 7 years now or something like that. That's my dude. I was one of his first podcasts ever on the real Brad Lee Dropping Bombs show. He's like, please come to Vegas, record another episode. That I keep like not forgetting, but our schedules are just not compatible right now. He's like, I have to have you on again. I don't have enough women. I'm like, all right, I'm coming. But like, that's my dude. And it was the first day I was ever on Clubhouse. And you know how it was like, you put yourself in the room, or like you're in the room listening, you're an audience, and they like put you on stage. So I get on his room or whatever, and immediately I'm put on the stage, and it's a conversation about obsession, which I can tell you have this in you, no doubt about it. You're obsessed. That's why one of the reasons you're successful. You've got this energy of like, let's go. You got this killer attitude. I love. It's like, I'm so attracted to it.
I think it's a gift, not a curse, but
oh my gosh. Yeah. I love it. And so I'm in this room, and it's all the
So I want to also say, Craig does not have a microphone. For being a multi-million downloaded podcast, he doesn't have a microphone. That's step one, Craig. You've leaped ahead of your steps. I don't believe him either when he says, oh, I've done all of this stuff. I don't know. I don't buy it necessarily, but okay, we'll believe it. Get a microphone. I think you can afford it now.
Players that I've wanted, like, if I start listing people, it's all these A-list business celebrities, right? Are all on the stage with Brad, and he puts me on the stage, and I'm like, well, I say A-list business celebrities because like there's like the cream of the crop in the business world, and then there's like Kim Kardashian, and we're definitely not the Kardashians, right?
Not me.
But yeah. So, and I'm on the stage, and people are kind of talking badly about the word obsession. And for me, I have several shirts that say obsessed across it, because I'm totally obsessed. It could be my middle name. If I'm into something, I'm so into it. I don't know how to do something halfway. So I unmute, and just for 10 minutes, I'm like ripping on obsession. And afterwards, it ended up, my DMs were just flooded with blue checks when blue checks actually meant something. Just kidding. And I mean, I had one too, so, no big deal. But it was just, it ended up opening me up into a world of like the mastermind world. It opened me up into, it just changed. It actually ended up being one of the biggest unexpected networking things that shifted a lot of stuff in business. I've ended up I own part of 14 different little businesses, not little businesses, but businesses because of that little silly app. So you never know.
100%.
But Threads is driving me crazy, but I'm posting weird stuff over there, so it's all good.
I hear you, and we're on the same page with everything. And I'm glad to hear that I took advantage of Clubhouse at the time. Is that thing even still around?
I think it's basically bankrupt, which is crazy because
Why would she know? She was on it for a month. You were on it for 2 weeks. What are we talking about? This is a mind-blowing, amazing conversation. Is Clubhouse even a thing anymore? Great. Life-changing.
I heard, and I don't know if this is true, but I heard that the owners passed on like something ridiculous, like a multi-billion-dollar deal was offered to them. They were like, no, we're not ready to sell yet. And now it's worth nothing.
Yeah, that thing should have been sold 3 months into the pandemic when you realize the stock is at its highest, but that's another conversation. I want to sit here for a second because I knew we were aligned, but this is on a different level. The word obsessed, and this is straight off the cuff. It's funny because I was talking to my fiance on Saturday at dinner, and we were talking. I'm just gonna be really vulnerable right now. She was talking about like, I know you had a lot of friends like back in the day, like before we met, but like right now, like if we were to go to the Hamptons, like who would you invite? Like I'm like, to be honest with you, I don't really have that many friends these days by design. I'm obsessed with building CLS and.
Well, it's not by design for me. Yeah. If I had to go to the Hamptons, I don't know who I would invite either, Craig. We're on the same page on everything.
And I like to hang out with all the people that are in my world now, like you, like people that have a common future, not a common past. And she got it, but not probably like you get it because, you know, this is your lifestyle. And when you're obsessed, like if you're not obsessed, I can understand why people would frown upon that. But when you know, and that's why you are where you are, is because you're obsessed. And it's a beautiful thing, I think. I don't think it's a curse at all.
Huh?
No, I think it's important if you want to take something to the next level. And that
story was weird. My fiance, who's a bitch, that's what he's saying, asked me who my friends were. And I said, I don't have any. And that's because I'm obsessed with my business. Good story, Craig. Thank you for sharing that.
That little note you just said, I want to reiterate so everyone listening to this understands the importance of this. It's okay to have people from your past that you love so much, and even your present time, but it's that commonality of the future, like you said, which makes a world of a difference. Because if you are on the same path as your inner circle, what are you going to do? You're going to take over the world together.
Yeah. So good.
So good.
Yeah. And also like, I know this about you right away. Like you love what you do. So like, and I was having a conversation I'm guessing on a lot of podcasts now as we're getting ready for book launch in a month. And someone was asking me like, what is work-life balance? And to be honest with you, I don't know because now I've created this life where I love to work. And it is work. I want to be clear. It's like, you know, the expression, when you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. That's not true. When you love what you do, you'll never feel like you work. Because make no mistake about it, we're putting in the hours.
I even think like I still feel like I work, but I love what I do. So it doesn't. It's a dichotomy shift. It's like I'm fully.
She said she was working 20 hours a day. There's nothing I love for 20 hours a day. Not a thing. Not any vice, not any indulgence, nothing I can think of other than sleeping maybe that I would enjoy for 20 hours a day every day.
Where I outwork people. I know I'm obsessed about stuff. I know that the balance doesn't look like the balance that everybody else maybe is looking for. But for me, balance is like, okay, if we all have a circle and this is like a pie and we have 24 hours in the day of the pie, your balance and my balance sounds like it's pretty similar. But for somebody else, what balance might be for them is their piece of the pie for family life might be like this big. Mm-hmm. Yours might be this big. But you might be super quality time with your fiance when it is, right? And then when it's and then your pie has, you know, 3/4 of it or whatever with work. It's like, but that makes you feel in balance. And so I want people to really understand the concept of, if we all have the same amount of time, what makes you actually feel in balance? Is it, do you need X amount of time for sport? Do you need X amount of time for family life? Do you need X amount of time for rest? Do you need X amount of time for business and work or whatever? But everybody's idea of balance is so different that I find it difficult for people to coach on it or speak on it and really have an opinion where they want to tell somebody else what balance looks like.
He's looking away. It's in moment, Craig. Thanks, Emery. Excuse me. Emery says, I think Craig is just neurodivergent, to be honest. Yeah, probably. Maybe. I don't know. That's what I think. Like, who is actually not divergent these days? We're all, I feel like, on some sort of spectrum. like in some capacity. Does that mean I cannot make fun? I don't know. I think not. I think his accent is okay for us to make fun. The thing is, he's like a super successful in his own way person who doesn't talk about his neurodivergency if that is what he's got going on. So I don't know. I feel like I need to address the things that he's doing. I'm sorry. Regardless. But I hear you. We should be sensitive in some ways.
This is so good.
His charisma is off the charts.
Her charisma is straight up off the charts.
And Kate, thank you so much. Kate says, how does he have a pod with these interview skills? That is the true question. I don't know. Microphone, number 1. He's like, not important. Number 2, engaging conversation. Doesn't have that. Number 3, listening skills. Does not have that. Paying attention, at least looking into the camera. Doesn't do it. I don't know. What a weird career choice for him. But here we are.
Priceless, juicy nuggets.
Craigie, we love you.
This is gold, straight up.
We appreciate you. And also,
they're going to be dropping some really powerful, amazing, life-changing shiz.
Shiz. That's such a funny word. Okay, sorry, back to it. Craig, pay attention. Look at here. Look forward.
It's like, because it's your inner game. It's what I find. Where do I find peace? If I spend 18 hours a day on a couch watching TV, I don't have balance. I actually feel and you're going to like, I don't feel it balanced. You feel out of balance. Like the equilibrium of our lives would not feel calm. For some people, they're like, hell yeah, give me 18 hours on a couch. I'll work for 2, I'll sleep for the rest, right? Or something like that. But that's your idea of balance. So this idea that everyone's work-life balance has to be the same doesn't actually, if you think about it, make sense, because we're all different humans living a completely different human experience, trying to figure out what balance is for us.
Yeah, it's an individual assignment, I think. And also, you're so driven and so passionate. And for our listeners that might not be familiar with your story, and just to be clear, I would encourage everybody, go check out what she's doing immediately at this conversation. But you're currently battling cancer, public enemy number 1. So is my father. And and we had you on the Paradigm Shift maybe a week or 2 ago. It was so much fun. And we were talking about, like, what a doctor says is your diagnosis is one thing, but what you plan to do about it is something totally different. And you have so much to live for. You're excited, you're passionate, you're goal driven, you have a strong desire. And I feel like that keeps you so enthusiastic about life and able to not only fight cancer, but thrive. And you give that analogy of someone sitting on the couch for 18 hours, like, not being judgmental, but I don't see how that's exciting or making you accomplished, if you will.
For sure, no. Well, so since I saw you last, by the way, I got my scans back.
I saw it.
And my disease is not only stable, but it's regressing. So
I never really watched someone's live.
How? I thought she only got that a week before she passed. So she got her scans back over a month ago? What? This was posted August 28th. I thought she didn't get her scans till September. Unless I'm crazy. Interesting. Okay. Well. Okay.
I don't really have much time, but I saw yours and I'm attracted to you right out the gate when we connected, and I just listened and I had this moment, when you see a corny movie and you're like, I'm not crying, you're crying. I just watched it and I had a feeling it was coming and I was so excited about it. Tell the listeners the news.
Yeah, so I was diagnosed with stage 4 metastatic colon cancer in February. And for 6 months, I decided to take a holistic route because they told me I would be dead in October. So I just made the personal decision to not accept my prognosis, but accept the diagnosis because the disease is very real. And changed my whole life. Everything about my life changed. I mean, I'm sitting over here choking on sugar snap peas before the interview because I went vegan. Just as a small example. But I mean, I really flipped my life completely upside down and really have transformed completely. I'm like the little caterpillar that went into its chrysalis, and then here I am becoming a butterfly. So I did a CT scan about 3 weeks ago now, with contrast, of course, and compared to my February results. And yeah, disease is stable and regressing in all the lymph nodes, including stomach and this whole area that everything was in, which is just it's the impossible becoming possible, which I guess is really what my entire life has kind of been. And that's how I really attack everything. And, attacking cancer, like accepting cancer was kind of for me the same.
So 3 weeks before August 28th at the latest, because I think this is posted later on YouTube, but so 3 weeks, so that would have been like the first week of August. She's saying that she got the good news, but then she was saying three weeks ago on September 5th was that live stream we just watched where she said she just got her results from the PET scan. So she said the CT scan said the same thing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that makes sense, does it? Am I missing something? Like, she was saying that she just got the results back and they said everything was regressing, but she's saying she got this a month before and they said it was regressing. Okay. Interesting. I don't know.
And podcast, dude. Just
hold on. Wrong one. There you go. Here it is.
Same, but different of accepting, okay, I don't want to be poor anymore. And then doing the most to change my life. It's like, I don't really know how to do anything halfway. Back to the word obsession again. I don't understand that. I don't understand people who say, I don't like the way my life currently is. I don't like the car I drive. I don't like the house I live in. I don't like how I can't donate. I don't like that I have to say no to dinners out with my friends. And then they won't work extra. I've never understood that. Well, I didn't accept stage 4 cancer. Okay. I'm like, I don't like this. I'm not married yet. I don't have kids yet. I haven't left nearly the legacy I want to live behind. I'm not done building this life. Well, I don't accept that. What do? We change. And then I got to work. And so I guess, the old saying of how you do anything is how you do everything is just ringing very, very true.
He's like writing down some important notes here.
At this point in time, I'm either all in or I'm all out. And I'm all in with showing people you can do things a little bit differently and your body can heal. So
the thing I've ever heard, to be honest with you. And I get this feeling that when you got your scan results back, you probably weren't shocked because that's just like you're playing offense. You're attacking this thing and you're doing your thing. And I imagine you're a little bit like me, maybe a little delusionally optimistic. And
I'm super delusionally optimistic.
Yes.
I love that.
People like frown upon that word delusional, but like what's the alternative? Like be realistic?
Yeah. Yes, Craig. Yes, that is the opposite. What's the opposite of delusional? Optimistic? Or what's realistic? Yeah, actually, that is what it is.
I'm super delusional. I'm disillusioned about the negativity in the world. I don't see it. I don't believe it. I don't want to hear it. It's crazy because I haven't released my episode 2 of the cancer stuff yet in my YouTube channel, but it comes out on Friday. But like, I blacked out when the doctor told me that I was going to be dead in October. My brain went, nope, like does not compute, does not accept. Thank God my best friend was there because I don't have
Craig. Where are you?
Memory of it. So that's he's so cute. I know your doggy. He's so sweet.
That is a very cute dog. Kitty, why don't you come over to hang out? She's on the couch again. She was playing with her toy and then she got bored and then went to the couch.
Baby. But that's how I really am with everything around it. It's like, do I realize that I'm incredibly positive about the situation? Yeah. But I also understand the severity of the disease. And so was I shocked when the doctor called? Well, okay. First of all, the doctor called, but I missed the call. And he said, call back right away. I landed in LA. So I was with my boyfriend and we're in the car. He's like, hey babe, have you called the doctor yet? I'm like, no. Because, you just, I don't know, like you get sick of hearing bad news all the time. He's like, well, why don't we call? I'm like, fine, we'll call. So I call and I should have put 2 and 2 together that he kept delaying calling me for weeks because there was no bad freaking news, but now I see that in retrospect. So then I call him. He says, hey, it's Dr. Tootie. I'm like, hey, how are you? And he goes, well, and then he tells me everything. And we're giggling. I guess giggling was the first reaction, just like that gleeful, like kind of thing. And then I'm sobbing, just like what, and it was just the emotional release of all of it. And you know, it's still a long journey. We got a ways to go, but this is already what people said couldn't be done. And I like proving people wrong. That's sort of my track record. So add another one to the list. Let's go. Let's kill this cancer. Yalla.
Just made me emotional when you were telling the story for obvious reasons, but also like, I know what you mean. Like you weren't in a rush to call back, and then you did, and just like
He's always getting emotional. He said the same thing with Heidi. He's like, I'm very emotional right now. I'm like, you couldn't tell, Craig. You're not letting that out on your face or with your words or tone. I'm getting emotional. Are you?
like, but also I'm so proud of you. Like, I remember when I reinvented myself in the pandemic, I had this spiritual awakening where I did this eulogy exercise where I basically asked myself, like, at the time, if this was it for me, like, would I be, how did I feel about my impact, my contribution?
Don't do this. Don't do this. This is what Dave Hollis did as well. I'm thinking about my funeral when or not my funeral. He said, no, he did. He thought about his funeral, like what pictures would show up and all this. He like went through the whole exercise. It's like, why put yourself through that? Just live in the moment. Like be present. These people who say, be present. That's all that matters. Be present. Don't worry about your past. They are so obsessed with the future and like their legacy. It's like, that's what's holding you to be unhappy or holding you back from being like calm and obsessed with like achievement because they're all thinking about their funeral exercises. It's like, just give it a break, man.
My legacy, and I significantly underachieved up to that point. Yes, I made some money on Wall Street, but I was miserable. I didn't put a dent in the universe. And that's like a little bit.
You're not now, Craig, unfortunately, as well.
Really find out why I'm here, my assignment, go all in, and the rest of this day is history. And you have so much more to go. You're just getting warmed up. But I mean,
that's exactly what he said to Heidi too. He's like, oh, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, you're 41. Oh, you're in the prime of your life. You're just getting started, just getting warmed up. It's like, okay, he's got one-liners for everybody.
You really went for it. Like, you're playing all out in life. Yeah. And you should be so, and I just want to reiterate again, you probably have another 100 years. But you live with a sense of urgency regardless. You're going for it, and you're such an inspiration for everybody. And you don't need a diagnosis to tell you to have a sense of urgency. That's how you live.
Yeah, I love that. That's how I've been with everything. You know, people would say, calm down. I'm sure they've said the same thing to you.
It's a little insensitive. I agree.
Like, what are you rushing for? Or, hey, pace yourself. And something I heard a long time ago that I've always loved and held on to is somebody told me early on in my entrepreneurial career, they said, success is actually a marathon of sprints. And I went, oh, see, I can see that. Because I'm so goal-oriented too, that it would be like, here's the goal. I'm running to it. Not stopping, but like I run to the goal, I accomplish the goal, I breathe. Then I run to the goal, then it's like my whole life is just, okay. Because it's kind of like, well, then at the end of your life, think of how many wins you can stack if you don't just kind of crawl your way along to success. And so I've always gone fast. I've always liked to sort of be I'd like to be the pace setter and everything, show people what can be done. I've done that in all the businesses I've been part of and hope to continue to do it for, like you said, 100 more years.
And you will. And you have this mindset, like, you don't look at what is, you look at what could be, right? That's how you look at the world.
Yeah. Well, because I've seen things that are impossible become possible many times over. So why would I accept what everybody is telling me is the reality or what's realistic or fill in the blank when I was going to say, we put a man on the moon, but some conspiracy theorists, you probably are one, will say there's no man on the moon. I say, okay, fine. But there's a man somewhere doing something that we said was impossible.
That's awesome.
Craig, elaborate. Are you a conspiracy theorist? Do you believe the man was on the moon? Let us know. He didn't compute with that.
So I couldn't reply. You have some exciting things going on right now. I feel like you wear a lot of different hats. Obviously, you built a huge company. Now you're a part of so many other. I'm just curious, like, off the cuff, like, what does a typical day look like?
She built a huge company. Is that true? Or she has a coaching business? That's two different things.
For you.
It's different now than it was, before diagnosis. So if we're just being super honest, like right now, it's not the crazy hectic stuff it used to be. And I love it like this because I'm just as productive. However, I am doing only things I want to say yes to. So I say no to pointless meetings. I say no to extra Zooms. I say no to running around to meetings, to whatever. I say no to stages that won't pay me what I'm worth. I say no to, because I used to be like, oh, a free stage will be good for publicity. It's like, no, see, now you're going to pay me. You're going to pay me. You know, I say no to a lot, but I wake up early just because I can't help but wake up early. That's just how I am. I do like my little morning doodad with my dogs and get outside in the sunlight before I ever touch a cell phone. And I just set myself up for success during the day. It's nothing crazy. You know, people with these 9,000 step morning routines. I'm like, I don't do none of that stuff. I joked around about I didn't make my bed either. Okay. It's okay. I don't ever make my bed though. But it does get made every day. It's just not me. Let's be honest. So, you know, I have my morning stuff that I do, and then I do get to work, but I only put in the hours that are necessary to achieve the results that I need to have. So I'm not having to go into hyper growth anymore. There's a lot more group kind of dynamics and things that I do. I focus really heavily on my education program right now. My coaching business is I'm obsessed, with the exception of being vice president of Prove It, my company. Those are my two big babies. Those are the things that get, I would say, 95% of my attention. So if it needs calls, if it needs a marketing plan, if it needs some kind of structure, if it needs whatever, I'm the operator. You know, right now I've got I've had a really cool like campaign going on right now that people will see. I mean, they're seeing it and they're participating in it and they don't even know. So I'm really, I don't want to tell them, but I mean, no, I'm kidding. It's fine. Like I have a free webinar coming up, and I put up the registration for it, I guess 3 days ago now. We have almost 9,000 registered for this free webinar.
No big deal.
We haven't run an ad yet either. So we're not going to run ads for that, but then we'll run ads on the back end for other stuff that's coming from that. So I'm launch padding something else into that. But yeah, you know, I'm just kind of crushing every day. But every day I make sure I relax and I find joy and I get in nature and I spend time with my dogs. And my dogs are a lot of my time because it's important to me. And
same. As you can see, stroking my puppy.
But this is important because I'm a crazy dog person, of course. So
those are my favorite now.
And it's going to mess you up, but it'll be good for you for the rest of your life. For you, that little doggy you have is a big part of your life right now.
100%.
But for that little doggy's life, you are everything, every day of his life for him. So the reason I'm so nuts about my dogs is because I think about I'm everything to them. So I don't know, but I'm a big mushball lover. So
you said that because I like historical questions. I always ask my fiance. His name is Whiskey, by the way. I go,
Whiskey.
Let's see, what's Whiskey's job today? She's like, enough, Craig. I'm like, just humor me. What is it? She's like, to wake up and love us. I'm like, yes. Who? She's like, me and you. But I have the same perspective. I know that I'm.
He asks his fiance. They ask each other weird questions. I don't think this couple's gonna last. I don't think they're gonna go down the aisle. I don't think they're gonna make it down the aisle. You know. I don't think so. I think he's asking her. She's asking him, "Why don't you have any friends?" And he's asking her, "What is our dog's job?" This is a good couple.
Everything to this cat. I say cat, dog. Just the East Coast to me. But
Craig, do you even know what animal you're holding? That is a dog, sir.
I totally get that. It's funny now we go outside and take him for a walk in between Zooms, and it's like now you see the dog community, right? You meet the people the dog parents, and now I just look at them differently. So for you saying that you're a crazy dog lady, I totally get it and I love it.
Yeah. Well, and it's funny because I know all the dogs around here. I know all the dogs' names. I don't know the humans' names.
Same.
And yeah, my dogs are not allowed to eat dog food. They eat human food. I mean,
really?
I'm if anyone's going to call me a little mentally unstable, it would be around my dogs. And I would say, you know what? I'll take that.
What are your dogs' names, Jessie?
Kumba and Wookie. Although it's Kumba Charles and Wookie Lee. So they do have middle names because it's me.
Dogs are so good for your mental health. He's my best friend, if I'm being honest.
Mm-hmm.
Taro's my best friend.
You know what? And the other thing I like to think about with dogs, and this is also a little good nugget for people, is you should try to be the human that your dog thinks you are. It's a good way to live your life, right?
It's like Facebook memes, 2017. He's like, wow, my God, never thought of that before.
Right? right? Like your dog thinks you have tremendous character. Your dog thinks you are loving and kind and a provider for everyone. Your dog thinks that you are leaving behind this incredible legacy. Your dog thinks that you run the world. Well, so what if you did?
Strive to be that guy.
Yeah. I think it's kind of empowering, but yeah, no, I don't know. My day's different, to answer your question. It's different than it used to be.
She's trying to keep the combo going. He's not helping.
Just so everyone knows, when I'm in hyper growth mode, it is every half hour an alarm will sound and I will have something on the calendar. Every single half hour, I run meetings 20 minutes with 10 minutes off. Was always how I did it, basically start to finish throughout the entire day. I would shut basically everything down right around 8 p.m. But that's when I end up doing personal development. That's when I end up doing more personal time stuff around the house and prepping for my next day. So it really wouldn't shut down until right around midnight, and I would just go. But not the best for your, adrenals.
That's the season I'm in right now because we're still building. We only started this 2.5 years ago, and I say very humbly, it's exploding. We also have the book coming out next month. So that's the season I'm in right now. I know that it's not sustainable, but we are hiring and growing, which is fun and also challenging to find the right people. But also I have to believe, and correct me.
I don't know what Craig's doing. Unless his podcast is very successful. Like they always say, like Rachel Hollis's YouTube videos are very low on her podcast episode videos have like 1,000 views, but she's like, well, I have 20 zillion on the podcast. Like, is that true? Like, are these podcasts just magically somehow successful, but every other platform is like bullshit? I don't know. You can't see podcast analytics, as like a viewer, which is annoying. I think they should change that so I could be not misled all the time. But like, Craig, what do you do? Like, who are you hiring? What do you, he has like an online course. Okay. He's got a book that's bullshit. Okay. Like, is he actually making money or what? Cause I find that to be highly suspect.
If I'm wrong, where you're at now, what got you here, that hyper growth season in the beginning when you were building, that season of grind is irreplaceable.
Not only is it irreplaceable, but I did it not just at the beginning. So I love that you're doing it for 2.5 years and you're still hustling like crazy and you're doing the most. There's things I obviously would have maybe done a little bit differently, but also maybe not because it taught me so many amazing lessons. But it's something that money can never buy. Money can't buy me leaving my house every single day and not coming back until I had 5 brand new contacts connected to me, which meant I had to go talk to people in public, which I hated doing. Money can't buy the skill set, and it's
only because you're an MLM. That's like no other job or being an entrepreneur. You don't have to do that cringe shit.
Yeah, you can't purchase the skill set of training on stages. You have to do it. Money can't buy any of the skill sets I have. How to run a calendar, how to run inventory, how to lead people. You only learn that by failing and by doing it. All my list of skill sets, all the stuff I'm good at, it is from doing. It is not from reading a book. It is not from paying somebody, to do it for me. It's from actually getting in the mud and doing it. So I love that you're in that stage because it's irreplaceable. It makes you formidable. It makes it so that if everything, God forbid, falls apart right now and you lose everything you've created, which you won't, but if that were to happen to you, you can sit there strongly and say confidently, it doesn't matter because you can't take this.
100%.
You can't take this and you can't take this. And if you can't take these two things, then forget about it. You can take all my money. You can take all my stuff. It doesn't matter. I'm still going to win. It's like those people on that undercover billionaire show or whatever. Well, why do you think they can make $1 million in 30 days or whatever it is? Because they've done it before. It's the same. And business is almost nearly all the same. People just don't seem to understand that. It's like we're all in the same hustle and grind. It's why all the entrepreneurs that are powerful hang out together. It's because we've all been through the same muck. And then for your hiring thing, just a little tip, use a great recruiter. It has made every time I've tried to hire somebody, and I have hired people, that person's got these good skill sets, or this person on ZipRecruiter or Indeed or whatever these websites are that people get paid to say are amazing. Listen, it's worth the money to use a recruiter to find good talent, in my opinion.
This is one of my favorite conversations. And to be honest with you, this was like the most...
This is one of my favorite conversations. I have a podcast. This is one of my favorite conversations. You telling me that recruiters are helpful to hiring people. Okay.
I believe in preparation. Preparation builds confidence. Obviously, there's a lot of things I wanted to attack, but this conversation is all over the map, the most organic possible. And this is what I love. And a couple of things there. And
he said the same thing to Heidi.
That's a really good suggestion. I'm gonna I'm going to definitely talk to you about that after offline and go.
Yeah, I would love to help, because
Yeah.
really, if you're going to scale and grow this, it's not about you being the best at everything you do. The way that I've been able to scale and grow businesses, this is like some free game I'm about to put you on. It's about knowing how to do all the different things. Like, I know how to operate every single facet of my business. Am I the best at it? Also, probably yes. However, I don't need to be the one doing it. So the only way I can
think
grow
that was
a company is
funny.
if I step out of it and I hire somebody to do it, so that I can focus on the things that actually bring in the ROI and actually scale and grow the business. And too many people, especially if you're a good operator, like I guess you probably are, because you're building and scaling this as fast as you are, is
Building
that,
and scaling
well, they're not
what? Building and scaling what? I'm going to go look on his website again.
Listen, no one's going to be as good as you. But if you can hire somebody who gets it done, then you can be over here creatively applying your skills and your time and your talent and your convictions into things that will actually grow your business.
You're awesome.
So
Most
hire.
people in that scenario would say, the truth is, Craig, is there's people out there that could do things better than I can. But I know what you mean. Like, no one's going to attack.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, though. I love hiring up as well. So if I'm going to hire a C-level executive, I want them to be filling in the gaps of stuff that I know how to do, but I am terrible at. So there's definitely things like that, but not in your basic steps of building a business. No. You better know how to, like, if I own a construction company, I need to know how to lay the bricks. I need to know how to paint the walls. I need to know how, I don't know, why did I choose this as an example? I don't know how to do nothing. I need to know how to use a hammer, a screwdriver, or whatever. I need to know how to do all of those things. But then maybe when it comes to operations or comes to finances or comes to whatever, marketing, I'm great at, but whatever, maybe I'm bad at marketing and I want to hire a CMO. Okay, well, those people I want to hire up. So I go, wow, I don't know what you just said, but that sounds really, really good. And
I think his Instagram is bullshit, by the way. Because, like, okay, let's just take a second. I was trying to see. I was like, okay, am I a hater? Yes. But am I a hater for no reason? No. Okay, so he has 125,000 followers, okay, which is a pretty large amount of followers in my opinion. I have 3,000, okay, so keep that in mind. He's got 200 likes, okay, 280. Now this has 2,000 views, but this is the type of stuff I get on my page, and I'll show you the truth, and you can follow me. Look, subs or followers, 31, okay, 185, 85, 187, 193, 449, 352. Same level, but like 120,000 less followers. So I would think that he probably has purchased a lot of these followers, most likely. How I wrote a 50,000 word book.
50,000 word book in 1 month. It's no secret, we got a record first time author book deal with Wiley Publishing. They gave us a very strict deadline. I provided a system for
1 month, they're like, you need to write a 50,000 page word book.
myself. December 2022. I woke up every single morning at 4 a.m., a little bit earlier than usual, before the world, and I would write for 1 hour, possibly 90 minutes. Came out to about 1,000 to 1,500 words a day. The one thing that I did that I would encourage any writer or author out there is don't reread your work. Just continue to brain dump and write. And after the course of 1 month, I had well over 50,000 words. And the truth of the matter is the book was done and I could have kept going. Systems and practices. 50,000 words. The reinvention formula. You dig?
You dig. I do dig. Who is this? This looks familiar.
Man, you're...
Oh God, Real Talk Kim. Oh God, she's like a preacher that wears Gucci every 5 seconds and is like preaching the gospel with like, oh, I have a Bentley and a Bugatti and all that. She's a piece of work. Interesting. Okay. No posting about Boss Lee though. No acknowledgement that she passed.
Something I heard a long time.
Oh wait, no, I lied. Here it is. This is what he said about it. Yesterday I was rocked when I found out about the passing/transition, okay, of Boss Lee. When something like this happens, I personally never know the right thing to say, so I'll just speak from my heart. Jessie and I crossed paths very recently, and it was an instant, deep, meaningful, and special connection. In a very short time, we went on to collaborate 3 times, including the instant classic on the CLS experience, which I re-listened to today on my morning run. The Paradigm Shift with David Meltzer and she showed up to support me for our book launch on another live. Those were all amazing, but the real magic happened offline. We texted and began to build a special bond. She would die laughing. Okay. Choice of words, Craig. She would die laughing at my New York swagger, and I admired so many things about her. She was a real one. Those are hard to find these days. I'm not sure anyone has made such an immediate and profound impact on me in such a short amount of time. Jessie played life all in. We had some very deep conversations about creating a lit soul and what it actually takes to be successful in life and finding genuine joy and happiness. To live like Jessie Lee would mean to go all in on your life. Thank you, Jessie Lee, for our friendship and for your zest for life. Heaven gained a special angel. Let's go to his CLS experience. It says 18,000. It says record-breaking podcast. Okay. 197 likes. Let's see. This one, 249. Yeah, this seems like, again, he's purchasing. Well, this one's got a lot.
When you talk
2,000. This is from Cynthia Turlew. He only talks, well, I'm going to say he only talks to women, but that's not true. Oh yeah, there's another Heidi one. Okay, all right, let's go back. Sorry. I just wanted to see if he was full of shit. And it looks like he does a membership group. He speaks on stages and he's got a podcast. So I don't know. That's what he's up to. I wrote 50,000 words in 1 minute because I just brain dumped all over the place.
I know you have the talent to do it, so let's roll. And then you've got people at that top level where you're brainstorming with your top execs, but brainstorming with your normal staff is not a necessity that I think a lot of people end up doing because they're too scared to hire well.
Interesting. Yeah, and put a value system together, right? Like, what are the highest value things that you have to do? Prioritize those, and now I'm starting to see this. Hiring done right doesn't cost; it actually pays, because then they could do this, and you can stay in your zone of genius and really, move the needle.
Exactly. And I've made bad hires. I mean, I had somebody on staff that I was paying $135 grand a year to, and I'm telling you, when I say that girl did not make me a dime, she cost me a lot of money, but the right person in that right role might have cost me $135,000 a year, should have made me at least 1.35. I learned that from a mentor of mine who said, anybody over $100,000 a year better be making you 10 cents on every single dollar you spend them, or else they're not worth it.
Yeah, I love that. So good. One of the many things that you're really, really good at is obviously being a leader. You built a huge network marketing company and all the things that you're doing.
She didn't build a network marketing company. She's not the CEO of Monate. She was a distributor person, representative. That's like a corporate company coming in and making a business. That's one thing. The people who run Monate is a family business, actually. It's like it's a big corporate business, but it's like family run. That's a different type of person and business acumen than someone who comes in as a contractor and does well in the model that they've created. I don't think he knows the difference.
Now, everyone's leadership style is different, right? What do you pride yourself on doing to bring out the best in people? I'm just curious, what is your style?
Yeah. I'm known for my relationship building, and I find that to be incredibly important because it allows me to instill belief in others, which is definitely my leadership weapon. If there was a leadership superpower I had, it's me seeing greatness in other people and believing in themselves.
That is your superpower.
Yeah, until they believe in themselves. That is like my thing. So I can look at somebody and be like, oh no, like they have it. They just don't know they have it yet. I'm going to love this person and build a relationship with this person until they trust me enough that they want to run with me, because they go, she sees me. She sees something in me that I don't see in myself, and I'm going to rock with Jessie Lee. That's my superpower. Like, I can see greatness in people, and then I build that relationship long enough to trust, so they trust, and then we're off to the races.
Love that. And I imagine you're the type of cat that doesn't co-sign anyone's bullshit.
Love that.
No. And some people are like, listen, somebody even that I love a lot was sending me a message like, I just don't have the passion anymore. I don't have whatever. And I'm like, you have made over $1 million in 5 years doing this. From somebody who couldn't make more than $2,000 a month, you've made over $1 million in 5 years. You want to quit?
Yeah.
And I just kind of left it at that. I'm like, I want you to think about that. I just want you to think about it. I love you. I'm not going to tell you either way to go. I just want you to think about that. Right? Like, you don't have to be aggressive. You don't have to yell at people. You don't have to, that's so freaking stupid. Why would this? It's like, take the emotion out of it for a second. Are you sure that's what you want to do? because I don't think it's a good idea. And if I'm your coach, and if I'm your mentor, and if I'm your leader, I'm telling you, I don't think it's a good idea. You can explain to me why on the other side that you think it is, but let's have a leadership and adult conversation around what you're about to do, because it might be the biggest mistake of your life.
Woo! And
Love that. Do you have people around you also, aside from a mentor, like maybe people on your team that can check you a little bit respectfully, be like, hey, Jessie Lee, I think we could look at this a little bit differently, or I think we could thrive a little bit over here, or maybe that's not the right approach. Do you have people like that?
My whole staff.
Didn't sound like
I don't
that.
want to keep yes men around me. I don't want to keep people around me who are too scared to be honest with me either.
It's not how it sounded, but okay.
My best friend is really good at this too. She'll check me on things. And in general, I love people like that. You know, I don't claim to be Queen Kong over here. You know, I don't claim to know everything about everything. It's like, no, I became great at things because I was willing to take constructive criticism. And that's something a lot of people, because of the internet, I've noticed, don't want to do. This idea of, you know, it's like, oh, like everything is not black and white. Everything is very gray. Okay. So there's no black, there's no white, there's a million different shades of gray. And so if you're able to step back for a minute and start looking at things like, maybe Craig's right, instead of going, no, Craig, that's not what I said. Like I've ended up making incredible business shifts in business, like, I mean, nearly polarity in some situations, because somebody came to me, I respected them, I took the call, I took the meeting, I listened, and I said, you're right. You're actually 100% right. I'm going to make that shift. And that's sometimes where some of my hyper growth comes from. But you can't grow if you're not willing to listen. That's like leadership 101. How are you going to be a leader who's not willing to listen? And you're going to be what, a dictator? I don't really think people are looking for dictators these days. They're looking for people who will actually listen to them and give them a voice.
Yeah, it's a little different than her explanation of Columbia. I totally agree. I was like, very much like, if you don't question me, listen to me. You know, I told them to sleep on the bus and they didn't do it. So they're idiots. They deserve to be tired. Like, yeah, it's very different. I guess people, though, I think this is definitely true. People see themselves, I see myself differently as other people see me. Like, people will describe me, like this weekend when I was at my friend's birthday thing, we went around the table and like said nice things about each other, which is something that I recommend doing. It's very sweet. Like my friend who turned 36, when she turned 34 maybe, or 33 a couple years ago, obviously, it was like a bigger group, and it was her birthday, and so we all went around the table and said something nice that we like about her. And so we try to like keep that tradition, but when it was a smaller group, it was like, okay, let's do it about each other. Anyways, when they were saying stuff about me, they're like, oh, you're like such a positive force, like you're so bubbly and bright. I'm like, me? That's what you see is me? They're like, yes, like you know, I used to have a car that was like bright yellow. They're like, your yellow car just like is the perfect representation of you. I'm like, me. Okay. I guess that's not how I see myself. I see myself as like a gray hoodie, sweatpants person who's like, screw you guys, screw everything. But apparently, you know, like I'm presenting myself in a different way, or some people see it differently. So I really think it's hard to speak about yourself in any accurate way sometimes. Like you think you're like, I'm a very low-key leader who just believes in everybody. It's like, have you heard yourself though, like describing an actual event? It's usually very different, I find, personally. So maybe it's that, or maybe it's a lie. I don't know. It's hard to tell these days.
Voice. So I don't keep yes. Like, do I understand I can be intimidating sometimes? Sure. But also I'm very different in a work setting. I don't bark at my employees. I don't talk down to my employees. And I hire good people, like I said. So like my business managers called me before and he's like, this investment is going to be a terrible idea. Will you please listen to me about this? I'm like, talk me through it, because I like it. I'm like, what? Okay. You know, like, you know, it's like there's been plenty of times I could have made horrible mistakes, but because I was willing to listen, it saved me, God, I don't know, a lifetime of pain, disappointment, and brokenness.
I love that. My fiance, she's from Ukraine.
I saw that.
You know, I shouldn't say she was 14, she's basically American, but she has that savage in her. And one of the many things that I love about her, kind of like you, and also I know you're big on, you said business manager, you're really big on mentorship and coaches. That's a big thing for you in all components, in all areas of life. Is that right?
Yes. So if you want to scale and grow, the fastest way to do it is to get in a time machine. Time machines, I find, are 3 different things. Number 1 is go to events. Number 2 is join masterminds. And number 3 is hire a coach.
No.
They are time machines. instead of me.
Don't do any of that stuff. That's the biggest bullshit. That's only, they say that because that's how they make money. All of those things are most likely bullshit. Unless you're in a very niche, you're like in some sort of dental program where you need to meet with other people who are selling a certain product and you're going to get together and talk about it and like whatever. That's one thing. But like to go to a mastermind where you have no skills or understanding, like I've been in these places that are, you know, there's 5,000 people there. It's like, you're not going to learn anything. Like it's going to be a mass audience, you know, motivational mindset speech from everybody, because you cannot possibly teach 5,000 people at one time something specific and answer questions and get any sort of feedback that's worth anything. So I disagree with everything about that.
Me trying to figure out how Ed Mylett is worth $900 million. Why wouldn't I hire him as a coach when he offered, even though it's crazy expensive? I love every dime I pay for the man. And jump in the Ed Mylett time machine and say, you've done this, 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 this. I am doing this, 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 and this, but I am here and you are here. Teach me, you know, like,
yep.
Like his blueprint is literally almost identical to my blueprint, but he's 30 years ahead of me. Well, then I'm going to jump in the time machine. I'm going to put my seatbelt on, and anything that man says to do, turn left, boop, 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 boop. Like, I'm just doing what my coach says to do. Well, masterminds are no different. I've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on masterminds because I want to get in front of people like the War Rooms or the 100M or the Avengers or whatever, tons of these masterminds, to get around people who understand me, who I could say, this is where I'm stuck in my business. This is my holdup right now. This is where I have a blind spot. This is what I think is missing. And I can learn, I can grow. They can answer questions. They can, you know, like Ken Clothier helped me with so much stuff.
I know. Offered, or she asked, or he's like, she begged me basically to coach her because I could help her so much. Like, how did this conversation actually occur?
Ken's like my dude. Ken's like, girl, you just need this, 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 this. If you do this, 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 this changes.
No, Ed is 52, he said, unless he's lying. He said he was 52 in that tribute video.
I'm like, all right, I'm going to be out of here. I'm going to do this, 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 this. I'll see you in 3 months. Like, it's been worth every penny. Every big room I want to get in, I get in. I figured it out. Even I was spending money on events when I didn't have money to be spending on events. You know, like, I was like, that event costs what? But I need to be in that room. Like, sometimes you just know you have that.
Yeah, Ed Mylett was in World Financial Group, which is like the financial MLM. He was in some MLM to begin, and he was sued and he got in trouble. He got some sort of payout, and then they got sued, and I don't know whatever happened to it, but then he all of a sudden popped up, and then it was doing business coaching and, you know, scamming essentially.
Intuitive calling, but I think higher education, whether you want to call it
I think Ed, just for the record, Ed Mylett, I believe, is 52 years old, not 65. Unless he was lying that he's not 52.
This is interesting to me. Wow, I'm on a tangent, but I got to tell you, people have no problem paying hundreds of thousands of dollars on an education. College is not a scam, right? This Ivy League is, my kid got into Harvard, my whatever. Like, they'll go, their whole family will go bankrupt, hoping that their child will go to Harvard, excel at Harvard, Stanford, Princeton, whatever, and leave and then become a doctor or something, doctor, lawyer, whatever, and change the world, right? The whole family will risk bankruptcy on this. But somebody says,
well, if you go bankrupt from student loans, you still got to pay it. So, you know, you still got to pay them back, unfortunately. I hate this argument. Just an aside, that, you know, school, that somehow $100,000 one-day mastermind with Grant Cardone is the same value of going to Harvard for 4 years. It's like, come on. No one believes that, right? Like, no one really believes that that is an equivalency. Like, you're getting experience, you're learning to be on your own, and you're getting an education from people who have been trained for years. And yes, I think college is not for everybody. I think my degree was sort of, you know, like, I could have done something much more lucrative. I went for broadcast journalism. So, you know, the industry has already changed so much since I was even in school 10 years ago. But, you know, and like, I think certain degrees that are like just basic, yeah, you could probably have done something else. But I don't think getting an education in a traditional sense is a waste of time. It, again, not for everybody, and it's expensive and has problems. But if you're going to spend $100,000 on a fucking mastermind, group coaching, you know, whatever bullshit, scammer course, or go to college, go to college. If If you're gonna spend the money, go to college, please, for the love of God, or start your own business. It doesn't matter. It's just like, don't think that a scammer who is only, operation is to scam you out of more money, that's gonna help you in any way. How could they possibly? I don't know.
I need $10,000, $20,000, $50,000. I'm joining this mastermind. I'm going to this event. There's this weekend where all these business coaches who are making, 8, 9 figures, blah, 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 whatever, going to be, whoa, 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 whoa. No, it's like, what are you doing? Like, what you're going to send your kid to a business school to learn from somebody who's never built a business. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. So
it makes sense, Jessie Lee. It makes sense. It does. It does make sense. I promise you.
Me, it's just, this is the higher education I choose. You choose this higher education. I choose this higher education.
Fine.
Of course, I went to school too, and I got a degree and whatever. But that's not the point. The point is, I did that for my Nana, who raised me. It made her very proud, so I wanted to get the degree. But I always had the entrepreneurial hunger. I always wanted to get around people who were just monsters at whatever they did. Like, put me in this time machine. And about your fiance really fast. I love that she is from Ukraine. And I love that because I have this I don't know how to explain it. It's like this weird innate respect for immigrants. I don't know how to explain this because I see their hustler mentality. It's different than people who grew up in America. It's like, I don't even know her and I know her.
Yes.
I know it sounds very crazy, but you said, she's a hustler, she's Ukrainian, but because she's seen.
I ordered her on ukrainebride.com. Okay, I'm sorry. That was a joke. I'm sorry. Not funny.
Different things. She has a different level of appreciation. It's like I have not been to Ukraine, but I was one train stop away. Okay. I almost ended up there. It's a long story. I was in Poland and I was asleep on the train and I was one stop away from Ukraine. But anyway, the Wi-Fi is not good out there, man.
I believe it.
Internet connection sucks. You're in the middle of the sticks. I was in the middle of nowhere even before Ukraine. Like, we are privileged here. And she knows it. And we forget. And so I bet she does hustle. I bet she does work. I bet she doesn't take no for an answer a lot of the time. I bet she calls you on your crap more than some other people do, which is probably why you like her.
100%.
It's like I've met her. Look, see, I knew it. It's an immigrant thing. And I love that.
Yeah, no, you're awesome. And I know that she's speaking about our friendship. I definitely want to connect. And you nailed all of it. She's savage. She's like,
my immigrant fiance is savage. Don't say that, Craig. Work on that. Workshop that one.
A little too nice these days, which is weird because it wasn't always like this. And she's a little too savage. So somewhere in the middle is perfect, but she's a perfect compliment to me. But I want to ask you, I couldn't agree more with the time machine. And when I reinvented myself, I didn't have any celebrity friends, any connections, any following when I did this, but I knew that I had been successful in other arenas and I knew that those characteristics were transferable. But I also did this one thing. I put my ego aside and realized I don't know what I don't know. And I started getting in the rooms of people that weren't necessarily better than me, but were a little bit further ahead. And that's what everything changed. And you just nailed that. And I know there's someone rolling their eyes right now that's like, oh, easy for you guys to say, look where you guys are at. But what if you don't have the money to get to an event? But you also mentioned you were going to events when you couldn't even really afford it. So what would you say to someone that's like, I want to get ahead, but I can't afford to hire a mentor, coach, or event?
So, I mean, you could say a couple of things. The first part is actually, you kind of answered it yourself. You said that you didn't have everything it took to build your business, but you had skills that transferred. And I think that transferable skills are exactly how you build multi-million-dollar or billion-dollar businesses. Reason being, like I said earlier, business is really all the same. It's like, I don't know. Have you ever waited tables before?
I have not.
Okay. Well, it's an easy one. Most people have. So way to ruin my analogy, but that's okay. I'm still going to use it because
at least he was honest.
Beyonce has.
Okay. Well, it still won't work, but I'm still going to say it. It's like, because I like waiting tables because I waited tables for so long. It's like when I started business, did I know business? No. Did I understand business? No. Did I understand people? Yeah. Why? Because I waited tables since I was 14 years old. And I started to learn patterns of behavior in humans. So when I got into sales, it was like, oh, I know what to look for. I know how to be nice to people. I know how to slow down. I know how to convince people. I know how to upsell people because I was upselling, cocktails. I was upselling appetizers. I was upselling whatever it was. I was, getting myself into better shifts with the managers and creating the relationships. Those were transferable skills. So somebody's like, oh, I don't have money for this event. It's like, you do. You do. What skills do you have to create the money to be able to go? right? Like start being solution oriented. Successful people are looking for solutions. They're not looking for problems and excuses. So how can you make money quickly? How much does the event cost? Is it $250? What can you sell in your house for $250? If you don't have anything extra in your house, what skills do you have to trade for $250? Can you mow lawns? Why are there children shoveling snow? I mean, it's summer right now, but why are there children mowing lawns? Can you not? Are you too above that? Can you not get on TaskRabbit and drill holes in people's walls and hang their shelves for $50 an hour? Hello?
Sure, but like for what? To go hear someone say like, if you believe, you will receive. Like, I don't think that's going to help me ultimately.
Oh, do you not have a phone? Can you go on DoorDash? Oh, I don't have a whatever. Do you have a bicycle? Because I've seen people bicycle for Grubhub, bicycle for DoorDash, right? Do you have a car, or is it too below you to Uber? Like I had this hustler, figure it out, do what it takes mentality about me all the time. Some people, I don't have money for that. I'm like, if I told you tomorrow, all right, here's one you can answer since you didn't wait tables. All right, Craig. What is your dream vacation? Where's your dream destination? Where would you like to travel anywhere in the world? If you could pick like the place that you're like, that's the honeymoon spot. That's where we're going. What is that?
Russia.
One thing that comes to mind, but it's probably not what you were expecting, is Paris.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you right now. I love this for you, but Paris is very overrated. So that's okay. But you should go. You should go just so you waste your money. And then you can come back and we can do a follow-up interview about how Paris is overrated. Okay, but I'll use Paris as an example. So actually, it's a good example because if you want to enjoy Paris, and I'm not about to exaggerate, you need to budget roughly $5,000 to $7,000 a day.
A day?
Just so you know. Okay.
No.
So
That's
with
crazy.
that in mind, let's say that I call you right now and I say, Craig, man, what's up? And you're like, no, not good, Jessie Lee. You know, business just tanked. Got no money, can't stand my life, but you know, I'm gonna figure it out. Jessie, say, oh God, Craig, it's okay. We're gonna figure it out. Listen, I'm gonna tell you what, I had this trip booked to Paris. It's crazy. It's for 5 days. It's $35,000 and it's the trip of a lifetime. You're staying at the Shangri-La with the balcony suite that overlooks the Eiffel Tower. I have a private photographer and videographer that's gonna go around with you. Every meal is booked at a Michelin star restaurant.
Why would I want a photographer and a videographer to go with me on this vacation? I'm good. Thank you.
You're gonna go shopping on the strip every day. It's already planned. We've got like concierge service set up to take you shopping on the main strip there with all of the designer stores. We have a private car and a butler ready for you.
You're probably not expecting this, but I'm from New York. Whoa! Stop it! You're probably not expecting this, but I think Paris might be a good vacation spot. Oh, what? Coming out with that random. Whoa, Craig.
But here's the thing. The only thing you have to do is I need you to find $2,000. All you have to do is get plane tickets. And I just looked it up. The flight leaves tomorrow. There are 2 plane tickets for you and your fiance. But that's the only thing that's not covered. But the rest, 35 grand, done. I already paid for it. I just can't go. It's non-refundable. Do you want it? Let me tell you. What's the answer, Craig? Go ahead. Answer the question.
Yeah, but that would be that to me, I'd be like, yeah, of course. That is a guaranteed thing that you're getting $35,000 worth. When they tell you these things, oh, come to my mastermind, you can make 9-figure months like me. There is no sort of guarantee. And 99.9% of the time, everyone that goes to one of those things will not succeed. Or they already are succeeding and they want to be like patted on the back for some weird reason and talk about how great their business is. And they were going to succeed regardless of what, events they go to. That's the type of people that go. People who have no hope at all, are never going to make it in a business at all, have no business at all. And they're going and they're like, I'm a life coach, I think. I want to be a psychic. And they're being told like, yes, of course you can make $1 million hypothetically, and they never will. Or people who go with the successful business and just want to be told how great they are. That's the 2 options. And what she's describing is something very different. I would say yes to that trip too and do DoorDash for the next year to get a trip like that. But to go to you know, to put $2,000 in a slot machine one time and hope for the best. That's what these conferences are. And I ain't doing that.
Yeah, I'll get it to you in a couple hours.
Every single person, if Paris was their dream location, is sitting there right now like, I don't got I'm gonna figure it out. They're gonna sell a TV off the wall. You're gonna call your friends. Hey, you got $100? 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 Hey, you're gonna go. You know, can I deliver can I wash your laundry? Can I fold your clothes? Can I clean your house?
Ethically, whatever it takes.
Ethically,
whatever it took. And so the thing is, everybody has money for what they see value in. So if people understood the value of events, the money's a non-issue. If they understood the value of paying for a coach, oh God, it's $300 a month. Are you kidding me? A coach saying one thing can make you $1 million, and that's not an exaggeration.
No, they
I
cannot.
Mean, like $1 million like that.
What could they say?
Because
what could they possibly say? What could they possibly say? Start a podcast? Okay, come on. What could they possibly give you that you couldn't figure out yourself if you're a fairly smart, you know, dependable person?
Redirect. It's a 1 degree shift. It takes you off like a rocket ship. If you can find the money for, like, it's just people find money for what matters to them. So the money excuse is just one of those excuses. I'm like, please don't even try that one on me.
That was awesome. I'm so happy I asked you that, and I love how you landed the plane and took that analogy home. Like, if it was high value to you, what would you not do? Right, ethically and honestly, to get that done. And so that's what the time machine is, Jessie Lee.
Prostitution
for a mentor or a coach or a mastermind or an event or something that's a little bit further ahead. Literally, one idea can quantum shift your entire life.
Yes.
So I'm asking the listeners right now that are listening, because we have a lot of entrepreneurs, but also aspiring entrepreneurs. What is the cost of inaction, of you not leveling up and putting yourself out there? For me, before I did this, when I finally got clarity on what I wanted to do, the cost of not taking action on this, I actually associated with death.
Oh,
and then
God,
from there,
Craig.
the scariness of leaning into the unpredictable transformed into excitement because I made it very real for myself.
I love that. And my answer is not much different. My answer is, what's it costing you? I'd say it's costing you all your happiness. And then I also said your life. You know, I think most people are just kind of hamsters on wheels, and they live their life, and it's just like same thing every day, Groundhog Day, Groundhog Day, Groundhog Day. That is not how your life was meant to be lived. You can't convince me of that. If you're not happy, I don't care if you're listening and you're 100 years old, it's not too late to change. 100 might be pushing it. 90. It's not too late to change. It's like, is it going to be uncomfortable to say yes to something new? Yeah. But what you're really saying yes to is to your true authentic self. It's you saying yes to what you care about. It's you saying yes to the things that are pulling on your heart all the time. At the end of the day, it's like, I say it about character all the time. At the end of the night, when I put myself to bed, you know, I ask myself, I'm like, am I proud of the woman I was today? Yeah. And then I sleep soundly. Well, if every night you're putting yourself to bed, I can't sleep, I'm stressed, you know, it's like, you're probably super stressed because you're super out of alignment with what you actually want in your life. And then ultimately you'll get to the end of your life and you've traded your whole life for comfort. Is that what that is? But then really, if you think about it, are you really that comfortable? No. Probably not. And I think it's better to be happy and living in a tent and doing whatever makes you happy than it is to be miserable. And, you know, you see these mega billionaires, you know, killing themselves. Why do trust fund babies have tremendous amounts of depression? Suicide rates through the roof. Well, because money is not the key. It's doing what you want with the money that will bring joy to your life that changes people's lives. And I don't think enough people understand that.
I don't think I could love you more. I just want to say that. This is awesome.
Craig.
It's special. But also,
it's so inappropriate. Just because she's a woman that he'll say this to women. He said the same thing to Heidi. Like, I love you. I cannot imagine a better place to be right now than with you right here. Like, he's like using these like romantic terms to try to like soften them up and like, ooh, I'm a good interviewer. I'm not listening to what you're saying, but I'm just going to say these like affirmation words to you as a woman. Like, oh, you're so pretty, girl. Love you. This is amazing. It's like, would you say this to a man or would you try to listen more?
I think one of the reasons why our message has really resonated and struck a chord is because I speak from contrast. I spent a very long time being visible, and yes, I was making money, and that is a part of success, but not the whole thing. And I wasn't fulfilled. I was depressed, and you have to activate that lit soul right? And just to be clear, it's not the things that activate the soul, the money, the relationships, the watch, whatever, do that. And that's by getting in alignment, having passion, having excitement and enthusiasm, and going for it. So the cost of inaction or not going for your dreams is the highest cost of all.
The activating your soul. I like that a lot. And I hope more people will start to ask that question to themselves. You know, what is activating their soul? What brings them joy? What brings them happiness? Somebody earlier today was like, well, what's success to you? And success to me is always joy. It's always me creating the life that I don't want to escape from, the life that I wake up every day overwhelmed with joy for the life that I've created, overwhelmed with how I can give the way I want to give, overwhelmed with how I get to wake up and do what I want, life by design. Because that really is my life. I've created this and I plan on staying in this until the day, my day comes.
Well, much further down the line.
Yes.
And this is the last thing I'll say. It's funny when you're talking about education. There's a chapter in our first book, The Reinvention Formula, and I talk of, and I also went to college degree because that's what I was told to do at that time.
Book.
I talk about how education does not necessarily mean a college degree in 2023, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like you nailed it before when you were kind of explaining it. Someone will spend all this money to send their kid to a school to get all this lecture and lessons from someone that hasn't even done it. But meanwhile, in 2023, a podcast episode, a book, an event, anything can educate you.
Yes. It's interesting because I think I learned that from, I went
What's
to a
the question,
where,
Craig?
I'm from Frederick County, Maryland, if anybody's from like whatever, but small town. But we had like the bad kids got to go to a school. I don't remember, I remember some CTC thing. I don't even know what it stood for, but they got to go to the school if they were kind of like the troublemaking kids who just weren't good at education. And they got to learn skills like welding, like construction, like whatever, all of these, you know, handyman skills, automotive repair and whatever. And I remember that those kids were the kids in high school that actually ended up having the nice stuff. I remember seeing that and being like, how do they have that truck? Or how do they have those clothes? It is because those kids were learning a trade. They were taking their education that wasn't the same as, you know, trigonometry or whatever they tried to.
I don't disagree. I think trades are good. I think trades, you can make a lot of money. But an MLM is not a trade. Sorry to say. I mean, other than sales, scamming. Yeah, I much prefer people to leave their MLM and pick up woodworking for sure. Plumbing, HVAC, whatever. Welding, yeah. I'm totally on board with this, 100%.
To teach us.
Ditch the doTERRA.
Right? And they learned a trade all day long that then paid them significantly higher than those of us like myself working in an ice cream shop, right? Those of us like myself working at a pizzeria place. These kids had a lot more money because there's not one way to skin a cat, so to speak. You can learn and grow in so many different things. And my only problem really, well, I have a lot of problems with the education system, but one of my big problems with the education system is everyone's in one bucket. Well, clearly we don't all belong in one bucket, and we see that on social media. I figured it out. I figured out haters on the internet. This is going to sound crazy, but I think that the reason there are haters on the internet is, you know how when you're in grade school and they're like, this person, so they're in my school at least, it was like directed, merit, and whatever the top one was called, like the smart kids. I don't remember what that's called.
Gifted?
I was a smart kid. I should know these, but whatever.
AP? It was like AP.
Oh, that was the other one. Okay, so we got AP, merit, something, and directed. Okay, directed is like the ding-dings. All right. So the crazy thing is, if you think about it, we were sorted, right? You remember this? You were sorted on the East Coast too, right? East Coast is cool with sorting people. So we were sorted into these categories. Honors. That's what it was. Honors. So we were sorted into these 4 categories. Well, the problem with social media is they put all this back together again. You know, so you got the ding-dings telling the honor students and the AP students, oh, you and your business. No. I'm just kidding. I'm joking, but I'm really like, you did see. That's just a funny way to think about it. I'm like, that's the problem. You put us all back together again, and I wasn't supposed to hang out with these kids to begin with, and now you got these kids taking opinions on me. Like, they don't even know the difference between there, and there. Why are they commenting on my stuff? They think a lot is one word. Why are they on my comments? Why are they on my YouTube? Get out of here. Get out of here. You don't even know the difference between a noun and a pronoun. Go. Get out of here. Anyway, I don't know why I'm on that tangent, but education is different, you know?
I think she's saying I'm stupid.
100%. 100%.
I'm a dummy.
And I just want to say this. If you lost everything that you have right now, I don't mean like your health. I mean like your business and your wealth, whatever the case may be.
Craig.
And you had to step into something totally different that you had no experience in.
Yeah.
You make it all back because you have financial security. I don't mean like because of your bank account, but because of your mindset and the tools that you've cultivated over the last few years. And that's priceless.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. I mean, I'm willing to do what other people aren't willing to do, to have results that other people aren't willing to get. It's like, and it's interesting. I'm going to say something that might sound weird, but if everyone took everything away from me, I think I would do a lot of social media to get it back, but I would knock on doors. I don't know who needs to do that.
He's not even looking. He's not even like, he's like, did you say someone's at my door? Are you at my door? Should I get the door? He doesn't know what to say.
But for people whose business is not doing what they want it to do right now, I would be knocking on doors because we're in a really unique time right now. I've realized we're in a time where for a long time there, can you relate to this? Like when somebody would ring your doorbell, you'd like hide behind the curtain.
No.
Like no one's here. Go away.
Like
right? We were like,
something.
yeah, you're like, I'm not answering the door. Go away. No one's home. Bye. Right? When we were kids, you'd answer the door. Then there was that time frame where you would never answer the door. And now, because of DoorDash and Amazon and whatever, we open doors again.
Mm.
So if I were like, man, money is like not it right now. Like
I'm gonna go break and enter some housing. I'm gonna go home invade.
Business is bad right now. Even in like I mean, I should save this for my 5-day recruiting challenge.
B&E.
But like even if I were needing to recruit people, I would knock on all the doors in every freaking neighborhood in my town and be like, hey, entrepreneur meeting. If you're looking to make some extra money, come check it out Wednesday night, 7:00 at the library. I don't know. I would just because I'm willing to do the stuff that everybody else thinks is crazy. Because I'd be getting my money back, like you said. I wouldn't be sitting there having a pity party, sitting in my dog bed. There's a dog bed right here. Sitting in the dog bed, crying about how I don't have money, crying about how my life is falling apart, crying, whining, complaining. No, I'm going to do whatever it takes.
Even when you got cancer, you're not a victim.
No. Why would you be?
No.
You're here for a reason. So figure out what that
Thanks,
reason
Craig,
is.
for bringing that up again.
Knock
These
on some doors
men.
if need be.
If need
When I first started, I just want to say this. I would stay up till 2 in the morning in the beginning of the pandemic, answering anyone's comments on my content that were gracious enough to leave one and message people back until I was blue in the face, or literally it got to so many that I couldn't anymore. That's what I was willing to do. And people always
Craig,
like,
you get like
I wanna
3
do what you're doing
comments.
in such a short amount of time, Craig. I'm like, it's fine, but do you want to do what I did? And then right away, it's like they just look for the instant gratification these days. It's crazy.
Like my response time, people still can't believe. They're like, is that you, Jessie Lee? I sent him a selfie. I'm like, yeah, I'm still outworking you. Go away.
It's got like 20 comments.
People all the time, is this really you?
Great
I'm
tips.
like, man, I look like a busted can of biscuits right now. Yeah, it's me. Send him a selfie, no makeup, rolled up in my bed with a bun on top of my head. Like, oh my gosh. Yes, it's me. Now purchase the program. Let's go. You know, like, come on. I'm trying to coach you. Join right now.
I have a dopamine hit right now speaking to you. I think I know the answer to this. Maybe the audience
soundbite
doesn't.
that too.
What's the best way for our community, everybody, to support you? What are you most excited about right now?
What am I most excited about right now? Oh my gosh. Well, I gotta be honest. I'm most excited about the health stuff. Like the rest of it is secondary, you know, because I'm able to keep doing the stages and keep the accelerator crushing. My business coaching is called Accelerator. All these things that matter a ton to me are honestly just it's the compound effect of all the work I put into the health journey, which was my biggest stressor, still is, of course. But that's my biggest thing is the health stuff going in the right direction. It feels like, wow, feels like the 4th of July, Christmas, Halloween, my birthday, Easter, everything all wrapped up in one. So that's what I'm most excited about and continuing doing that. But from a business perspective, I'm most excited about the Accelerator program. I really love my business coaching. It is a passion project of mine. I love watching people's businesses soar because of my coaching. It's my legacy play and I just love it. And then to support me, I would say you should check out my business coaching. You might love it. Okay. And, prayers are always appreciated with everything that's going, or thoughts. If you're not a prayer, that's okay. And then, I always like to tell people this when they go, oh, I don't have money to support that. Not me, but like in general, when people are trying to build their business online and people go, oh, well, I don't have money for that. I can't buy your program. I can't buy your product. I can't buy your service. It is free to like, it is free to comment. It is free to share. It is free to talk to people about me, etc. All of that is free 99. And so you can definitely support me by doing that. So if you like it, share it. Love it. Don't keep it a secret. That's rude.
I love it. I love all this. I just want to
See, she's got charisma.
Being such a breath of fresh air and a bright light. You moved me in this conversation, and I could talk to you all day straight up. I know.
Same.
Straight
you
up.
Make me like, I'm going back to Maryland, but I have a big speaking engagement in a week. So, but I'll get up there. Well, are you in Jersey?
I'm in Manhattan in the New York City.
I couldn't tell because I thought you might be in Jersey with like Manhattan behind you, but because I couldn't tell from your view.
That's actually Long Island City behind me.
Oh, okay. I was like, you have either or. Well, I'm in Manhattan a lot actually, so I will hit you up.
Long Island
probably
City.
In like a month or two. I have to get my teeth cleaned in Manhattan.
Done. Jessie Lee, hang up for 1 second. I want to connect you after. I want you.
This is what he does. He's like, can I get your number? After he does the sign off.
Definition of perspective, authenticity, and vulnerability. I can personally guarantee your best is yet to come. Keep on spreading your wings and leaving your mark on this world. So much love and respect to you. Thank you so much for stopping by and dropping these priceless, juicy nuggets today.
Yay, he said it. He said the thing. He didn't say that's gold straight up though, but he did say priceless, juicy nuggets. That's so exciting. It's like they say the name of the movie. Oh!
Priceless, juicy nuggets.
Amazing. You're so fun.
That was incredible. We got to do more things.
The after show.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I enjoyed that a lot.
Let's exchange numbers.
Yes, please.
Why does he always, oh God. Why does he always do that? Let's exchange numbers. And he leaves it in just to show he got their numbers, I guess. To show his Ukrainian fiance. I got options, babe. Wow. Okay, 6 hours. This is a record breaking stream here. But like I said, it's because I don't have to work tomorrow. So otherwise I would be long in bed, sleeping, slumbering forever. Ah, man. Okay. Well, that was ups and downs and all arounds, but we did it. We got through it. I don't think I'll talk about her again, probably, unless one of her downline people do something crazy. But I think that's it. I think that's the pin in that. It was weird to watch. It was, interesting. And I'm glad she's no longer in pain. I feel badly that she didn't make it through. But, these things happen. And it's sad and tragic, but we can only learn from it. And like I said, I'm trying to take my health more seriously. And I think that is a big part of her, kind of, not that I'm not going to go do ozone, but just caring about my eating and diet and trying to take that seriously and listening to my body and all those things. Having to sort of look at this and look at her and see how quickly things can change. It did kind of jolt me into remembering that it's important. And, I'm in my 30s now. I need to take it more serious. So if that's something you're thinking about, hey, get to therapy. That's my tip. Get to therapy. Head on over. It's great there. It's fun. It's a good time. Sometimes. I mean, it's also very hard and very painful, but worth it, worthwhile. And I'm going to the doctor in 2 weeks. I'm going to become a new patient at a primary care. So there you go. I'm going to get looked at. Check out all my issues. Sorry. Get all my issues worked on and fixed and, seen. I already did the dentist, so I'm halfway there. Got my appointment coming up. So that's good. So that's, keeping me in check. All right. And then what else is coming up? So I know I promised you all. Oh, thank you, Emery. Thank you so much. I know Taro is slumbering over on the couch, sleeping, probably snoring. Is not interested in us tonight. I'm sorry. I apologize. Thank you. And for that I say,
One other thing that fascinates me about you is that you're from Canada.
I don't know if that's true, Emery, but if it is, it's fascinating. I know I promised everybody a book review, a Noelle Crooks book review, but what had happened was I did it, I recorded it, and then I now have help from an editor named Logan, and he went on vacation. So I sent it to him and he's having fun and relaxing. So he's working on it. It should come out next week, early next week. Because he said he was almost finished with it. So, and hopefully it's hilarious because his editing is so good. And I've had less time lately because of my work and editing for my job and things. So it's been a little busy. And I have a second job, like a client job that I'm also doing on Fridays. Not tomorrow, but other Fridays. And so that's been taking a lot of my time. And then just like I said, stuff on weekends has been busy as of late. So it's been busy, but it's coming. And then I'll probably be back next week to stream again, probably, most likely, or maybe I'll do another video or something. I don't know. And then I don't want to spoil the excitement of what's to come, but a big project Camelia and I are working on is a podcast. Okay. Because podcasts are in, and we're just going to do it in addition to other stuff. But about book reviews, self-help book reviews podcast. It's going to be similar to the Celebrity Memoir Book Club, but for self-help. And we find it to be very exciting. And we're going to come at it from an angle of we're skeptical of all this shit. Is there anything useful in this book? Is there anything that could be, helpful, or is it a crock of shit completely? And also could be toxic and horrible advice. So I just find that a lot of these self-help things start from books, or there's a lot of principles relying on the books. Like even old ones, like, how to win friends and influence people, Think and Grow Rich, obviously Girl Wash Your Face, anything in the self-help personal development, umbrella, we plan to cover and do it in depth. And because I feel like that's where this is the first step of the funnel to be indoctrinated into this world. So yeah, we want to take the time to explore these books, make it fun and interesting and something you can listen to in the car. And you don't have to be committed to a live stream. You can just kind of listen to it in the background while you're doing chores and whatnot. And it gives me an excuse to hang out with Camelia. And also she wrote, it's funny. She wrote, we have a Google Doc about it. She put we need to have team building and meet up once a year at least to take photos and hang out and, build our morale together. And I was like, okay, good. I need an excuse sometimes to see friends. And having a project together is, I think, helpful for that. So we're working on it. She's got her job. I got my job. We're doing it in the background. It's going to start soon. And it's going to be edited. So it's not going to be as loosey-goosey as this is, but hopefully beneficial and fun and interesting and something you can share with your friends and send to people who are insane. Just politely send them the podcast. So that's coming, not anytime soon, probably in 2024, probably, when we're going to start launching and having episodes ready to go so that there's no delays. Thank you guys for joining. I know this was a tough topic. We're going to go back, I think, on the channel. And I say myself, I'm going to go back on the channel and do some fun stuff, some zany wellness people, just to lighten the mood a little bit. It's been a little dark the last couple weeks maybe. So let's get back into a more kind of wacky one. I think we need to find something that's, not cancer related, just to give us all a break. So that's coming up. And Jen Sincero. Oh my God, I have so many things to say about Jen Sincero books. Personally victimized by Jen Sincero books. So we'll talk about it all. Those are all on the list. And if you want to suggest books, we will, I don't know, Instagram is probably the best place for now. And then we're going to make on my Instagram, and then we're going to make social stuff for the podcast itself. And then we can have suggestions and all of that stuff. Anyway, so that's coming. And so thank you. See you soon. And I'm going to now sing my song. We're going to pick a song and sing it, and it's going to be great. Or do a story or a combo of both. Okay, bye. Thank you. Do-do-do-do-do. Oh yeah, starry nights. You shine so bright in my life. Nicole Campbell is a soup that I drink when I feel little blue. How about you? She's a chicken noodle soup. Heather DeMayo, not to be confused with Hellman's. That's a brand of mayo. Do you like turkey or do you like ham? Ma'am, Tiffany, what about you? Do you like roast beef or pastrami? Chels Marie, do you like pickles or cucumbers? Which one is the one that you are drawn to? Do you like the tangy, spicy pickle, or do you like it simple like a cuke? That was my nickname growing up, too. At least from my dad, he called me cuke for a long time. Chels Marie, did you know that planting vegetables is free in the yard if you own a yard? But it takes a long time and I never successfully grew anything like a vegetable, only spices like basil. Casey wanted to know, Rainy Cannon, how about you? Have you ever had a garden? Or you just guarding your heart? Wow. Lillian Massey, you're a new name on this Lassie list. Welcome. Thanks for joining. I appreciate you being here and reaching the end of the song that we're going to repeat now. Alaska Blue Tundra. Do you have a tundra on your heart tonight? Do you want to release it? It's okay to let go of your feelings. Crystal G, I have the same advice for you. Talk about the things you feel, it makes you feel good. I'm happy, I'm sad. Oh, I'm so glad that you're talking about your feelings. Lisa B, how about you? Nah, she says, I'm gonna dance. I'm gonna twerk across the globe. That's what makes me feel good. Go girl. And Joms. Joms, you convinced me to watch the Craig podcast. Thank you. That was gold straight up. And I appreciate you being here always. A Consul, I appreciate you too. Did you know that 2 times 2 equals blue? What? I don't know. All the school in my system is getting confused. Colors, numbers, letters, I don't know. I only learned how to build buildings. I was in a trade school my whole life, so it gets confusing. Lindsay Walden, do you feel like the walls are caving in? But it's almost Friday, and then you can go out to the field and run in the daffodils. Or some flowers, or roses. Do roses grow in a field? Let's Google that later. And Kara Soto, not to be confused with the place called Soto, South Downtown. That is the place that's south of the north part of the city. We're almost there. Heather Hope, she is holding her tote and walking around the store. She is not bored. She's buying shirts, trying on pants. That looks great. Do a little dance. Not Jenna Cash. She's going to the mall cause she heard there is a summer sale bash. Do you like Abercrombie, or do you just want to throw a fitch? Cause they didn't have your size. What a surprise, El Cholo's kid. What do you like to get at the food court at the mall? I like Mrs. Fields cookies, but the best one of all, Annie Ann's pretzels. And in case you didn't know, this is real, they're coming out with birthday cake nuggets. So head over to the mall soon as possible. And Annie Ann's pretzels. Are you the Ann from Annie Ann's pretzels? If so, can I get a discount, please? I just want a pretzel every day of my life. I'm begging on my knees. Baby Rupert's dad, you're the last baby on this list. Actually, the only baby that I know of. Actually, you're the dad, technically. But baby Rupert, this one's for you. Goo, goo, goo. Ga, 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 ga. I'm a baby, and I'm speaking the language. Wah, 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 wah. Give me your bottle, Dad. Cry, cry, cry. Wah, wah, wah. Have a good night. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. See you later. Peace.